Hey there, Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopp on Mama Justice Doppler radar showing a thunderstorm here moving through Benton, Tippah, Alcorn counties as severe thunderstorm warning. 1 p.m. Same storm we were tracking right before we shut down the live stream a moment ago there is the one that we're looking at here. Could have some damaging winds potentially out of this. I'd say that's the main impact. There is some broad rotation. Weather Service has been watching that behind the scenes for a little while here as well. A severe thunderstorm warning. It's possible that severe thunderstorm criteria activities could occur here. Wow, that's the longest way to say. Basically, it's possible something strong could happen out of this. Damaging winds, the main impact. There is some rotation. I should note that with this line. Again, as we talked about before we stopped our live stream a minute ago, this is moving about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So we show that moving through the Lisbon area right now. Gravestown at a 1226, 1227 Mount Moriah there. We're looking Middleton at about 1230, Tiplerville at 1236. We're Faulkner 1237, Walnut Creek at 1243, Sulphur Springs 1248, Selmer, Tennessee at about 1255. Give me a moment, I'll get some more locations on there, starting again with that Selmer at 1255. Actually, we'll go 1256, and that should be in the Theo community there. Oops, looks like I clicked the wrong button for a moment. Let me pull that up and get that to 1256. And we'll start our list here with Theo. Select that. There you go. And so we show Tooele just after that. And looking there at around Winnesoga, about 104. The Gift Community, 102. Kossuth at 104. We're there, again, north of Corinth, primarily where this is headed. But we do have this in the Corinth area, somewhere there around 1220. Let's get down here. Let's get to Corinth. So let's go all the way on our list down here to 1212. We'll start with that one. And there we go, Corinth, about 1214 for you. So again, a lot of folks in the path of this. Heavy rainfall, some gusty winds are possible, and a little bit of at least broad rotation showing up on this line as well. So look at the wind there. Look at the rotation. A few spots on that line where we have it. Let's look up here east of Blackjack in particular, northern Tippah County where we're watching. So again, I'll leave this on for a moment, leave this track on so we can have some cities on there for just a second more. But it's right there east of Blackjack where you see a little bit of that rotation on Mama Justice Doppler radar. That is where, again, we have at least some broad rotation. Let's check and see how that correlates. That is a spot where we do, again, show it as well on the precipitation mode, that kind of little inflow area that you see right there. So Tiplerville, Collegiate, Theo, Cuba there, all in the path of this as it moves in your direction. Again, speed on this, we'll kind of target that one specific spot here for a moment, about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So again, kind of a long list again, but this is more honed in on just that one spot with a little bit of extra rotation. Again, more often than not, rotation today is going to mean wind as opposed to tornadoes. But nonetheless, let's just, do our due diligence on this. You can see quite a few lightning strikes, about 200 on the north side here, where we have kind of the most at this point in time. So again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, and we're thinking ahead of what we should do in this situation. We have to understand why this is issued. So this severe thunderstorm warning issued because of the potential for this thunderstorm to produce some rotation, and that could then mean some strong gusty winds as well. I'm kind of monitoring some text messages I'm getting behind the scenes here for some folks. Give me a second, kind of check that out. I do want to bring in our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, who's kind of looking at this thunderstorm as well. And Caleb, let's walk through some of those times you see there for a moment.
Perfect. Let's take a look at that as we continue tracking out this thunderstorm, because we can see it building up just a little bit more, mainly the threat of just wind instead of seeing that rotation producing a tornado. But wanted to go through that with you guys real quick. Tiplersville around 1233, Theo around 1249, Cuba 1251, Gift around 1254, Raymer around 1259, Guys 102, Eastview 105, Gravel Hill 107, New Hope 107, Acton around 109. I'll even step over here, that way y'all can kind of see it and I can keep listing off these names. Liberty around 112, Tulu 115, Stantonville around 116, Southside 117, Damon 118, and then Shiloh around 119. So wanted to give y'all kind of a track on that in some cities as it continues moving on through the most northern part of North Mississippi, getting closer towards that Tennessee state line. And like Matt mentioned just a second ago, this is kind of the part in that system and cell that's moving on through, where we can kind of see some of that brief rotation trying to spin up aloft. So wanted to track that out so you guys can kind of know where it's heading within the next few minutes. But again, also like you mentioned, most of these that we're going to see today is more kind of wind related instead of actually seeing just a lot of tornadoes start occurring across our region. So wanted to give you all the latest track on that as it continues moving on through. I'll see if I can slide that just a little bit, which I think he might still be controlling it just a little bit. But we can also talk about those lightning strikes as well, as within that area, we're up to around 324 strikes. So those continue to go up just a little bit, showing that storm still intensifying before it starts its decaying process. So that's kind of the latest track on it as it continues moving on through and getting closer and closer towards the Tennessee state line. So let's take a look at some of our cameras here across North Mississippi, if we can get them to pull up, especially for those out there in Alcorn County. I know we have a camera pretty much just south of Corinth. We can take a look at that right here. Let's see if I can clear that, if it'll let me, or I can just move it out of the way. That works.
I've learned one of the things, Caleb, we've got to do is we need a side monitor there, because if you're locked in on that monitor, you never know if I've popped up. I'm like Big Brother popping up over the screen there.
How long were you there?
I was only there about 30 seconds.
Okay, that's not too bad. I'll have to make sure to keep glancing back.
Yeah, but go ahead and take a look. I'll let you take a look at that real quick.
Okay. Yeah, no, this is our camera out there on the southern part of Alcorn County, pretty much just south of Corinth. You kind of see those darker clouds pretty much right on top of the camera site, but definitely that darker base off in the distance as that line continues getting closer and closer towards Alcorn County, and will probably affect Corinth within the next few minutes as well. Again, this isn't really one of those intense storms, just kind of one of the first ones getting fired up this afternoon. And kind of what me, Matt, and Maggie were talking about earlier was kind of the earlier we can see these storms start to pop up, the better, just due to they don't have a lot of time to kind of bake in this daytime heating. So we'd rather kind of get this out of the way, get it done with. So definitely a good sign to see as this line continues moving on through North Mississippi. We can even rotate this just a little bit to talk about those darker clouds in the background as well. Continuing to just give a full scan of everything occurring within this camera, kind of just scanning and panning through it just to see those darker clouds off in the distance as well.
So that's
kind of
looking northwestward into that, kind of west and northwestward into that. So this is kind of northwest. I think toward that water tower, that's not quite straight west. This would be pretty close to right west here.
I wish I could have the direction somewhere on here. That way I know which one it is.
Sometimes it shows up in the corner, but for one reason or another, this one does not. So we'll have to talk to the vendor about that, whether or not we can get that on there.
Cool.
But severe thunderstorm warning, Alcorn County, but in Alcorn County, you're still kind of ahead of this. I appreciate that, Caleb, there. Again, you're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 weather streaming service based out of the Tupelo area. And you guys, of course, can join the conversation here with us as we're discussing kind of everything related to this. You know, a lot of folks want to know about their specific locations. As bring it back here to Mama Justice Doppler radar. And again, we're probably not going to stay on nonstop with this here. This is going to be kind of one of our shorter updates, frankly, so that we can, what's the best way to put it, pace ourselves today. Because if we get into high-end severe weather later on, we just need to make sure we have kind of enough in the tank for that there. So as we look here again on Mama Justice Doppler, look at the wind mode. Again, some broad areas of rotation kind of on the leading edge of this here. This is from our site in Monroe County. We'll check a couple other radar sites we have access to here. Let's go to our site from the Memphis Tower Doppler weather radar there. And so we're just outside of range on that. Kind of make this a loop here. You can see again how that is kind of held together, but just kind of outside of that. Let's go to our radar site then, out of the Memphis Weather Service. Again, some of the broad rotation. More than anything, again, I think it's strong straight line winds. This is not, I don't want to imply that this is tornado producing or imminently going to become that, but it's just a kind of area where we do have a little bit of shear, a little bit of rotation on it. Look at the hail. There's not much in the way of hail threat, but our True Shield hail threat does show a little bit up there, northern Benton County, now northern Tippah County, out of the strongest portion of this here. And estimations on peak impacts, possibly up to 1 inch hail out of that. So that's enough. Again, part of the reason why National Weather Service has issued the severe thunderstorm warning on this is because of the potential that perhaps it's able to kind of include some of that. So I'm looking again at our chat here. A lot of folks kind of asking about some specific locations there. We're primarily, again, looking back in northwest Mississippi with this. Caleb, if you want to try to answer some of these questions as well about some specific stuff, I'll put this on the regular rainfall mode there, and you can kind of look around and sort of see, and if we can kind of answer, Caleb, some of those questions, we'll go ahead and do that. So our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, back there in the studio.
Yes, which I was kind of over here to monitor chat because I won't have it pulled up over here. So as long as it's
you
fine
should be able to see it on screen. So you should be able to see it on screen here. So I'll pop it up for you.
Oh, perfect. That works. Okay, let's take a look at some of the questions y'all have. I know a lot of y'all are going to be asking for specific locations. One of the things I do want to mention before we get into some of y'all's questions, especially for those out there in DeSoto County, we were talking about that SPC outlook, kind of shaving y'all out of it. So that line already moved on through for you guys. So most of that intense weather should already be out of the way. So y'all should be good to go for the rest. But I know some people were talking about Oxford. That line's moving through right around now. So still kind of seeing that heavier precipitation. Also, you'll notice not really warned as compared to the system a little bit further northeast of you guys out there in Lafayette County. So definitely some good news. But I mean, if we have to be out and about right now, just drive carefully, but just let this blow on through. Again, this is kind of like that line we were talking about the other day. It'll blow on through within a few minutes and then already be out of the way. So just give it a little bit of time for those out there in Oxford as it continues moving on through. Let's take a second to read any more questions y'all have. Time for Tupelo. We can actually, well, I won't be able to draw it out here, but we can kind of see where that line's heading, which I guess I could try to give one of those. Let me do that this way. Actually, let's put it on play. That way we can get a good direction of it as it continues moving on through for the last hour. So probably that heavier cell, just a little bit south of Oxford, is probably going to make its way closer to Mississippi. Here at Tupelo, it's kind of going almost directly eastward. I can't do that one here. Let's go just a little bit south of Oxford. We'll go back to now, kind of pan it this way, and it's only moving a little bit around 40. So we're not quite going to make it to Tupelo, but we can even go towards the last city towards the end of our list, and I'd have to switch it on links, but we can kind of give a track on that as it gets closer towards Lee County. Paris around 1241, Tula around 1249, Randolph 105, Panel 110, Algoma 117, Pontotoc around 120, Woodland 129, Troy around 130, and then Zion around 130 as well. So still kind of showing that it's going to take a while to continue making its way towards you guys. So for those in Tupelo, we still got a little bit, almost around an hour until we start seeing that as well. So that's going to continue making its way closer to you guys. But definitely out there in Lafayette County, starting to see that heavier precipitation, Matt, as it continues kind of moving on through, getting closer towards some locations that are being mentioned in the chat.
Well, and the other thing I'll say about this line, the line itself is probably not moving 40, right?
No.
Go clear that off. The individual storms are. Like, if we check the line, the actual movement of the line itself, let me go back here a moment. I will bet that the line itself is probably moving closer to, say, 30. Let me get that distance there. So from there to there, yeah, 30, well, maybe 35. Okay,
yeah.
So the actual line itself is maybe moving a little faster than I thought. Give you credit on that. But yeah, I would say the line itself isn't moving quite as fast. And the farther the southern portion of the line probably isn't moving anywhere near as fast as the north portion as well. So let's give that part there. Let's go about, let me go 40. Sure, that's fine. And then let's extend that out. So the way you extend that is you right click. You can't do that on the monitor there. We have to go in and kind of track at it. Here, give me a second to do this.
Okay.
Let's go 75 miles, 85 miles. There we go. That'll give kind of some general ideas. We'll change the size of our city up to slightly larger there. And so that kind of gives some ideas on the arrival time of the overall line there. So close to 2 o'clock we show for the Tupelo area. If this doesn't slow down, I think the southern portion of that line slows down a little bit more. But you can kind of walk through some of those for a moment.
Okay. Yeah, let's slide this over kind of behind where this already is occurring. That way we can kind of see where it's heading as it continues moving on across North Mississippi. Around Myrtle at 1236, New Albany 1253. I know a few of y'all were asking about that in the chat just a second ago. So there's your city out there in New Albany. Coffeyville 102, Thaxton 103, Ecru around 113, Grenada 123, Boonville 124, Bruce and Pontotoc around 132, Guntown 135, Pittsboro around 144, Tishomingo starting to get towards the northeastern portion of our state, 156, Tupelo around 157, 150. So still got a little bit over an hour if it kind of maintains this speed as it continues moving across our state. Calhoun City around 159, Verona around 208, Belmont at 209, and Mantachie around 210. So just kind of giving you all the latest track as that continues moving on pretty much just eastward across our North Mississippi as it continues making its way through our area. So still tracking that out. Good news is only warning we see right now is just that one furthest north, kind of about to cross the state line as well, which one thing I do want to notice as those lightning strikes, I've continued to monitor that not only behind the scenes and currently. The number keeps kind of increasing, so showing that storm not really decaying quite yet, still showing lots of lightning strikes, even went up to 294 right there. So kind of showing it's still building up in its intensity a little bit, releasing that wind and maybe a little bit of that hail as Matt showed y'all with that peak threats graphic. So still showing that thunderstorm is going to continue moving on across the Tennessee, Mississippi state line, getting closer and closer towards Alcorn County. So I'd expect that to continue with its intensity just a little bit longer before it starts its decaying phase. I'm not quite seeing that right now, as even while I'm talking about that, those strikes continue to increase as well. You can kind of see a majority of where those are occurring, and that's with that warned thunderstorm up north, pretty much along the state line. So good news is, I mean, pretty much almost for everyone along the storm track we just tracked out, not seeing too many lightning strikes, so not as energetic as what we're seeing further up north and along the state line. So definitely a good sign to see. But yeah, we already just hit 400 and we're going to continue climbing as well. So just kind of showing that thunderstorm is continuing to move across the state line. Will start to affect those in Alcorn County and definitely starting into Tennessee, as we can see a majority of where those lightning strikes are, which honestly, if we could kind of maybe take that out of the picture, I'd be curious to see kind of what those lightning strikes look like without that. Yeah, around 64. So a majority of those strikes are with that severe thunderstorm warned up there just a little bit further north. There we go. I mean, this is pretty much around 357 strikes within that cell, kind of moving on across. So definitely continuing to monitor that as it continues moving. That warning starting to shift a little bit with it, cutting it off after it's already moved through those out in Ashland and just further north up there closer towards the state line. So we're going to continue to see that moving eastward as it continues to build up in its strength just a little bit. So let's see if we can switch this over. I'm going to keep glancing at the screen just to make sure Matt isn't back. Taking a look at that wind just a little bit. Let's zoom in on this warned system. I mean, not overall impressive. I mean, I can see where it's trying to maybe rotate just a little bit, but definitely not screaming anything tornado. So not worried about that one bit. Let's take a look at our threats. Again, this is peak threats, so not really what's occurring, but kind of worst case scenario, what we could start to see. And I think hail
I want to edit one thing you said a second ago.
Okay.
I wouldn't say not worried about that one bit. I think that kind of overstates the positive on that there. Yeah. I would say that is an area of rotation. And we need to kind of continue monitor it like it could be something. So when I see that rotation on there, I mean it's rotation. It's just got a little ways to go before it produces a tornado.
Oh yeah. And especially just kind of more aloft than closer at the surface as well. So yeah. I can say it's trying to just a little bit higher than where you would kind of see it at the surface. So still something that we want to monitor. But going back towards those threats as well, I think one thing that we continue to monitor is not only that wind, but potential for some hail as well, which we can put a little Doppler on that to talk about that. Around an inch of hail in that darkest shade of purple, which I'll clear this because I hate overlaying it for you guys. That way we can kind of see all the others. So light pink around ½ an inch. And then of course, when we start going into green, that's kind of talking about that rainfall rate as it continues moving on through. So definitely some heavy precipitation, maybe getting a few hailstones as well. That continues to be the big threat along with that wind. So continuing to see that move on through, go back towards that wind value or product as well as it continues moving. We'll switch it towards this one as well, just to get kind of both angles on it. So nothing overall too impressive, but still trying to rotate just a little bit up there in the atmosphere. So continuing to monitor that. But let's go back to precipitation so we kind of see how heavy it is. We're starting to see those higher, brighter colors start to pop up, just a little bit more reflective up there. Could be picking up on some hail, but definitely some heavy rainfall. Take a look at those lightning strikes around 359. So still kind of intensifying, even if we go back towards our broad view where we were talking about how it just reached 400. We'll take a look at that now. Total strikes around 548. So couldn't even finish that before it continued to increase just a little bit more. So I think that's our most intense storm, as we can definitely tell here, occurring across North Mississippi. So something we're going to want to continue monitor. For those in Lafayette County, still that line continuing to just slowly move across y'all's county, so still experiencing that heavy precipitation. So I know we're kind of getting closer towards that lunch break time of the day for all of us at work, or for anybody on their spring break trying to go out and grab some lunch. So going to be a little bit heavy showers for those in Lafayette County, even going into Union and closer towards Pontotoc as well. Y'all are going to start seeing that as well. So just make sure to let this blow on through. Going to take a few minutes as it moves on through your area. Going to be very heavy rainfall. And if you're out and about, maybe just put on those hazards. If you need to pull over, do that, because we don't want you risking anything as you're driving to and from any responsibilities you have today. So I want to make sure to take this seriously as this continues moving across North Mississippi. I mean, take a look at those lightning strikes up there, pretty much just crossing the state line into Tennessee. That continues to be our most intense storm, as it's our only warning at this time, but notice that warning really hasn't gone anywhere as it continues pushing further out of North Mississippi and eventually further and further into Tennessee as well. We can even go back to that just to get, oh, well, I can't track it out with the line, which, Matt, if you're still here, if we wanted to do another track on that and draw it out to give like a kind of nice precise one instead of just the box, not the ball, through North Mississippi. I don't know if you're still here behind the scenes, you might be working on something, but we can zoom in on that just a little bit. I'm talking about that because I still think that's our kind of biggest storm affecting those out there pretty much along the state line. So still seeing those lightning strikes continue to climb almost just within this frame right here. We're getting closer towards 400 strikes. We're probably going to reach that pretty quick while I continue kind of going through these products as well. So heavy rainfall regardless. Let's go back towards wind. Let's talk about that. See if it's still trying to rotate just a little bit. We're already up to 390 strikes. That warning starting to shave off just a little bit after it already blew through the areas just north of Ripley, already through Ashland like we talked about, but Faulkner still kind of seeing that heavier rainfall right now. Still trying to rotate just a little bit. Let's go to our storm relative velocity. That's kind of showing some of that rotation occurring a little bit higher aloft. So doing its best to get some spin going. But take a look at those lightning strikes, already getting closer and closer towards 400 as well. Let's take a look at hail track as we can still in the possible. I can't, oh no, that's just the county line. I was wondering if that's improbable starting to pop up a little bit. Looks like we might have, as it was closer just northwest of Ashland, but still pretty much possible for our hail threat as that system continues moving on through. Those lightning strikes continue to increase as well, showing that storm's not really decaying quite yet as it continues moving on through, pretty much crossing the state line and into Tennessee.
Absolutely. So Caleb, sorry, I'm working on a few things here behind the scenes. I ran out of the room for just a moment here. So the rotation on this, it's looking more like hail at the moment. Is that kind of your thoughts?
That's my thought. I'd say it's pretty much, especially because we compare that with the reflectivity and just those brighter colors starting to pop up a little bit. I'd say that's kind of more hail. And when the rotation, it's trying, but I just think with kind of how far it is from this radar site, it's a little bit more aloft. Even right there, if we can zoom in, we're starting to see kind of those darker, brighter colors start to pop in. So kind of a system that continues to intensify.
Part of it is it's a very thin line, but what you'll notice over the last hour, it goes from a very, it is a line, right? To it is a much wobblier line. So we're in that transition hour where now some of the instability is hitting it more great. So that's kind of fueling it more. And I think it's starting to get a little bit more likely to try to produce wind damage and maybe even a tornado. So we're not in the next 10 minutes from that happening, but within the next half hour, I think we could be getting closer to that being a possibility. So that's, I think, one of the concerns with that there. Okay, go ahead and let's look at some of the other things they're talking about in the chat.
Okay, yeah. Can you? Perfect. There we go. Let's take a look at what y'all are talking about. Looks like y'all are appreciating everything we do. We appreciate y'all tuning in. Definitely want to make sure y'all are updated with anything that's going on here in North Mississippi. I'll even step out of the way. That way y'all can still see what's going on while I read the chat. Looks like there's not too many questions right now. Just everybody in here enjoying their time, not too stressed. That's exactly what we want this afternoon and heading into the evening with this severe weather setup. Not looking at anything intense, but still severe weather is severe weather. We want to make sure you guys are best prepared as we continue into the evening hours ahead. But I think this kind of also goes back into what Matt was talking about earlier. As we get closer and closer towards that warm sector, starting to feed into that instability a little bit more, keeps those storms going just a little bit. So I know someone just asked, is Corinth looking bad? I will say Corinth is pretty much looking dry right now, but notice that system's getting a lot closer towards y'all's area. I don't know. I tried this the other night and it wouldn't let me click the camera on here. So I might, oh my gosh, I think it's going to work. There we go. Let's take a look at, this is just south of Corinth. So not technically the city, but still in Alcorn County, pretty much just on the outskirts as well. So 77 degrees, we can kind of see those darker clouds getting a little bit closer. And take a look at the map just down here. We're starting to see some of that reflectivity and some of that rain get pushed further and further into the county. So I know y'all are asking about how it's looking right now. Well, not really seeing anything quite yet, but that line is going to continue getting closer and closer towards you guys. So definitely something to continue to monitor, as that warning is still over y'all city and over the county as well, and still kind of feeding off of that instability and energy occurring as well. I know somebody was just asking about Amory. So Amory's still looking pretty good, but of course that line hasn't quite made it to you guys down there. Still got a ways to go. But I know this is definitely an area that we want to continue to watch, just with that warm sector, that instability, all that energy down there. Definitely want to continue to monitor that. But for us here in North Mississippi, pretty much the only intense system that we have going on is the severe thunderstorm warning, as it continues feeding off of that as well. So let's take a look. Okay, I was wondering if those lightning strikes 500, so I guess I just moved the frame just a little bit. I didn't know if we started decaying just a little bit, but it looks like we're still kind of climbing as well, as it continues pushing further and further across the state line. Is New Albany good? Well, let's actually take a look, because I know y'all just kind of experienced that line moving on through. All right, let's take a look real quick here. On Union County, we can see that line's kind of getting a little bit closer and closer towards y'all city. So you're probably starting to hear maybe some rumbles of thunder. Again, most of that lightning's further north, closer towards the state line. For you guys in New Albany, you're probably going to see that sky turning a little bit darker as the heavier rain continues to make its way closer towards you guys. So give it the next few minutes, you're going to start seeing that heavier rainfall, even probably some windy, gusty conditions. Still not tracking anything severe for you guys out there in Union County, but something to monitor, which actually, now that I mentioned that, we kind of have almost a more, reflective portion just south of Ripley. Let's zoom in on you guys, especially as we're talking about New Albany as well. Kind of, I would assume that's probably more heavy rainfall. Let's take a look at all our different products here. Let's go Columbus, precipitation. Oh, whoops, we're already on precipitation. My bad. There we go. Let's take a look at the wind, and let's go right about now, instead of just kind of seeing that loop. Let's go back to that precipitation just so I can compare. Okay, storm relative. I think it's trying. I mean, you're kind of seeing some of that green and red, but also notice we're seeing that a lot everywhere. This isn't organized one bit, but maybe trying to rotate just a little bit aloft. But I think one of the concerns with that higher, kind of brighter color starting to pop up is maybe the possibility of some hail starting to try to occur for those around Blue Mountain area, because we saw kind of that purple starting to pop up, and that's kind of one of the tell signs that some heavier rainfall is starting to show up as well. So I know people were talking about New Albany. Right now, y'all aren't really seeing that rainfall just yet, but it's kind of moving along. 22 is going to continue to do so within the next few minutes. You're going to start to see that heavier rainfall get to you guys within the next few minutes as well. So for those out there just south of Ripley, kind of just blew through Blue Mountain as well, starting to see some of that higher reflectivity, so brighter returns starting to pop up, just showing that heavier rainfall, maybe even a few embedded hailstones as well. Let's zoom out just a little bit as I continue to try to monitor the chat as well to see what you guys are talking about. I know someone talking about Columbus, Mississippi. Y'all are still staying dry right now. We can even go back towards our home. Still got a ways to go until this line will reach y'all. I know that timing graphic Matt posted that Gabe made last night. For those in the Golden Triangle region, it's going to be a little bit longer until you guys see this line make its way closer towards you guys. So definitely continue monitoring that. It's going to be around kind of dinner time, around 4 to 6 o'clock, where we really start to see those impacts make their way to you guys in the Golden Triangle region. But for questions about right now in Columbus, y'all are good to go. Any afternoon plans or lunch plans, go outside, enjoy them. Could still see maybe some pop-up prefrontal showers. That was one of the big questions we were talking about earlier with our discussion with Matt Nagy and myself, kind of seeing maybe some of those pop up right there in Choctaw County in the Ackerman area. So could start to see some of those, but for right now, for the most part, we're staying dry, maybe just a little bit popping up within the Aliceville region as well. Let's continue looking at the chat to see what you guys are talking about. Is Oxford done with severe threat right now? I'd say for the most part, y'all are still going to have some rain continuing to bug y'all as we continue into the afternoon hours. But take a look at that line as it continues moving on through. We can even go back to play. Let's go back for the last 30 minutes. That kind of already moved through y'all's county and not really affecting you guys as it continues moving on out, and almost kind of getting just a little bit weaker as well. Not seeing as much of that yellow, orange, red kind of breaking apart, not really seeing too much of that instability and heat down there in Lafayette County, and that's definitely a good sign as it gets closer and closer towards the Pontotoc region. Let's go back. Let's take a look at our lightning strikes. Well, I can skip that since it's going a little bit slow. We're up to 691 strikes, so that continues to be a pretty impressive storm setup out there as it gets closer towards Alcorn County. Let's zoom in on that too, because I know people were talking about Corinth, and it is getting a little bit, oops, I think you started clicking the same thing. There we go. Taking a look at that as it gets closer and closer towards you guys out there in Alcorn County and into Corinth. We can already start to see that affect you guys in Alcorn County and Cuba and Theo. You are going to start to see that heavier precipitation really start to bug you guys within the next few minutes. And let's go through all our products real quick, because I know we were monitoring this for some brief rotation aloft. We'll go to Columbus. We're already on our precipitation. No, let's do, there we go. Starting, I think we shift our things, but not really seeing anything too crazy. Most of that going away from the radar, not seeing anything start to combine. Let's go to our threats as well. I think hail continues to be the biggest issue. That hail a little bit more prominent out there just across the state line into Tennessee. For those in Alcorn County, still could see possibilities of some hailstones falling, but definitely more likely the further north you go within that system as it continues moving on through. We can even go to our hail track to kind of see that. Yeah, take a look at that. Most of that purple and just the color in general across the state line. Starting to see a few pop up out there in Cuba, as it's pretty much right over you guys right now and just south or just northeast of Faulkner as well. Let's go back to precipitation as we continue monitoring that. You can kind of see those purples and pinks starting to pop up, kind of embedded within all those lightning strikes, kind of showing that heavier precipitation and potentially hail occurring. So that's kind of what you can look for on radar to kind of know what's occurring. Just kind of shows very, very heavy rainfall and the potential for some hail as well. But those lightning strikes continue to increase, not really going away anytime soon, not really noticing any decaying. Let's take a look at our camera out there in Alcorn County, see if it's getting just a little bit darker as it gets closer and closer towards you guys. Well, it's also getting windier, so that's going to be another thing you're going to notice as it gets closer. Kind of starting to see that camera shake just a little bit, but definitely a darker skyline off in the distance. We're taking a look at that reflectivity. That red, we start to encroach just a little bit into Alcorn County, well, becoming a little bit more and more prominent as it gets closer towards you guys in Corinth. So temperatures out there around 77 degrees, feeling a little bit muggy, feeling around 79, just a little bit elevated from that temperature, and those dew points in the mid 60s as well. So definitely favorable conditions for some storms to try to continue moving on through your county, but definitely getting closer and closer towards you guys in Corinth. I know that was a question earlier in the chat as we're tracking that out, getting closer towards you guys in Alcorn County. I want to go south just a little bit because I know we were talking about those in Ripley, and just south, I'm already seeing better results. Let's go to the past 30 minutes because I saw kind of those brighter purples starting to pop up just a little bit. It was right there around Blue Mountain, already starting to fade just a little bit more. So definitely a good sign, as that's not really trying to intensify much more. We can continue to see that severe thunderstorm warning continue to get shaved more and more as this line continues making its way through North Mississippi and eventually crossing the Tennessee state line and definitely further into Tennessee as well. I will say, kind of based off that hail track that we just had, I think our most prominent hail continues to be a little bit further north, pretty much across the state line. I'll also take a notice in pointing this out. I think most of our lightning is as well. So maybe a few of you guys north of Ripley and even into Alcorn County, y'all been hearing me talk about all this lightning and potential thunder happening, and y'all may not be hearing it that much. And that's just because all of that's occurring across the Tennessee state line. So that's kind of where we can see the most intense part of this storm continue to move on through. Let's see. Let's zoom back in on that as we continue monitoring that, because I think that's still, actually no. Here, let me go back, because I know people were asking about New Albany, and now it's getting a little bit closer towards you guys. Let's go back just a little bit further south and talk about that before we go back to the warning. So New Albany, we're going to start to see that heavier rainfall start to get closer and closer towards you guys, still tracking right along I-22, and now a lot closer towards y'all city as well. So still just expecting heavy rainfall. This isn't warned or anything. Going to be a little bit breezy, a little bit windy as it makes its way through. It's going to be as it continues moving on through. Corinth has very dark clouds and wind is picking up. Definitely to be expected, especially once we just looked at that camera. We can already see that tower starting to shake just a little bit. Let's take a look at those lightning strikes. I mean, they're still continuing to climb. Don't look like they're slowing down. They even just extended that warning. Let's zoom out just a little bit so we can kind of see what I'm talking about. Take a look at the severe thunderstorm warning. already starting to overlap it again and expand it further into Tennessee. So good news, starting to get more and more out of our area, and they did not include Tishomingo County into that severe thunderstorm warning, excuse me. So that's continuing to move on out of North Mississippi across the state line into Tennessee as well. So still kind of good news for us, but still I'm kind of not expecting that to start decaying anytime soon. It keeps kind of building on up. We can see those lightning strikes continue to become more and more frequent and occurrent, especially for those out there in Selmer. You're probably going to hear what's occurring above y'all's head with just how loud and energetic that is. I know someone's talking in the chat saying it's going to rain. Definitely going to rain across North Mississippi. I think all of us are going to see quite a few raindrops as we continue into the afternoon hours. I know someone was asking about Boonville, so we can go back towards you guys as it continues to get closer, which we can, let's see, I think Matt put it just shy of 40. Let's continue looking at the track, moving just a little bit northeast. We can almost track what's occurring in New Albany as it makes its way to you guys out there in Boonville. So let's give you kind of a storm track. We'll go to now. That way we can get the very latest already selected. Let's go kind of right on the leading edge because we could start to see some of that wind start to pick up just a little bit. Let's go. I think he had it around 37. We can do that. Take a look at that. I'll shift this over. That way you guys can kind of see what's occurring and where it's heading in a nice clean format. So Pleasant Ridge within the next few minutes around 106, Graham 109, Lebanon 115, Blackland 124, Frankstown 125, Wheeler 127, Boonville around 133 for those that were asking, Lake City 134, Sunflower 135, Thrasher around 139, Altitude around 144, Burton around 153, and Cairo around 155. So still got a ways to go as that line continues moving on through North Mississippi. Not overall really quick with this kind of around the 37 miles per hour, just shy of 40. So not a fast moving front making its way through North Mississippi, which means kind of when we see that heavier rainfall, it's going to linger for quite a few minutes before moving on out. But good news is on the grand scheme of things, I'll zoom this out here for North Mississippi. A lot more disorganized out there towards the Delta. Again, a lot further away from the radar, so not the best picture and view of it, but our only kind of intense part of this right now is still just that severe thunderstorm warning affecting those out there, excuse me, and around Corinth and the Alcorn County region, starting to cross the state line and into Tennessee. Good news, still not really affecting those in Tishomingo. Y'all were left out of that latest warning to get issued. So definitely some good signs that that's continuing to move on out of North Mississippi. Those lightning strikes to 108. So still continuing to climb within the past few minutes, Matt, as that storm not really showing any signs of decaying as it continues building on up.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's, this is just that time period we're kind of waiting to see how all this, there's sometimes the watching and waiting time period, and that's where we are right now. I appreciate that, Caleb. I'm kind of handling a few things here behind the scenes as we're monitoring things in the Mississippi Live Weather Center. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We are now coming up on 1 p.m. Caleb, if you'd go ahead and reshare the live stream again. We do those screenshots from time to time. We'll do the screenshots, but we'll also go back to the original live stream and we'll share that and say it's 1 p.m. as we're tracking some severe thunderstorms moving through the far northern portion of Mississippi. These have, as Caleb mentioned, produced perhaps some large hail from time to time. We do not have a lot of reports coming in on this as well. Just in our discussion back and forth with the National Weather Service, talking about the potential for 1-inch hail, the potential, again, for lightning increasing, the potential for rotation. But luckily, none of this has been realized potential, and hopefully that stays the way it is. Our camera there in Alcorn County, we have one that's right about there, kind of between Kossuth and the Biggersville area, close to kind of generally near Rienzi, looking back into the heavy wind and rain and everything else that goes along with this. As we kind of pan that in there, again, the dark blue, that is that heavy rainfall associated with this. Again, gusty winds likely, and for the most part, we expect this to hopefully stay at least in this portion of Alcorn County, the southern portion of Alcorn County. You can see, if I get out of the way there, just a little bit south. I got to go to this side here. Just a little south of where the radar site is, not the radar site, where the camera site. The camera is just outside of where the strongest portion of this is. So we're hopeful that that means we avoid the strongest winds, at least there, but something that remains to be seen. Again, the warning, the latest one there for Alcorn County in effect until 2 p.m. for the potential for some strong wind gusts as the storm kind of moves through that area there. let's go ahead and go back again to Mama Justice Doppler radar, and that shows again Kossuth and Theo. Notice just the difference in lightning strikes. All these lines that you see here, these are those lightning strikes up closer to where we had a little bit of that hail up toward Eastview and up to the north. And the part here, Kossuth, is just a little bit weaker, going to the wind mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Again, a few spots there where we sort of have a little bit of maybe broad rotation, but most of the rotation we're seeing is ahead of the storm. See how you have the red and the green there? I put right there at the interaction point, right in the K in Kossuth for a moment. If we look at the precipitation mode there, that's right at the leading edge. So more than anything, rather than rotation, that's just gusty winds kind of moving eastward associated with this here. Appreciate some of you again for submitting pictures. We do again all of you guys for sharing those with us here on Mississippi Live Weather. As I kind of check here behind the scenes at some of those pictures you guys have submitted, I see Justin, one of the North Mississippi storm chasers, mentioning that that there was one that they submitted there. We'll see if we can check out some of these pictures up here. So this is Cody. The storm's kind of rolling into the New Albany area. Appreciate Cody for this picture here. Again, lots of low-hanging stuff. It's easy to look at some of these and go, was that a wall cloud? No, that's not. That is detached from the actual cloud itself. Again, we appreciate all of our weather watchers, but Cody sending in this picture here from the New Albany area of one of those showers with low-hanging clouds associated with it there. As we look back over on Mama Justice Doppler radar in New Albany, you can see we have some showers and storms there around, but these are all below severe limits. One way in which we check that is using the peak threats, which is something you'll see here only on Mississippi Live, where, yeah, it says maybe it's possible in a couple spots there that we could have this kicking out a little bit of small hail. It's not impressive on what we're looking at there. And the wind, I think, is kind of saying the same thing. So heavy rainfall, yes. Hail, not impossible, but I would say largely unlikely out of most of what that line is producing at this point and time. Another shot here, this coming from Randolph, this looking toward New Albany from down in the Pontotoc County area. You can appreciate the North Mississippi storm chaser Justin there in the Randolph area with this shot here. And again, looking toward just some of those dark clouds toward the horizon, still awaiting that thunderstorm as it moves closer there. Our shot here from down in Pontotoc County, these storms are weaker than locations up to the north. You see less of the dark red and everything. One thing I do kind of catch, so I take this over kind of in the clear air mode, we put on almost all of the different returns we can get. You can see a little outflow boundary of rain-cooled outflow running ahead here. This is a stabilizing factor on the atmosphere and hopefully something that limits the intensity of what can develop. Typically, when you get an outflow shooting ahead there, there's kind of a rush of gusty winds that go with that as well. Cool air that runs ahead of the main line before this kind of comes in, and it can sometimes stabilize the atmosphere a little bit. We're looking out of our camera there in Pontotoc, kind of capturing what that looks like approaching the Pontotoc area. We do have some low-hanging scud cloud beneath the thunderstorm. Scud sounds worse than it is. It's just detached, kind of scary-looking cloud is the way I actually prefer to refer to it more than the other way there. Again, some of the low-hanging stuff with this. I'll kind of pan this back to the right a little bit. We're looking kind of northwest and north. So this would be looking more toward the storms there, kind of northern Pontotoc County. If I step out of the way, you can kind of see how it's really the northern portion of Pontotoc County up there into Union County. Those storms are a little bit stronger. So some low-hanging stuff with this. But again, looks, I think, a little bit worse than the reality of the situation actually is for locations there in Pontotoc County. Pontotoc proper, no severe thunderstorm warnings for you. It'd take a lot more before this actually tried to produce something like that, and hopefully it does not. Up in Tiplerville in the Faulkner area in Ripley, Michelle sending us this picture here using the Mississippi Live Weather app from beneath that gust front. I know this always looks wicked and wild. Sometimes they refer to this as the whale's mouth, but basically the kind of low-hanging, the edge of that scary-looking cloud, that shelf cloud in front there. And what you're looking at is just a lot of turbulence up there in the cloud. So while it looks really rough, any twisting and turning you see, not tornadoes with this. That is just the gusty winds, the rain-cooled air as that moves in and through that area. Kind of a cool shot, and appreciate Michelle for sharing that picture with us up there in Tippah County as that storm moved through that area there. Back on Mama Justice Doppler radar, we do show up in Tippah and Alcorn counties as those storms can again moving from the south and west to the north and east. Speed on these about 40 to 45 miles per hour. And right there over Kossuth, that does show a little bit darker blue, pink starting to show up, maybe a little bit more hail. That is awfully close to where our camera is up there in Alcorn County. So our southern Alcorn County camera, again, brought to you by the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. You can see that warning still on the screen and the camera still kind of jostling back and forth. We're going to pan this camera a little bit to the right, I believe. So again, we're looking kind of northwest, west and northwest. Let's go and pan this a little bit. And I have this sort of an AI mode, so it might fight me on where it's wanting to look into this there. As I'm looking back into some of that heavier rainfall and hail potentially out of that, what this is kind of looking there. So that's probably some, at least, small hail with this. That's kind of tracking in the direction there of the Corinth area. I'll keep panning this back to the rest. And see how it kind of looks a little bit more green. I'll be honest, sometimes I think the green thing is overstated when we start talking about this. But this is looking north, kind of along the edge of that line. So Corinth would be just off your screen right about there as we'll look in that direction. So this is some of the gusty winds, probably a little bit of that hail that's going to come with this into the Corinth area. That's what's prompted the severe thunderstorm warning for Corinth. That in effect, as you can see, and moving toward the Corinth area from the south and west right now. As we bring it back to Mama Justice Doppler radar, and again, that severe thunderstorm warning continuing for Alcorn County. As I look at the latest scans here, we don't have a whole lot of time before this arrives in Corinth proper. If this is moving still about 40 to 45 miles per hour, you can see one of the longer tracks there, only in the next few minutes before it makes it into Corinth. So based on where it's right now, we're looking at the west part of Corinth within about the next 5 to 7 minutes or so. The Gift Community, Kossuth already in those spots. And so the reason I like to keep our storm track on the right side of this, Caleb, is so that way we kind of keep it all sort of organized there if we can on the same screen. So we'll typically, we can stand on the left side of the monitor for that. That kind of helps us out. My times are all wrong now immediately because this has moved a little bit more, and I knew that we kind of probably should have had a little farther east. So let's go ahead and adjust this again with an updated time for the folks there in Alcorn County. You're going to go about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So they're, in the Corinth area, pretty much West Corinth at 114, Allentown 111. So this will largely exit, Alcorn County well before that 2 p.m. Severe thunderstorm warning is set to expire there. So you can see Farmington, we're looking at 123 for you, but through really the Corinth area, somewhere around 112 to 120 or so as it moves eastward. Kendrick, we're looking at 128, Nash Landing there about 130. This has had from time to time a little bit of broad rotation. Don't really see anything that's concerning on this at this moment. And our camera up there in Alcorn County, again, primarily looking at the heavy rainfall as it looks northward, and maybe a little bit of hail with kind of this grayish color you see here. Whatever the heaviest is that this is producing, this is the area it is. So could have potentially 3/4 of an inch to 1 inch hail out of that moving toward the Corinth area. Have not had confirmation of that on this as well, just kind of looking through some of what has come in and looking through your pictures, still kind of watching and waiting to see exactly what this is going to end up being capable of. Some pictures that you guys have been sending in using the Mississippi Live weather app. Again, beneath this thunderstorm here, this is from Dumas. This is from Crystal and Dumas with this shot here. Again, some of the dark clouds that we have. You can share your pictures. We especially appreciate those if they're of hail, if they're of other types of active weather. You can send those in using the Mississippi Live weather app for iOS and Android devices. Free and available for all of those. But as we bring in our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, who has been kind of watching things as well behind the scenes here, I see that camera up there in Alcorn County. Any reports coming in there that you've seen on our chat?
Well, yeah, no, I was reading the chat and we have some power outages mentioned, so I wanted to bring that up real quick and talk about that. I know, oh, wow. Well, Benton just completely disappeared, so definitely a good sign. But Lafayette and Benton County were the two that have already kind of been impacted as that line moved on through the area. So let's take a look at, this is the TIPA Electric Power Association, and this is the one that just disappeared, which kind of already showing good sign. That orange dot showing that around 111 to 500 customers are without power, but I'm curious to see if that updates as well, because we just saw kind of that darker blue already fade off, but I know Lafayette County definitely kind of got hit a little bit harder, especially within that Oxford region. I can zoom in on these so you guys can see. Just north of Oxford, that shows around 688 power outages, and embedded kind of those isolated ones as well. So this is just north of the city of Oxford, and if we go just a little bit southeast, another 227 along with a few isolated power outages, Matt. So kind of just want to give an update on those that are occurring across North Mississippi as this line can continue to kind of dump out some heavy wind. But as of right now, those are kind of just the two areas that have gotten affected the most with power outages, and trying to continue to monitor that as that line continues moving on through. But still, that severe thunderstorm warning continuing to march on across the state line and into Tennessee, where we're seeing a lot of that lightning, potentially some hail as well. But thankfully, the power outages have not been that staggering at this moment. So definitely a good thing that we want to continue to see.
Absolutely. Hey, we're getting hit up here in Alcorn County pretty hard right now. So that's why I want to get back to this camera here. That gust front, the strong winds hitting us here in Rienzi. One thing I find interesting, kind of looking at our camera there and our radar in the corner, I'll see if I can kind of blow this up at the same time, because this is why we have this here in case I need to kind of show it for a second. We kind of zoom in here again to where that camera location is. This is kind of wrapped up a little bit more, kicking out some stronger wind gusts. So that's what we have there on that camera up there in Alcorn County right now. And so that's why I want to kind of wind it back out and kind of bring the camera view back in. The strong gusty winds kind of hitting it there from the west. I'm going to see if I can pan our camera just a little bit back to the west in this, if it's not too late to get kind of a shot there. But yeah, looking toward, again, the strong winds kind of heading right toward it. And that's kind of the big hail core, or whatever hail and precipitation is, the gray you see right there toward the horizon, moving in the direction of that. So this is about to get overtaken by that. I'm going to pan it back northward, so you can kind of see through that line there, through that tower, kind of a shot. Leave it right there. But again, that's what's approaching the Corinth area right now. Current time is 1:12 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut. Again, West Corinth 1:14 for you. Current time, I mean, basically over top of West Corinth right now at 1:12 to 1:13 as this storm moves in. Checking the wind on Mama Justice Doppler radar. We do right there over kind of where we were looking at that exact moment there, have a little bit of broad rotation showing up near Allentown. That is exactly where we were looking at that camera. So I need to go back to that camera and stick with it here for just a moment. In Alcorn County, near the Rienzi area, another way to describe this would technically be the Hinkle area of Alcorn County, kind of up on a tower there, really kind of pushing this back and forth, some gusty winds. I'm hoping that we continue to kind of keep this shot up from time to time. You know, these shots can go down during active and severe weather because of power outages. I'm going to see, I know I'm going to look back through the tower here, but as I'm kind of looking underneath the kind of shield of cloud cover there, there's another shot kind of the eerie and ominous and scary sort of looking clouds down the south of this. This is just beneath whatever kind of leading edge shelf cloud you had there. Certainly some gusty winds, maybe a little broad rotation, but looking all the way south there, that generally in the direction of Boonville and Tupelo, looking southward, and definitely really jostling around beneath the base of this storm there. So that's, again, some of the undulating sort of clouds. They'd be coming kind of this direction here that we're looking with, this undulating sort of clouds moving their way eastward on this. So you're watching Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. We are a 24/7 streaming service. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor in studio now, again, behind the scenes, kind of helping us out as well. Gabe, I know you've been watching some of these pictures, just like I have, continue to come in. Some wicked looking clouds, but nothing beyond that at this point, right?
Yeah, some what we call SLCs, and that's a term that you taught me, basically meaning scary looking clouds, and that's what we've been able to see so far. Still awaiting some of those reports up there in Alcorn County as, you know, some of those winds begin to intensify a bit, maybe getting a little bit of that small hail, but nonetheless, that's kind of the storm to watch right now as this threat ramps up later on this afternoon, and watching Caleb do some of those power outages, and of course re-highlighting those. You know, Northeast EPA been active this week as they had 4,000 outages on Monday. Now we're just a shade under, well, let me actually drag this over, a shade under 1,000. So this continues to be the active part we are watching. And while there may not be severe thunderstorm warnings, there can still be impactful storms. And that's where a couple of lightning strikes reaching the surface can knock out those power outages or knock out those power lines. And then unfortunately, you're looking at a couple of hours before that's back online. But that's such a cool thing about the Mississippi Live Weather app is, you know, we don't need power in order to work. You have the device on your phone, and as long as your phone stays charged, which I recommend you doing that, it allows you to watch the stream and it allows you to keep up with what's happening here in North Mississippi. So I appreciate everyone who supported us. This is exactly why we wanted to have this opportunity, is so that we'd be able to keep people safe even if that power does go out. So Northeast, one of the areas that are being highlighted, continuing to look behind the scenes to see where we currently stand with power outages as that storm continues to shift through Alcorn, Tippah, Benton, and even up there towards now Prentiss and Union County. But that thunderstorm warning, severe thunderstorm warning, in place until 2 o'clock. And that's still highlighting the Alcorn County area. And actually, let me zoom this in because it's really the Corinth area that we're watching. You know, you always talk about the more populated locations. And let me actually change this over to our wind mode real quick. Just kind of looking at this behind the scenes, I want to make sure we're not missing anything. Not anything rotating that I would say. It continues to just be, you know, some hefty winds and some of that heavy rainfall. But yeah, still waiting some of those reports, and I'm waiting to see some of those Alcorn County EPA, just where things stand up there with those power outages. So we'll continue to look at that behind the scenes. But I mean, you're looking at Corinth, Rustler Junction, and up there right along Highway 45, basically parallel to that right now, moving up there towards the north and east. And Farmington might be dry right now, but we're moments away from a heftier thunderstorm moving into the area. So Matt, if you don't mind behind the scenes, if you want to put a storm track on that, I'm just unable to because, you know, I need that squall line path and move that towards the north and east. You know, we can of course let folks know where that's headed, but this is moving about 45 miles an hour, and you can see some of those towns listed in there. And of course we're going to highlight Corinth right away because that is one of the more highly populated areas. That's 118, so basically 1 minute away. So if you're not where you need to be, I would go ahead and find a place to at least go indoors, get out of this storm, and not be dealing with the bulk of the heft. But as we push more towards Farmington, I do see 125 right there. That's going to continue to progress through Alcorn County. Kendrick, 130 on the northeast side of the county. And I do expect, you know, the heavier parts of it to move up there towards Tennessee at some point across northern Tishomingo County, and of course right there towards southern Tennessee. So that's where we'll kind of see this progress into Tennessee, but we are getting some building, some strengthening there on the southern part of this line as well. So I'm curious to see how they'll assess that. As right now, a special weather statement, but wouldn't be shocked if that were to strengthen into potentially severe thunderstorm category by the time we move more into Tishomingo County. So hail threat, that continues to be something we're watching, and yeah, that's a pretty stout hail core right there as it moves through the western sections of Alcorn County, right along Highway 72. We're still getting a bit of that swath closer to Kossuth. That's another development there along that line. And yeah, that swath, I would say, if we populate in a few of those returns, well, let it move into play. We go to that latest scan. So we're still seeing that possible category, but whenever it gets more into that darker purple and that probable category, that's where we'd expect some of those hailstones reaching the surface. But as of right now, still remains at that possible range. That would still be P to potentially dime-sized hail, but I'm not expecting much more than that. That's what we saw on Monday, and that's kind of where we expect things to stand for now as we move into the now 118 hour. So as that continues to move over there towards Corinth, towards Biggersville, towards Farmington, you're seeing that's basically right over the central portions of Alcorn County, moving up there towards northeast Alcorn County. And let's go ahead and look at some areas out there towards Tishomingo County. And that's going to be the Dosky area, 139, High Point, 143. And then we're getting more into southern Tennessee, and that's where some of these towns are coming in. Of course, moving into the Tennessee area, and that's where our friends over there at Tennessee Valley Weather will be watching this in more detail, but you know, we're going to watch this all the way through Tishomingo County, all the way through Alcorn County, and I want to actually swap it over to radar real quick because I do want to take a look at how things are progressing on the southern extent of this line. So let's move it back down south. And yeah, I would say Jumpertown, right west of Boonville, kind of getting a little bit of a decent return down there as well. Let's see if there's so no hail tracks showing up, but I want to look at threats because it looks like it might be increasing. So let's put this on a loop. I'm only going to go about 30 minutes and see how that has gone from the parts of Tippah County now into Jumpertown. And that's got a better return, some of a building core building right there towards Jumpertown, Osborne Creek, and probably moving into parts of Boonville here in the next few moments. Let's actually do a track on this, and I'll do a point track here to kind of show the core part of that storm. moves up there towards the northeast direction. We're still going to take this about 45 miles an hour. You'll see that it does go through parts of Boonville, 134, so that's here in the next 15 minutes. We're talking Thrasher, 138, Holcut, 154, Iuka, 205. You know, if this were to hold together, and it's definitely possible with it having that unstable environment out ahead. Allsboro, 208, Eastport, 214, and just continuing to progress through North Mississippi. It's this northern line that has been catching our attention through the first half of the day, and that's what we expected. You know, our HRRR model, getting verification with that. And yeah, there's the folks over there at Tennessee Valley Weather. So Matt, an active afternoon across the Southeast. Everyone, all hands on deck for sure.
Absolutely. I'll have to probably pop it back up because I think it goes over to our radar as I zoom this in here for a moment. But yeah, our friends over at Tennessee Valley Weather are tracking these storms as well. Fred Gossich and the entire crew over there, Ben Luna, watching these storms. They have cameras much like what we have down here in Mississippi. They're looking up there again towards Savannah, Tennessee. That storm a little stronger on the north side of that line. So for those of you at home up in Tennessee, that is one of the people that we kind of work alongside, work with. That storm is definitely a lot stronger than what we have up here, at least in our part of the area. In fact, if we go back to Mama Justice Doppler radar, kind of show you that storm they were looking at against Savannah. They were looking right into that one there. Let's get a look at one of the healthier ones of what this looks like a second. So I'm going to bring Fred and them back on here for a moment. So they had it on radar a moment ago, just a second ago they had it. But again, Tennessee Valley Weather, if you do, for whatever reason, have travel that takes you up into Tennessee, you live up here into Tennessee, just north of the state line. Of course, we cut off right there. We're Mississippi Live Weather. We cut off northern Tishomingo and Alcorn County, but this one definitely is stronger up there than the one we have down here in North Mississippi. In fact, go back on here on Mama Justice Doppler, more hail on that, more everything moving towards Savannah and up there toward Maddox and Nixon locations to the north. In fact, you could just kind of look at the lightning for a moment. I'm going to change the lightning and the way in which we show it here. I'm going to go back rather than to the line. I'll go back to sort of the shapes of lightning because I think it does a better job of just kind of clouding up the thing. It makes it more difficult to see, which not something we won't want it simple to see. But you can see how there's just a ton more lightning on that bow echo there. That was one very well depicted on our models where it had rotation farther north. So a sign there of kind of what there is. So we're going to look at these two storms here. Again, the Jumpertown storm, less lightning than the Corinth storm, less lightning than the storm up north. So clearly follow the lightning to the worst weather. And that's what we have up there closer to the Tennessee state line. Let's track this batch here in Corinth, and we're going to look south on this line here in a moment. Again, this is moving through Corinth as we speak. Strong gusty winds probable out of this as it moves toward the northeast as well. Current time is now 1:23 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Again, appreciate our meteorologist Maggie McCauley behind the scenes here, Caleb Edelblut in the studio, as all the folks trying to watch and track and stay ahead of any of the issues that we have up here with this But you know, this storm, again, some gusty winds up around 50 miles per hour possible, maybe 60 miles per hour. We check out our camera up there in Alcorn County. There's a couple we can look at. There's one at the Crossroads Museum that sometimes works, sometimes doesn't work. And then we have this one up here that's in the Rienzi area, and clearly it's working and showing the gusty winds as it's still kind of bobbing back and forth there. Compare this. Again, I'm going to bring up that camera from the folks at Tennessee Valley Weather again for a second on what is a much more interesting storm, a low-hanging area there. Don't know for sure that's necessarily a wall cloud, but there is some rotation on that storm up there towards Savannah, Tennessee. So that is what a really impressive one looks like. And thankfully, to this point, that is not what we are experiencing here. As we check out some of your pictures, again, you guys have been sending in pictures. Most of the pictures so far that we have gotten have just been some interesting looking, scary looking clouds. This shot here, as you can see coming in there from the Rienzi area, I think Brianna with this picture of those low-hanging kind of scary sort of looking clouds that thunderstorm is producing there. We're monitoring power outages. That's something our meteorologist Gabe Maynor is kind of monitoring behind the scenes here on power outages, but thankfully at this point, not a ton of power outages with this storm. We'll look at our storm down toward Boonville as we go down to Prentiss County. As we back in here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, and showing Prentiss County there from Pisgah back toward Jumpertown. Some heavy rainfall, some lightning, some gusty winds out of this. Let's kind of track this toward the northeast. Speed on this storm here, again, about 40 miles per hour. We'll go 45 miles per hour. That's what's heading more toward Iuka there. Again, this is not a severe thunderstorm at this point. If we assess it, it does have maybe some small hail. We don't have much depicted there Don't have a lot of shear as well. And overall, our threat sits in the maybe category, and possibly we see the purple there, a little bit of hail. But more than anything, it's heavy rainfall and wind gusts less than severe limits on this. Again, you can join the conversation with us on all the different versions of social media. And to stay ahead of this, probably the most effective way to do that is make sure you have Weather Call. It is a phone alert system that lets you know if you're in the danger zone. So if there's a severe thunderstorm warning coming for you, we definitely need to watch that and the potential that of what it could happen. So if a tornado warning is issued, it'll call you for that. If one's confirmed to be occurring, it'll call you for that. It'll call you back, in fact, for that. If there's severe storms, it'll call you for that. If there's major flooding, like flash flood emergencies, it will call you for that as well. Of course, free is not the way in which this comes. It's $15 a year, because making phone calls on one of these still costs money, unfortunately. So you can sign up if you see that QR code there. That's one way to get which you can sign up for Weather Call, that phone alert system that even in 2025, yes, we still need phone calls to break through the mess that is whatever else the world, the algorithm is trying to show you about. As we come back here on Mama Justice Doppler Radar, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, who is back in our Tupelo studios. Our meteorologist Maggie McCauley watching things on social media behind the scenes as well, looking at that storm up there into Tennessee that has tornado possible as its description. Gabe, when I'm looking at the remainder of this line, not a lot that's as impressive at this point, but still some power outages even ahead of this, right?
Exactly, and a lot of those coming from Lafayette County, like Caleb was touching on earlier, with Northeast EPA, and also with Tipa EPA. And as we take a look up there, if I get my mouse, there we go. This is a look at the latest map up there towards Tipa, and as you can see, some of the bulk of the outages moving across the Tennessee state line, but just south there, closer to the Blue Mountain campus, we are getting a few of those outages reported, but not a ton. Again, where we're getting the bulk of the outages is still going to be north up there towards Tennessee. So bringing it back here, though, an interesting thing that I was finding were some sporadic outages in the Tom Bigby Electric Power Association area. While, you know, the reasons are unknown, there are still a few of those outages, and I will say there are breezy conditions out ahead of this line. So I wouldn't be shocked at all if that was maybe a few sub-severe gusts that might knock down a limb or two that could take down some of those power lines or put people out of power. Wouldn't be shocked at all if that was what was occurring. I do want to say that I was out there earlier getting to see some of the crews that were out and about kind of knocking that debris off. They were looking out earlier this morning to kind of see how those lines could get clear. And, you know, they were doing everything that they could to prepare well in advance. And so, you know, shout out the crews. They're always working hard. I feel like we've kept them extra active this week, Matt, but always grateful for them and grateful for all the hardworking folks out there in North Mississippi. So again, touching on the Northeast map, just real quick, I do want to do an updated look at that. We are currently at 953 members. I mean, I'm blocking it, but I promise that's what it says. And the bulk of those outages still coming from south of Oxford, closer to the Porterton area, honestly closer to Yakna, and that's going to be 227 outages. And then if we go on the northern side of campus, I know that College Hill had a ton of outages there and a ton of flooding on Monday. So they're no stranger to these outages occurring, but now we're getting more on the Woodland Hills estates moving north of Oxford. So not necessarily in the city of Oxford, moving more towards Lafayette County, but nonetheless, that's still 688 outages, which is a pretty significant number as we move into our Wednesday afternoon.
Absolutely. Appreciate that, Gabe. Again, this is where storms are stronger. Our friends up at Tennessee Valley Weather are tracking some of those storms up there into Tennessee. This is going to switch behind me, and I have to switch it back to them. That's Fred Gossage. He, along with his folks up there, Ben Luna, and the entire team tracking a rotating thunderstorm that's just north of our area that has the tag from the National Weather Service, tornado possible. I had it up a second ago. They had their camera in Savannah up. It is an impressive looking thunderstorm, and I want to call into comparison there what I'm going to pull up our camera in Tupelo to give you kind of some comparison first, and then we will come back to that one if we need to. So yeah, some low hanging stuff here from our camera in Tupelo. Nothing that is over the top impressive at this instant, you know, as the storm line comes a little closer to us. So again, appreciate Mitchell Cunningham and Bowling for being our sponsors of our Tupelo tower cam here as we're looking kind of back toward the west. Actually, I'm going to go up on this camera so you can kind of see the building cloud tops on this, kind of building up there. Low-hanging stuff, yes, but these are not at anywhere near severe limits, and hopefully that remains the case. But that's kind of kind of good to see that at this point in the afternoon now, about 1:30, things could look worse than they do. So anytime they're not, I'll say that that is a positive thing. Coming back here to Mama Justice Doppler radar, let's look at the whole viewing area here for a moment. What we have and what we've talked about and what we're going to deal with going forward could be three completely related but different things. What we have right now is mainly non-severe thunderstorms outside of maybe north of Corinth there, and I'm not impressed by what we're seeing on that as well. We have an outflow boundary of rain-cooled air kind of getting ahead. If you look closer, there's just a little green line running ahead of our thunderstorms here. That's that rain-cooled air. That will be a stabilizing force for thunderstorms unless they just completely erode away. But what I'm watching is down here close to Kosciuszko and Louisville. Models have been pretty consistent on trying to break out some thunderstorms ahead of our primary line of storms. Any of those storms then would be more likely to have a little bit of rotation with them. But if I kind of go, not just look at this particular radar site, but I'm going to instead look at the satellite perspective. I'm going to see if they've updated any of the close by regions. They haven't, so we're going to have to use the ones a little bit slower on this. It's the storms down there closer to Yazoo City and Kosciuszko that I am watching. We'll make this a 3-hour loop here. So as we look at that, this is kind of the zone where we're watching Canton, Kosciuszko. Some of these thunderstorms down here can get a little bit stronger as those kind of merge in with the line. Still targeting, I'd say, Amory, West Maben, Winona in this zone to perhaps get a few of these that are a little stronger, because even up here in North Mississippi, we have kind of these high, thin clouds that are shrouding part of what we're able to see. So we're still having to kind of like look around and through those. But you can see how like these look a little bit bubblier right there for some of those spots right at the leading edge. I think as we kind of inject a little bit more moisture from these storms down there in, that's where our tornado threat gets slightly greater. But at this point, we're still in the more questions and answers phase. And every minute we stay in more questions and answers is every minute we're a lot closer to not having some big issues with this. So hopefully that is the case on how this plays out. So as of 1:32, our severe weather risk remains the same as what we've talked about. Again, we have a potentially high impact, low confidence, severe weather risk in play today. What that means, it's possible that we have tornadoes. It's possible that we have an isolated strong tornado, but we don't have high confidence in that occurring. So you see our severe risk area, we have a level 1 severe weather limited number of reports for the northern and eastern portion of Mississippi, right? Level 2 really kind of for the rest of the state. When we look at that potential to possibly see a strong tornado, EF2 or greater, that involves all locations. So if a tornado forms, it's possible we could have a strong tornado, but it's much more likely that we will end up seeing no tornadoes than any tornadoes. But if one can occur, it's possible that it could become strong. And that's one of the things our meteorologists, Caleb Butterblue and Gabe Maynard, have been watching. I do want to Gabe here for a second. Caleb was in studio. He was expecting to meet up with some of the folks with North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Has he taken off?
Well, so update on all of that. Come on in. Wave to the folks.
I'm still here, still waiting for the ride. Okay. But I think they're checking out that severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee. So trying to get maybe some eyes on that.
So you're not going anywhere today is what you're saying?
They'll eventually make their way here.
No, they're not. No one's coming back for you.
No,
sorry. It is what it is on that. And I don't blame you for not driving your car in the midst of it. God bless people that choose to do that. We appreciate that.
We can put them outside here in Tupelo here in a moment and get a look outside as those storms roll in.
Okay.
Real quick though, Matt, if you don't mind, and if we can put radar up right here behind me. An interesting thing that's coming out of the Monroe County radar site is that we do have a little bit of an outflow right here that's developing ahead of these cells. And so I think that'll cause more of those individual cells developing. I mean, Saltillo, Tupelo.
Here's what I don't know about that. So you have two different types of outflow. You have an outflow that's developing and an outflow that's there. So for example, when you have an outflow like this, that is kind of, I'll bring it a little bit bigger here for a second. So when you have an outflow that's just in advance and it's being caused by thunderstorms, any development will be pretty much right at that line, right? But this is basically, these thunderstorms are powering the outflow. The whole reason it's there is because of those storms. Where it gets interesting is if these were to completely die out, right, or mostly die out, and that outflow would gradually slow, this kind of rain-cooled air going in front. Then you have a boundary that if additional thunderstorms down south merge with that, that's when things get really, really interesting. But this is kind of the leading edge where storms are trying to develop. So sometimes you can get an outflow there and it not be productive. This is actually an outflow that's a good thing, believe it or not, if you're in Lee County, if you're in Prentiss County, because that means that there's no chance that these storms are going to produce tornadoes out here in Pontotoc. It's behind the outflow. It has no access to warmer air that's in advance. So this really leaves all of these cut off. So in the case of these, they're outflow dominant, meaning they're not getting the warm air in, meaning there's no chance for tornadoes with it. Now, there'll be additional parts of these thunderstorms that develop because that's acting kind of like a cold front, like a wedge, and lifting the atmosphere there. But the fact that those are detached from the outflow a little bit means that they are not going to produce tornadoes. That's why I'm not really looking at that Pontotoc storm going, well, hold on, that's got an interesting shape. Is it doing something? If we look at the wind mode there, we can look at the rotation and maybe aloft. There's a little bit of broad rotation on that, but it's too far removed from the actual warmest air to produce something. We'll be pretty much right below that storm if we come up here to the Pontotoc area right now. And again, right below, again, the heavy rainfall sort of like picking up at this instant here. Not as impressive as it was Monday, today's Wednesday, Monday when we had the storms. But again, a storm over top of the Pontotoc area. We're 81 degrees as of the latest update, probably rain cooled a bit from that right now. 64, that dew point. This is the most important number I can show you on this graphic right there. Because 64 is not enough. If we're going to see tornadoes, if we're going to see strong tornadoes, that number needs to be 67, 68, 69, or 70. It's not. That's what's keeping us from producing tornadoes right now. It's the most important number I can show you. Let's look toward Monroe County. Let's go down to Amory. This radar site has had a tendency, not radar site, this reporting station in Monroe County tends to be a little high, but I think it's pretty close here on that dew point there at 70. The difference between the 64 in Pontotoc and 70 here is the reason Pontotoc is not going to see a tornado today at this point. But could Amory? It's not an impossibility, but I'd say that window is slowly, or door is slowly trying to shut with as quickly as some of these storms are coming in, and hopefully that will eliminate the potential more as we go forward. We head down toward Aberdeen, similar shot there. Again, you're also in a zone there in Aberdeen where it's possible that maybe we could have one of those rotating thunderstorms move in there. We have a lot of different layers of cloud cover, including this kind of real haziness. You know, sky should be blue if you're talking about clear skies, right? You don't see that. It's gray because we have high, thin clouds. That filtered sunshine is limiting the instability just a little bit. And any limit we have to instability is a good sign, and hopefully something that will continue, because we obviously don't want to see bad thunderstorms, but that remains a possibility today. Again, you can join the conversation with us on all the different forms of social media there, YouTube, Facebook, all ways to do that. Hey, in New Albany, someone mentioning weather call there as well, and it looks like we got somebody that decided to spam here, and as we talked about before, no spamming allowed. Bye-bye, you're on the block list there. So gone with that. We do not do the spam, especially in this kind of active weather here. So watching that potential, obviously, in Aberdeen. But I do want to bring in Gabe behind the scenes here. And Gabe, what are you looking at? Somebody keeps clicking off over there on the other computer. So I'm not on the switcher. Go for it.
So Prentiss County Electric Power Association, they are reporting 660 total outages in the county. And this is where that sub-severe storm moved through. The one that we were just talking about closer to the Jumpertown region. I mean, this is a little bit south of there, but nonetheless, I do think it's from some of those stronger wind gusts. And you can see, and I'll zoom it in a little bit more to let you get a visual. There's those 650 outages moving right along Highway 32 or 362 and Highway 45. And of course, working its way towards the Boonville-Baldwin Airport. So nonetheless, that's a pretty hefty amount of outages, even right along Highway 30. And so, you know, not necessarily a severe storm, but again, an impactful storm. And that's what we'll say over and over again tonight. I guess today, probably going to be tonight as well. Before we go, I do want to say that we do have a report from Timothy. This is from Tennessee, but this is a look at some of the flooding that's happening in Crump, Tennessee. And as you can see, I mean, a pretty decent amount of ponding on the roadways. Not exactly wanting to drive in that. We saw it on Monday, just how those floodwaters can definitely be impactful as well, causing your car to hydroplane. Only takes a little bit of water in order for that to happen, and you know your car can slide off the roadways and unfortunately end up in situations where it could be life-threatening. And so we don't want folks to hydroplane. Just please drive slow, drive cautious, and if you don't have to drive at all, I wouldn't recommend it. just to stay on the safer side. But nonetheless, power outages starting to climb. The flooding potential starting to climb as more of those showers work their way on through. And still having that severe thunderstorm warning up towards our north. But Matt, I mean, reports, they're not coming in like, like they could be, but nonetheless, reports of flooding and these non-severe factors are still going to be coming in more and more as we head through this afternoon.
You're absolutely right. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, again, kind of watching what's going on up there with the flooding rainfall reports. As we bring it back in here, I'm looking up toward Iuka, Tishomingo County, by the way, no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning in Alcorn County as that storm has weakened and the strongest portion has moved out. But this shot coming from the Iuka area in the last few minutes, again, some of the storms moving in there. Again, the gray, you can see that heavy rainfall, maybe a little bit of hail, but none that's, I think, overly large on that. That is kind of what is approaching Iuka. But just to be clear, again, that's sent in using the Mississippi Live Weather app. But that is what I would say is a non-severe, below severe limits, probably not damaging thunderstorm, just kind of a thunderstorm in general that is kind of moving there into the Iuka area right now. So we are tracking that on Mama Justice Doppler radar toward the northeast there into Iuka. We show the time in Iuka about 2:01, assuming about 20 minutes. More based on the angle. I think north side of town will be less than that, closer to 10 minutes or so, but south side of town, middle of town, this part there toward altitude is what's moving in your direction. That did previously produce at least some reports of wind damage in and around the Iuka area. So for positioning, for purposes behind the scenes there at the studio, guys, here's what I think we need to do. We probably need to have Caleb over at the chroma key if he needs to put the monitor down, the thing down so he can sit at that up-down desk, and that's what we do. So that way I don't have him clicking on the switcher all the time, and I'm always having to catch that. So that's probably the best bet is to put him over at the chroma key. If it needs to take you a minute for that, we'll have you at the BAM there, Gabe. That sounds good. Okay, let's widen things out. Let's reset things here for a second. Let's clarify what we have and what we don't have. First off, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We are 24/7, 365 streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area there. You can download our apps for smartphones. If I stand here in the middle, for right here, we'd have iOS. Right there, we'd have Android. More than 160,000 of you have done that. Thank you so much for supporting us here at Mississippi Live Weather. You can always get our live stream also on our website there, previous live streams in the app if you end up missing something. But we're tracking severe thunderstorms that have from time to time prompted potential for large hail and some rotation that from time to time has looked like it could potentially try to wrap up and produce a tornado. To this point here, we have had no tornadoes. And at this point, we also have had no official tornado watches or anything issued. We've been watching our discussion, the National Weather Service there. Give me a moment to pull this up here behind the scenes. Well, I thought there we are. So this is our tornado watch graphic, and you'll see how there's absolutely nothing on it. So no tornado watches have been issued. We're still awaiting what's coming next from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. They're the ones to issue it, but we did have a severe thunderstorm watch issued that includes North Alabama. They've kind of skipped over us so far here because, again, I think one of the things that our meteorologist Gabe Maynor and myself, Caleb Edelblut, and Maggie McCauley have all kind of talked about over the last 24 hours, Gabe, is the fact that there are more questions than answers. This is a low confidence, high impact sort of event. And so far, this has just been Matt Lawpon taking 3-pointers from half court here, and we've missed them so far. And hopefully I'll just continue doing this till my arm gets tired tonight. But a few power outages nonetheless.
Yeah, and hey, you can mix in a Hail Mary here and there too if you want to get the the football action. We are in the southeast, so I guess that might be a little bit more applicable. But hey, I love the basketball reference, so keep them coming. But yes, power outages continue to climb, and the latest one that we are tracking is actually Alcorn County Electric Power Association. Actually just took care of one of the outages closer to Hightown, and that was about 60 down there. But we're still dealing with 412 there on the northwest side of Corinth. And that is just north of Highway 72, closer to the Tennessee state line. And this is where the bulk of that severe thunderstorm went on through, and that's why we have that 412 members affected. The one thing with that, though, well, you guys can't see it. I got to move it over. Is that it is one active outage. So, once they take care of that one outage, it's going to allow those 400 folks to be back on track. But nonetheless, it's still an outage that's hurting a lot of people, or affecting a lot of people, I should say. And that number will unfortunately probably continue to climb as we move further into the afternoon. and as these storms continue to progress. Now, in Boonville, we're getting another couple of outages reported, about 41 there on the north side of Boonville, moving up Highway 45 and north of Highway 4. So we're seeing these numbers climb as well, pretty steady amount. That's 701 total, combined with the 650 that were down there towards the southwest side of Prentiss County. So outages continue to climb, and I do want to note that for folks in the chat, if you do have any reports down there, and that includes damage reports or power outages, go ahead and let us know there in the chat, and we will work to assess that here behind the scenes and forward that information to the National Weather Service. So that's what we're continuing to look here in the Room to Room Weather Center. Trying to see, I see a lot of folks asking about their specific area. I saw heavy rain in Sherman. I think heavy rain is going to be a big factor today, Matt, causing some flash flooding. That's why it was the highest on our confidence scale.
Absolutely. And some of the questions right now, as is often the case, revolving around, what about my specific location? What about my specific threat? I think Nick Walker asking the question there saying, hey, with weakening storms, will we have a potential to reorganize into a second wave? I think a second wave would really be pushing it. I think that we could hopefully be one and done. One of the things that we have recognized with this event is the fact that we kind of have these storms moving in, and then there's going to be parts where it stalls out. The event kind of stalls out down here, Hollandale, Greenwood, Chula, and then we get kind of an extra surge of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, and then the potential increases to have some thunderstorms with that as well, especially down here south and eastward. So Gabe, I want you to kind of do some looking, and we'll pull it back up here on radar, and I'll let you look at the Jackson radar site there. And maybe if you want to go to Chroma, if you'd prefer that, to kind of track it over there. I don't know if that's logged in over there to where you can do that. If it's not, I'm going to look for Caleb nod, yes or no. If it's logged in, is it logged in from Chroma? No, it's not. Okay, then I'm going to send to you, Gabe, on the big monitor there to kind of track some of these storms for central Mississippi.
Yeah, Matt, so we're continuing to look at this threat, and I would say central Mississippi is an area that is more on our radar. I'm not trying to be punny there, but it literally is more on our radar because it does still have that unstable air. I mean, if we look at those dew points that are a little bit further towards the south, and I'll do this and then go look at some of those storms, I would say that we are still dealing with some pretty decent dew points. And yeah, I mean, you look Amory, Aberdeen, even towards Columbus, some of those latest dew points that are coming in are close to the upper 60s, if not 70 degrees. And that is a very unstable air mass that this is all moving into. And so these storms are going to strengthen. So if they're not at a strong enough level right now, don't look at it and say, well, that's not going to do anything when it reaches me. It definitely has that potential to increase in strength as we move further towards Monroe County, towards Lowndes County, even down here towards LaFleur and Sunflower County, seeing some of those 70-degree returns on those dew points. So let's bring it back to our radar and we'll assess where this is moving through. Areas that stand out. Of course, that one towards Iuka, we're going to zoom in on that one in particular because that does have some heft to it, I'll be honest, and a large number of lightning. If we're looking specifically at that storm, we're seeing about 300 strikes and a decent hail core. I'm intrigued on this. That's a pretty decent return right over Burnsville right now. And I'm curious, Matt, you'll probably have to do this here in just a moment, taking it 3D mode, a little bit more difficult on the monitor, and so you'll be able to do that on radar a bit better. But this core is definitely climbing, and I think that we are going to get some hail returns, and yes, we are.
Yeah,
we're getting that
one
possible
definitely
return.
is. Look at the lightning on it too, right?
Yeah,
the
300 strikes.
Yeah, that's what really should grab your attention. Anytime we see a spike in lightning, spike in everything else kind of follows with it. Appreciate that, Gabe. Let's kind of hone in on this here for a second as we're tracking again the hail and all that potential there up in northern Tishomingo County. I think this probably deserves a severe thunderstorm warning of its own. Let's do behind the scenes. Someone go on there and let's do a push alert for this storm. Just to let people know, storm strengthening northern Tishomingo County as we speak. I think in particular the hail potential has come up on it, but if we look at the rainfall mode on there, let's check the rotation on that because I think that was the one that had the power outages with it up there when it was northern Prentiss County as well. Yep, similar thunderstorm there. That one's enough of a spike that one deserves a severe thunderstorm warning. They just put out what we call a special weather statement from the National Weather Service. I think that might be underdone just a little bit on this. So for locations, again, here east of Burnsville, a lot of lightning showing up on this. Let's look three-dimensionally on this. Our, of course, hail tracker brought to you by True Shield Roofing, definitely showing up with some hail on this. And if we look aloft, I think the biggest is still yet to fall. We'll go up there. That's about as impressive as anything we've had today. So let's look at the hail potential on this. We'll kind of cut this down to its most intense parts. Yep, that's probably, I'd say, at least quarter-size hail. That's a severe thunderstorm nonetheless. So whether it has officially the name on it or not, if you live kind of east of this in Burnsville, let's see its angle, I think hopefully a little north of Iuka, where this tracks. I say that if you live north of Iuka, you think there's nothing hopeful on map. 25 between Crossroads and Iuka, where this is headed. Yep, toward Bacon Springs, moving this direction there toward J.P. Coleman and Pickwick Lake up there and the Tennessee River. Lightning increasing, big old hail expected out of this, at least 1 inch in size, maybe larger than that. So hail potential definitely increasing on this storm, and likely, I would say, to be dropping some of that hail. A little bit is falling now, probably not the biggest of it yet. I think it's still kind of sustaining that up there. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 weather streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. And for folks up there, let's have a clarification moment here for a second. Weather Call calls you when the National Weather Service puts out a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning or a flash flood emergency. In this case, Weather Call would not be going off for this storm yet. They have not issued one of those advisories. So this is us on the live stream trying to give you a heads up. Hey, this is something we need to be paying very close attention to, with the potential this could be some large hail in excess of an inch and a half. Appreciate everybody on the different live streams there. Some of them have watched us when we were back at the TV station for 14 years in Tupelo. Others are joining us for the first time today, and appreciate that. Wes over there in Alabama, as I see on YouTube there. Been doing this for a while, and we appreciate y'all for supporting us here on Mississippi Live Weather. As we come back on here to, again, Mama Justice Doppler radar, that largest hail moving, you can see where those lightning strikes are moving when they flash on there. That's a sign, again, where the latest ones are occurring in the last 2 minutes. Again, farther east, kind of moving eastward, so you can see the track of that moving toward Cook's Landing as well. So it's over top of 15 with the heaviest part of that thunderstorm, likely producing some large hail. As we look down this line here, the rain-cooled outflow through the Tupelo area, our camera in the Tupelo area, looking back toward the west, showing again the low-hanging clouds. We're beneath that. The heavier rainfall still there on the horizon. What is moving in the town, though, is non-severe at this point. And there, I think, is sufficient question to ask whether or not the atmosphere is going to recover from this rain-cooled air. Here's why I'm not convinced it will. Again, looking from our Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling camera, we're sitting at 73 for the temperature, but look at that dew point number there at 61. That is relatively dry air that certainly has fallen in behind this. And so while it's cooler and drier, that means stable. That means not going to produce tornadoes. So Tupelo, I would say at this point, we can probably eliminate you from some tornado threat, certainly for the next few hours, but maybe for this entire event there as well. Because that is, while it's breezy, that is not unstable air. And so with everything kind of leveling out and stabilizing, that's a good sign there. So that's what this rain-cooled air, this green line, this outflow boundary you see here from near Manatee to Verona is. Everything behind this is not going to produce tornadoes. So let's give you what I can say is kind of a relative all clear on this here for everything behind it. So I would say that if you're behind this blue line, that we are in the all clear from tornadoes today. I'm going to pull it a little north there, just in case something happens with warmer air trying to return. But everyone up here, we are okay. I'll step to the other side. My beautiful handwriting. One of these days, I think I'll get one of those tablets where I can just kind of touch screen on a little better than this. But you're okay. You're good to go anywhere here back behind this in the blue. We are stabilized. There's not going to be a tornado threat. We're not going to see strong tornadoes back in these spots here. I'm going to watch southern Calhoun County just in case this boundary here starts lifting a little bit northward. That's why I probably could have come closer to Bruce instead of all the way there, Calhoun City. So we'll be watching that potential for you. But everywhere in the blue, back to the north and west, no more tornado threat for you. We are good to go. We are past the peak. We are, all the things that you want to say on that. Ahead of it, I think the large hail there north of Iuka, probably falling from that thunderstorm, probably deserves a severe thunderstorm warning at this point here based on what we've seen today. And then we're watching some of these storms down south of the Golden Triangle. As we've said a billion times today, this is a high impact, low confidence scenario. And I see someone asking the question here, and it's a valid question. What if I'm directly below the blue line? Let's say this, give me 10, 15 minutes, and you're probably going to be okay even below the blue line as well. Because what this is rain cooled air kind of moving ahead, right? And so that stabilizes the atmosphere. It takes a perfect recipe to see tornadoes. And so this is probably a little too cool and not humid enough, not unstable enough to produce it for those spots there. But you get ahead of this, there's still opportunity, especially when we look here, Monroe County, Aberdeen to West Point to Eupora, southward toward Ackerman. This is the spot here. We've had some projections try to produce rotating thunderstorms. And there's a big difference between not every rotating thunderstorm produces tornadoes, right? So we can get rotation on our storm rotation, all those sorts of things, and it doesn't produce tornadoes. And hopefully that's the angle which this takes. I'm going to look up toward Iuka here for a moment. But hey, this is one of those for Caleb or Maggie or whomever behind the scenes. This is one of those screenshot situations here as well. The screenshot and say, Matt says that if it's okay, that if you're back behind this, that you don't have to worry about this anymore. So we'll go and screenshot this a bit. So I see, Matt, you just calmed my nerves with 2 letters. Hey, that's the goal. We want to try to do that. This is not about hype. We have a 24/7 streaming service, so we're going to use the time we have, which is all the time, to explain the weather. So I want to be clear. If you're behind this in the blue, we're past any true tornado threat for you. Could something weird happen close to it down here on the southern fringe? Yes. That's what we're going to be watching very, very closely for you. But we are past any significant severe threat beyond that, I think. Now, as I bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, here for a moment. Gabe, again, that storm up there in Tishomingo County certainly continue to look strong. What else are you looking at as of 1:56?
Well, power outages, I think that's still going to be the theme of what we're looking at here in the Room to Room Weather Center. 12 outages being reported there in Burnsville, and probably that number climbing as we head into the probably 2 o'clock, 2:05 range as some of those reports come in, and 26 outages closer to the Tennessee state line. I think that was from that initial severe thunderstorm that did get cleared out as it moved more into Tennessee, but nonetheless, Burnsville, that's where the core went right over the top of, and we do expect that to, again, continue to track right along Highway 72, maybe a little bit north of there, and expect some of those outages to come in as well. I mean, that hail core is still pretty decent, and our True Shield Roofing hail threat, our hail swath, we're still getting that possible return, and we'll see what those reports are coming in out of Burnsville and closer to Iuka. And again, that's going to be that area traveling up there towards the northeast, and as we put a track on that, and I'll do that behind the scenes here real quick. We can see, yeah, there's that core. There's some of those purples that are the higher DBZs that are returning. And I'm going to put this track moving. Oh, it seems like it moved on me. Matt, if you want to do this, I don't want to, I won't get in your way. There we go. And we are watching that center part for sure for some of that hail, but what it can do is get lifted into the updrafts and go into the top part of the storm or the northern part of the storm. So that's where we could see some of those reports. I don't know if all the way to Cook's Landing is possible, but not impossible to get up there a little bit more north. But as you can see that track, we're talking the Wright area 210, the Stewartville 220, Holt 223, Fairview 234, and then continue to move over there towards northwest Alabama. Now, our meteorologist, Caleb Bettleblue, is live out in the field, Matt, and he is right behind this outflow boundary here in the Tupelo area, kind of telling us those current conditions that are happening right after that outflow boundary moves on through. I think that'll kind of be an important piece of the puzzle as we move further into this afternoon, as we are seeing a pretty stout outflow boundary develop along with that potential warm front that's...
And that warm front you mentioned there as well. But this is that behind the outflow there in the Tupelo area. I don't have, Gabe, I don't have a box for you to toss to Caleb, so that's the reason I went ahead and did this. Okay, Caleb, what are we looking at in Tupelo?
Yeah, well, definitely experiencing the outflow boundary out here. It's just super windy, and you can kind of see the line of just clouds moving on through the Tupelo area. I'm already working that way. Notice how the minute I change directions, that wind's already blowing my hair up. So just super windy. You can also see the flag blowing off in the wind as well. So just windy conditions, but right now Tupelo's staying dry as we're still waiting for that rain to make its way here to our area here in Lee County. Everybody's still on the roads. I mean, everything looking pretty good here. We just know that bottom's going to fall out pretty soon. But thankfully, that's about as much as we're expecting at this moment. Of course, things could ramp up, but still just windy conditions and, of course, those rainy conditions on the way here. But for us here in Tupelo, especially outside the station, definitely dry and just super windy, Matt, as we continue monitoring that as it gets closer to us here in Tupelo and in Lee County.
I appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Caleb Bettelblut there, again, behind the outflow. Outflow means we sometimes shorten that. That's an outflow of cold air, right?
Oh yeah. No, I mean it's breezy and you can kind of feel the coolness aspect to it. It doesn't feel humid or warm out here. So definitely feels nice outside. Just know that it's about to kind of start raining a little bit heavy and kind of ruin that aesthetic that we have going on out here. But technically beautiful, very windy, very cool. Doesn't feel like those low 80s we've kind of been experiencing. Kind of beautiful conditions. Just definitely going to get a little bit windier and a lot rainier as that line gets closer and closer to us here in Tupelo, man.
That's our meteorologist, Caleb Bettelblut there in the Tupelo area. Thank you so much again for that. Come on back inside to stay out of all the wind and stuff coming with that. So we're looking at this strong thunderstorm up there in Tishomingo County. But when this batch of storms was moving through Prentiss County, it depicted this. Again, I'll double check the name on this. I think this coming from, had a second ago, this is from Bailey there in the Baldwin area, our weather watcher up there. As you can see, that is a power pole knocked over. Not completely knocked down, but knocked over by the strong winds as they move through. I hope this guy, again, he knows what he's doing. I was going to say he's with the Prentiss County Electric Power Association, so he knows what he's doing. It's like, but you don't want to park your cars underneath that, but he'd be the one person allowed to do that, whether it's just blocking other people from driving under it or preparing to try to fix it. We appreciate those electric power workers for all of the incredible hard work that they put in to keep us safe and get the power back on after storms move through. So that one moved through, again, Prentiss County earlier within the last hour or so. As we look at kind of the loop over the course of the last hour plus here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, you can see that that was not a particularly impressive storm as it moved through there, whether it was just kind of the gusty winds, gust front initially, or not. That storm can move out there closer to Bay Springs Lake at this point. The track you see on here is still for our strong storm that probably produced some pretty good sized hail up here in northern Tishomingo County up there toward Waterloo and the Dart area. If you do have some hail to report here between Crossroads, Iuka, and Burnsville, one of the easiest ways to share those hail pictures with us is using the Mississippi Live Weather app. Large hail pictures, if you have a hailstone in excess of an inch in size, and you share that with us using the app, True Shield Roofing, our hail sponsor, will give a $100 gift card to that for the largest hailstone there. And by the way, behind the scenes, Gabe, I don't know, did we ever email Monday's winner on that? We need to probably go back. I think we need to double check and make sure we email Monday's winner. So I might assign either you or Caleb that task here in a minute. But again, True Shield Roofing, our partner here on Mississippi Live Weather, when it comes to hail, trying to make a bad day a little bit less bad. One of the things I do notice up here, southern Tishomingo County, is that rain cooled air. You see that kind of line, that outflow there? We're still right at the outflow over top of Bay Springs Lake, meaning that there's still a possibility that these storms are getting some of that warmer air up here in northern Tishomingo County. So I'm going to check the wind here because we have not looked at the rotation on this recently. I don't have anything that's impressive on that as well, but this is at least getting some of that more unstable air, I think, on this batch of thunderstorms here as that moves eastward. So let's get track on that southern Tishomingo storm as we watch it exit North Mississippi. And as we talked about earlier, we cover North Mississippi, some parts of Central Mississippi, but predominantly Mississippi here on Mississippi Live Weather. And as we track this batch of storms there through Tishomingo County, we show that moving through Tishomingo proper city there at about 2:07, current time 2:03. So just in the next couple minutes there, we're Bloody Springs there at about 2:19. Marjoram there, 2:19, Maud at 2:20. Again, working its way closer to Cherokee, Alabama by 2:28. But really kind of working its way through the heart of Tishomingo County. Really tall county north to south of one of the longer counties, certainly in our area, and taking some gusty winds with it as well. But I think at this point, below severe limits, kind of looking at the latest on what this is capable of. That storm up here that we tracked up close to now Waterloo, Alabama, we pair up here on Mississippi Live Weather, and we are part of a group called the Digital Weather Network. Our partners up into Alabama there are the folks up with Tennessee Valley Weather. And so they were looking back at this storm when it was over top of Burnsville a second ago. So they're live on their stream kind of tracking this storm. Oops, and I clicked back on that. So let me get them back to current time on that. But they're tracking those storms up there into Tennessee right now. So whether it's Tennessee or Arkansas, that is what they do. We cut things off at the Alabama state line. We pass on to them. You can look for Tennessee Valley Weather as those storms move into Alabama and out of North Mississippi here. Let's bring it back into North Mississippi, look at kind of North Mississippi as a whole. We are still watching a few of these thunderstorms, trying to see how much regeneration we get. You know, we gave some all clears earlier. Some of the questions revolving around how much these thunderstorms down south really truly kind of get going. As we look on our satellite here, in particular our visible satellite perspective, definitely a lot more aggressive looking on some of these. You know, the bubbling going up there right around Grenada back toward the Tupelo area. I want to get a closer perspective on that here for just a moment, showing again some of those storms bubbling up as well. So these getting a little more interesting looking, despite the fact that radar really hasn't gotten them super large and strong at this point, and still kind of watching this moisture coming up out of the Gulf of Mexico. But what I do not have, it may right there have a little localized enhancement showing up that also could just be our high thin cirrus clouds that kind of make it more difficult to see this as they translate in, kind of shrouding that somewhat. But watching again that moisture coming up from the south and west that could potentially feed a few of these thunderstorms. That's why we are still watching in particular down here Kosciuszko, back toward the Golden Triangle, Tuscaloosa, Alabama to Aberdeen. Still one of those spots where some of our projections have tried to produce more rotating thunderstorms this afternoon in those various projections. Let's look at one of those versions that we have looked at from time to time here. That was our timing graphic, but I want to look at our storm rotation. Again, something you'll see here on Mississippi Live Weather is our HRRR model. We try to break down the different models, you know, assign blame, assign credit to whichever projections have whatever they have. And depending on if the same projection does it over and over again, gives us a greater confidence in it happening, right? We know the Ingomar girls basketball team is going to be in the state championship basically every year. So when they are, it's like, good job, you're doing a great job. And that's not to add extra pressure to them, but it is to say that consistency says we need to pay attention to this group. Same thing about Alabama football for that Alabama fan that was chirping a little bit earlier on in the chat. But we know these things because past performance tells us to pay attention, right? And so when a model does the same thing over and over again in the same spot, it's like, hey, pay attention. So this is storm rotation, and I'm going to go ahead and make sure I have this on the very latest on everything here. So this is the version that updates every hour. It is set up like that, and I'm going to adjust my time frame here to where it does only the next 12 hours because it'll all be out of here well before that, so that we have good ability to be able to show this minute by minute over the next couple of hours. So looking at storm rotation, how we have, again, most of the spots with the stronger rotation up into Tennessee, but this does have some of these coming out of Arkansas in the next couple of hours with some stronger rotation as well. But notice the positioning is somewhat wrong. It's too far north and west. But it says there's a very narrow corridor near that front where we're most likely to see something. And it still has this one thunderstorm down here, Ackerman, Starkville, Columbus, Aberdeen, maybe Louisville, Kosciuszko, somewhere in that zone between, well, this says 6 p.m. I think it's a little slow. Somewhere between the 4 and 7 p.m. time period there, we have one in advance that rotates. That is always my concern, but I think it's going to be an uphill battle for that to end up fully producing severe weather out of this. Not impossible. But this is, again, storm rotation showing some of that with these line over the next couple of hours. But you can see by 8 p.m. here, it shows it all basically out of here. And anything after that is going to be central and south Mississippi. On the wide shot here, you can definitely see where those brighter returns are, central and south Mississippi, where that rotation is and where those storms are strongest as we head through the overnight time period. Again, we'll bring in our chat with you behind the scenes. We appreciate y'all so much for supporting us. We're sticking with us here on Mississippi Live Weather. If you're one of the about 7,000 people watching us both on the app here or on the different versions of social media, we thank you so much for your support. Pay attention to these sponsors right here as they kind of cycle through here, whether it's First Choice Bank or Exceed Technologies. These people are spending their actual dollars to make this service free for you at home. If they didn't spend their money, we couldn't do this, because everything that we're showing you today costs real money. Like what I'm showing you on storm rotation, TV stations in New York City have the same system we have here, and at least a tiered similar price. So point being that everything we have to make sure we keep you safe costs money. And whether it's IMPC, Mama Justice with our Doppler radar, Little's Jewelers that sponsors some locations on our 24/7 channel, or Room to Room that sponsors our digital weather center, support those businesses that support us here on Mississippi Live Weather, and we'll be able to keep doing this. Choose to support others. And again, that's your decision, but just understand that those folks will take their advertising dollars elsewhere. We thank you so much again for supporting us. If you're on those different platforms, let those different sponsors that support us here on Mississippi Live Weather know that, hey, what you're doing is important. It saves lives. We value it. And then, of course, show them the dollars, because that's how they then spend their advertising. Because while many of them are doing it out of the goodness of their heart, doors have to stay open at these businesses. So support those businesses that support us here in Mississippi Live. We're out here looking at the Justice Doppler radar, and we're going up here to northern Tishomingo County. Again, some of that heavier rainfall moving through here. But as we showed you earlier, look for the lightning. In fact, I'll take off the precipitation here for a moment. And if we pull off the precipitation, pull off everything, you can just see where the lightning strikes are. Where the lightning strikes are most significant, that's where the storms are typically strongest. Look for the lightning, right? You can see up into Tennessee, a lot more lightning than we have farther south. It's one of the things that, just looking straight at the lightning only, you can tell that, hey, for most locations, we don't have a significant threat at the moment. We're starting to watch back out toward the Delta. And as you saw some of those projections a minute ago, showing some of those thunderstorms strengthening as they move in, that's one of the spots that we're going to have to watch as we go into the afternoon. Let's look from our radar site there in Jackson. And again, showing those thunderstorms getting a little heavier. This is one loop that we're going to stay on here for a moment. I'm going to make this a 3-hour loop for a moment. We show not much out there. We start engaging the heating of the day. Few of these little storms start popping up. And that's one of the things we were talking about last night, is the quantity of these little storms, trying to get an idea on how many of these really kind of get going and how strong they get. Projections have varied on their intensity, but starting to see those closer to, say, Yazoo City, getting the last couple frames there, just a little bit heavier there. So this is the batch we're going to have to see, because that one right there, that Yazoo City storm, again, there's nothing to it at the moment. But let's look at our visible satellite perspective, and that is just kind of on the northern end of our more impressive moisture return. We'll get this loop a couple times here. Yep. So let's bring it back current time. Let's put on the line here, and we'll kind of show you. This is where our slightly more unstable air is somewhere like that. And it's been moving northward throughout this morning. As those clouds, and I'll put this kind of back into, let's say, a 3-hour loop here for a moment. You can see how the clouds are a little brighter white, right? They look like little cotton balls or something like that on the radar screen there on the satellite perspective. Those cotton balls are getting bigger. This is where there's a little more moisture moving northward. And so there's a zone where the storm's coming in from the north, hit the greater amount of moisture from the south. There's the extra little spin, and that's where, if we're going to see a tornado, it becomes more likely. That tornado risk for locations, again, that we were mentioning just a moment ago there, and that strong tornado risk, while it includes all locations here across North Mississippi, is going to be the most significant for spots very near wherever that confluence is, where we have that more unstable air coming up out of the south. And so that is the concern. That is our thing we're watching. And that's what we are focused on as of now, 2:13 p.m. Gabe, I'm going to again bring in here our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, here for a second. He's been monitoring some things, again, behind the scenes and looking around there. Gabe, what are you seeing as of now, 2:13 p.m.?
Well, we're getting some looks there out of Tishomingo County, and I'll swap it over here to the computer. And this is a look at what it's looking like close to Bay Springs Lake, close to the lock. And you can see some of those dark, menacing clouds that were attached to this stronger thunderstorm that was a little bit stronger a few moments ago, but nonetheless still packing a punch. And one of the things that I do notice here as well is, look at the ripples of the water. You can see those strong gusts kind of causing those, not waves, we're still at a lake, but you can see it's a little tiny wave that are working their way through the water. So nonetheless, these storms do pack a punch. They try to have a little bit of a hail core as well. I do have some contacts up there in Tishomingo County, and they were letting me know that they have not gotten reports of hail in Burnsville or Iuka. So that's a good thing. That was kind of in the middle of the core, if not a little bit south of the core. So we do expect maybe going a little bit more towards the north, some of those potential small hailstones. But hey, If no hail happened, then that is a good report for us for sure. So we're continuing to look at this behind the scenes as those storms continue to try to build through North Mississippi. I mean, I'm very intrigued to see what this mid to late afternoon threat will do, especially with the areas that haven't seen storms yet.
The places you mentioned were not where the biggest hail would have been. I would have put the biggest hail east of Burnsville. I mean, right where you see that lightning cluster there showing up, east of Burnsville, west of Bacon Springs, north of Iuka, south of Cook's Landing. Now, let's be clear, that is not a super populated area.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much of that will get back out. I think there was probably some pretty good sized hail there. I just think that the spots that we're talking about probably were just outside of it.
Yes, and Burnsville was like where it was all starting. And so, you know, that was still the hail being lifted up in those updrafts. And like once it starts falling out, I mean, I agree, you're probably talking about Bacon Springs to Cook's Landing, maybe right along Highway 25. And so we're starting to get some more reports out there. So if anyone's in the chat and wants to let us know, we'd appreciate those reports and we'll forward those on.
I appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, reporting there back from our Tupelo studios. As we look on Mama Justice Doppler radar, we're using actually our True Shield roofing hail threat here for a moment and showing where that hail was. But again, if I look at instantaneously where it is, it's up here near Dart and Stewartville, up there in northern Alabama, and has moved out of here. So we're again past whatever peak was related to that, as well as that kind of moves toward the north and east. Southern Tishomingo County, again, we've had some heavy rainfall. But I bring it in nice and close here. You can see how many lightning strikes above my head there. 1. Compare that to the northern part of Tishomingo County, where just in this one shot here, 120. These are cloud to ground lightning strikes. Point being, there's a big difference in intensity between what we had there. In fact, if we kind of exclude northern Tishomingo County from what we're looking at here, we have just as many lightning strikes we had up there over the entire region over the course of the last 45 minutes to an hour. But we're watching back toward Grenada, because where this boundary kind of extends back southwestward, it can kind of stall, and perhaps we get a scenario here where we have it slowing down, and then the unstable air and everything can kind of collide. So Montgomery County, we're going to be watching that for you, because look at this. So I'm going to put my finger there. Look how slow this line, the green line right there, that's our outflow. See that? See how slow it's moving southward right here. Versus, if I come to this side for a moment, see how much this one has moved. Let's see if we can find the beginning there. So this has moved this distance here, right? Basically a county in the last hour. Versus here, northern Montgomery County, where maybe we've moved a few miles. So this is stalling out on the backside, and that's where, again, some of that more unstable air coming out of the Gulf of Mexico here, working northward, is going to help potentially collide into this. And that's where, if storms can get attached on kind of that northern movement of the warm air, that we get a zone where we could potentially see a tornado. Now there is, if we're talking about odds, still very good chance that we end up having what meteorologists call a bust, which is where we don't have significant severe weather. That is what we are hoping and praying for in any severe weather event. But certainly in this one, things are lending themselves more toward that. In saying that, though, it's still early. It's still only 2:18 p.m. Kind of look out here up to Tennessee. This is kind of what this could be looking like. I want to bring up a shot here behind the scenes from our folks at Tennessee Valley Weather, looking toward what is one of those bigger hailstorms up in the Tennessee. They have had stronger rotation on their thunderstorms there. That one looks like a pretty impressive one up there into Tennessee, one of those storms that was rotating more vigorously. And I appreciate all the folks there. They're our partners. We would not exist if Tennessee Valley Weather hadn't blazed the trail for us. So we don't cover Tennessee and Alabama because of that, because they do a great job on it, and we don't want to step on their toes. So come back again to Mama Justice Doppler radar, though. Let's look at a few cameras here. I want to get our shot of our camera down in Winona, because Winona should be kind of ahead of this. I know we do have some of our cameras that are down because of storms the other night. Looks like Winona is up, but the reporting station is down. You can see a few little bits of blue there, and starting to get slightly more vertical development on some of those clouds. Again, appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, our partners with this camera network there. Hey, Caleb and Gabe behind the scenes, if we haven't, we need to probably share, if you would share on the page there, a picture of that power line at the angle that we had it earlier on, if we have not shared that one as well. And Gabe does have, again, some additional information back in our Tupelo studios. Gabe?
Well, I was just letting you know that we did send that off, but I do have additional information about that power line actually. So if we go over here to our outages there with Prentiss County EPA, if you look at where it starts, Baldwin, and Baldwin was where we got that report of that power line down. So it seems like that power line, probably just that single one, knocked out 650 folks with that power outage. So the folks are there. We're getting pictures submitted to us of a ton of power crews out there with Prentiss County EPA, and they're looking to get that resolved here soon, and hopefully that takes at least 650 folks and getting them back online. Some of those individual outages, I mean, they continue to see some sporadic outages throughout the area. Tom Bigby getting a little bit as well. We're up to 256. Again, very sporadic throughout the parts of Lee and Itawamba County. You can see over there closer to that's I-22 working its way towards Sherman, 43 outages. Just north of Moorville, 80 outages, 48 there closer to north of Mantachie, and then we have 32 just south of Fulton. So kind of just sporadic, Matt. It's kind of all over the place, and that's just what these gusts can do, knocking down one power pole and affecting a large number, a large cluster, but then doing that here and there all the way across North Mississippi, seeing that take full effect.
Absolutely. Appreciate that, Gabe. You getting those sporadic power outages. And they have their own issues with that. As we come back here again to the room weather center, you're looking at a camera shot behind me here of Winona. We're looking at a picture sent in. Oh, apparently I'm going to have to go back to this version here to do that. Apologize for that. There we are. And this is Bay Springs Lake. Looking over top of Bay Springs Lake, a shot there of the heavy rainfall, maybe a little bit of hail when that storm moved over there just a little bit ago. This picture sent in using the Mississippi Live Weather app. You can, of course, share your pictures with us using the Mississippi Live Weather app for iOS and Android devices. It is a free app. Of course, it has alerts to go on with it and pretty much everything that you could desire weather-wise. Again, I'll pop that back up, leave that up here, and appreciate that picture coming in from, that would be Crystal. These two shots here coming from Alexis here of basically along 72, looking from Tuscumbia, Alabama, back eastward toward the Corinth area. Again, a lot of heavy rainfall with that, some lightning, but any of the low-hanging stuff, just low-hanging stuff, not severe, not damaging at this point, and hopefully going to stay that way. Our camera shot in Tupelo from our Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling camera, as we bring it back over here to our main system, does show again the dark gray clouds that we obviously have as that updates there. Again, some rainfall, but the rain largely kind of skipped over top of this location here. We're going to flip our camera around back toward the southeast, and so it'll take a second to kind of swing back around there because we do have kind of a developing thunderstorm sort of east of that location as well, east part there of Lee County. The heavy rainfall yet to really get to the ground on that. This will pan it just a little more. You can start to see some of that gray. And there is that thunderstorm there that is kind of in the eastern part of Lee County. There's that heavy rainfall starting to hit the ground right now out of that storm. Again, looking back toward the east. The temperature 70. And to address some all clears here for a moment, it would take something pretty incredible for us to get severe weather in the Tupelo area today now. We're past really anything. This, though, could maybe have some hail with it in the eastern part of Lee County. That's one of the things that we're watching, the potential that maybe this could produce. Let's go back to our regular precipitation mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar, because if you see here, if I kind of zoom it in on our inset here, that is where that thunderstorm is versus where our camera is. So this is directly kind of east and east-northeast potentially of where our camera location is. As we show back on Mama Justice Doppler, it's not a particularly strong storm, but it is over top of Moorville there. Again, kind of lifting toward the northeast. All of these have been lifting northeast today. Speed on them around 40 to 45 miles per hour. So I'll track that out kind of this direction here. No, honestly, I'm not convinced that it even necessarily holds together for the full hour here. If I kind of drag that back over here, trying to keep that again on the right part of the screen so that way it's always kind of in the right spot there on that. So we'll try not to drag that across if we can. But we'll leave that track there. We show Dorsey again over top of Moorville. Now Dorsey at 226 there. We're looking to the Eastman community about 249. Vina about 303. Again, Fairview 244 there. Fulton with 234. And then gradually again into Alabama as that moves through parts there just near the Red Bay area. I don't see Red Bay in that list officially. I'm going to adjust this up just a little bit so I can capture. And we have a lot of viewers there in the Red Bay area, so I want to make sure we have Red Bay in the track of that just in case. We show Red Bay at 259 for you, Golden 259 as well in the southern part of Tishomingo County, southeast Tishomingo County, if that kind of holds together at that angle there. As we clear that off in here, again, Gabe has been monitoring a lot of the behind the scenes stuff that's been kind of coming in with this as well. Gabe, what are you seeing? Any pictures, anything of note at this time?
The pictures continue to be the SLCs, those scary looking clouds, but again, nothing scary to know about them. It just continues to be that heavy rainfall that's produced, and we were getting reports up there towards Hardin County, Tennessee, about penny-sized hail in the Olivet or Olive area, and city of Savannah getting nickel-sized hail. So that's that more impressive storm that they're dealing with up there at Tennessee Valley Weather. But nonetheless, we are dealing with some heftier storms, but not all the way up to severe standards or not producing hail to our knowledge so far. So I'm really curious. Some of the new model runs are coming in, and they are still having those helicity stripes, those helicity streaks that basically mean there is still some potential for rotation, especially in these areas that haven't gotten anything just yet. I mean, a few isolated cells here and there, but hasn't really shifted that unstable air out of the area just yet. So as these cells kind of merge their way on, we do have that warm front acting as one of those lifting mechanisms, but we also have this outflow boundary that's going to almost collide with it, and I'm curious to see what that's going to do for folks along Highway 82 or even further south. So Matt, that's what I'm watching here behind the scenes, looking to see if there's anything that the National Weather Service is noting with these storms, and as of right now, they're not overly impressed with it. I believe Huntsville was talking about some of those storms that are beginning to move into Florence over there towards Colbert County. But even those are about 30 to 45 miles an hour, well below severe limits. So that's where we stand right now. But we're still at 226, and we do expect that threat to continue into the late afternoon, into the early evening, and potentially into the overnight hours for some. Not too far overnight, but well after the sun does set. So we're watching this all the way through, hoping that nothing significant happens and those reports remain minimal. But nonetheless, we've already seen power poles knocked over and sub-severe gusts. We've seen several power outages. I think in total, we've seen upwards of about 2,000 to 3,000 today with that power pole down and a few other sporadic outages. One good note with our outages, if we pull it back up here towards our computer, is that nothing is being shown over there towards Alcorn County. And that means that those outages have already been taken care of by the Alcorn Electric Power Association, and very grateful for their hard work. And as we bring it over here towards Tishomingo County, you can see that we do still have about 12 outages there towards Burnsville and 26 closer to Bay Springs Lake. So watching that as we continue into this afternoon, but outages starting to get taken care of. Crews are out, as we saw on pictures a moment ago. And yeah, very grateful for the hardworking men and women that are out there to keep us online. But it's also looking at kind of shifting gears here for a moment. As we bring it back here towards our radar, you can see that back behind this line. One of the things that you're pointing out with the Tupelo camera that we were looking at behind the scenes is the shift in winds. We're getting that northerly component. So you almost have that frontal boundary dominating our forecast, and the effects of it already being felt. And that drives the unstable air. Look at dew points here real quick, and I know I've shown that a couple of times, and I probably will continue to show it a few more times. I mean, where that rain-cooled air moves in, that drops those temperatures, and those northerly winds also assisting in bringing in some of that more stable air. So if we look further south, though, and we bring it to that latest scan, we're continuing to see some decent dew points there towards Macon, Columbus, and even Monroe County. Let's highlight a few of those. You can see 70 degrees showing up northern Knoxville County, same thing, southern Lowndes County, Amory still about 65. We are still seeing about 66 there, Calhoun City, Greenwood still about 66, and we get that all the way across Highway 82. So I'm paying attention to this threshold right there, moving south where the most unstable air still is. Only thing that's been lacking, fortunately, and we talked about this being a limiting factor yesterday, is the upper level wind support, and so far has not been overly crazy, and fortunate that those ingredients haven't gotten better as we've gone through our Wednesday afternoon. So hoping those reports remain minimal, but of course we are watching this behind the scenes more, Matt, and of course we'll let you know if we find anything out, and pictures, continue to bring those in. Our weather watcher is doing a great job out in the field letting us know what's happening.
Absolutely. And at this point here, luckily, it's been potential more than anything else, and that's fortunate, because when I look here behind the scenes at kind of what's going on up there in Tennessee, this looks like a rough shot from our friends up there at Tennessee Valley Weather. Again, appreciate those folks there. You know, we cover North Mississippi. They cover Tennessee, Lawrenceburg, where they're based out of, Tupelo, where we are based out of here with our room-to-room weather center. That's a fairly rough-looking thunderstorm up there in the Tennessee. This is what a more severe storm looks like versus what we have down here in Mississippi. So again, appreciate our partners up there. That's, you know, one of the spots, again, where we're obviously concentrating on things being a little worse. And as Gabe mentioned a moment ago here, these pockets of drier and less stable, less unstable air, where you see some of the greens on there. Again, we've kind of mixed things down behind this boundary. That's a good sign. So whether or not we have, I think, enough unstable air to produce tornadoes remains a question, and questions are good. When I know exactly what's going to happen, usually something really bad is going to happen. But as we talked back to last night, there's still luckily some questions on how this is going to play out. Our severe risk still includes most locations officially from the folks there at the Storm Prediction Center. The tornado risk, again, concentrated for locations south at this point here, and still possible if a tornado can form that we could have a strong tornado for many, many locations as of still the 2:30 time period. And again, as of 2:30, if I bring this into Mama or radar, let's talk about who's in it and who is not. So let's give some all clears here for a moment for folks, and then we're going to kind of dive deeper in some other factors with this. So if we give some all clears, I'm going to say if you are at the blue line here, and you live kind of north of that, you are all clear. So I'm going to see if LL. Hey, Gabe, here's what we're going to do. We're going to multitask on this. I'm going to draw the line, and then you're going to write the word all clear, because you can do that more effectively. Go ahead and write the word all clear on there. It's magic. I'm going to think it. I'm thinking the word all. I'm thinking the word clear. It worked. That is a touchscreen TV there. Back at the monitor. I appreciate that, Gabe. So again, if you're ahead of this, we're still going to have to watch, because we're down here still. We have more warm and unstable air, and you could argue there that we're going to still potentially, you know, I could have gone a little bit farther south and east on where we had that. Hey, go ahead and leave that open a little bit, because he's just going to force his way out here in a second. The dog goes back in and out when we're doing this here, so he's. In his mind, this is the safe place. We have a different safe place at the house if we needed to. But here at the house, we're up here in the northern part of Lee County. We are past any severe risk. So this is something to maybe take a screenshot here as we'll bring our chat up with folks behind the scenes, and send this to a friend. Snap a screenshot, send it to the friend. Let them know that if you're up here in northern Chickasaw, I saw someone ask about Hulka. Hulka, you're done for the day. You're all clear. Tupelo, you're done. Boonville, we're done. Iuka, all of Tishmingo County, you're done. Water Valley, Grenada, out pretty much all of Calhoun County, probably Houston, I could have put you in a done category. But down here, Kosciuszko, Louisville, Macon, we're not done down here toward Columbus as well. Our most active weather is ahead. Storms are starting to form. We're more likely to see these try to produce severe weather going forward. But again, this is another one of those screenshots that we'll take and post to our page, and maybe you take and send out as well. So Caleb, Gabe, Maggie, if someone would be willing to put there on the chat which one he's going to kind of snap the shots. And I don't know if Maggie's been still snapping screenshots and sending those as well. So y'all have got it? Okay. Anyway, so this is, you know, our all clear map as of now at 2:30 p.m. and over half of the area of qualifying is all clear. Now ahead of that, still some questions ahead, but thankful that, you know, we're kind of past the worst of this for many locations, and the worst might not have been much. Again, as we said, this is that long three-pointer. This is maybe the Hail Mary in the worst possible way, where, you know, the Hail Mary situation, it tries to produce something bad. And now if you're the team, I guess, the ball thrown against you, that would be a similar situation. But at this point here, most of these storms are below severe limits and hopefully stay that way going forward. Appreciate Maggie for, again, posting that all clear. I'm going to give you about 5 more seconds for folks at home that might want to snap this and send it to someone else. But yeah, I see someone saying Amory, Red Bay, Dorsey, Peppertown, Shannon. If you're ahead of this, there still remains a chance. So I guess the other way we do this is, for a second, what do we want to write on here, Gabe, for the rest of this? As I step to this side, I'm going to say still a chance. So we'll write in red there. I've already kind of highlighted red, and we'll say still a chance down here in this area down below. So if we're talking about Clay County, If we're talking about Lowndes County, Noxubee, Winston County, Atala County, still a chance that perhaps we could see a tornado out of this setup today. So far, things have gone as well as they possibly can. But if you're down here ahead and you're going to ask about your specific location, the answer is the same for everybody. There is still a chance. But again, this is low confidence, high impact scenario. I have very low confidence in us seeing tornadoes today, but if one can form, high impact there. So yeah, I see Winona to Kosciuszko. I see Caledonia. I see Wren. You're all still in this zone that we're going to keep watching for the next little while. Thaxton, you're one of those spots that's behind this, as is Guntown, as is Moorville. Wanting to know if Tupelo is all clear for the night. Yes. So once we're talking about the all clear, this is all clear for the rest of the night. It would take something pretty substantial for us to change our opinion. And trust me, we would do some push alerts on that, letting you know, hey, something has drastically changed. So as we clear things off here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, we start looking down for spots that are getting a little bit more interesting. Kosciuszko, back to Durant. These are some of those locations. We're going to use some things we don't typically show on here. One of those being what we call echo tops. Allows us to see how high the top of the thunderstorm is. A taller thunderstorm, we're likely to have hail and everything else goes with it. So for example, this is a 1 hour loop and we look up here at some of the echo tops for these severe storms. You'll notice that some of those from time to time have this kind of orangish kind of, it's hard to see back behind there, but some tops where we're looking 45,000 feet or more. If we bring it back to current time here across North Mississippi, there's nothing like that. You got to go back toward Clarksdale and you have some there 30. That's 15,000 feet lower. Put another way, that's 3 miles shorter. So that is nowhere near as tall as what they've had up in Tennessee to this point. So I'm looking at the echo tops, the tops of how high the thunderstorms are to see how tall they are down here for Chula, back to Kosciuszko. Because while, yes, these show up as red on radar, unless they are getting tall as well, they're just testing our atmosphere to see if they can break through. And at this point, kind of looking, if my echo tops, my thunderstorms here are still only around 25,000 feet to 20,000 feet. These have far from busted through. So that's a good sign. 3D radar also shows us that as well, where these just are not terribly tall when we look in 3D at them. So all that to say, we are not at the worst, and things look better than they could at this time. I'm going to check in with our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, again, looking at some of the pictures and everything you guys have been looking at behind the scenes here. One of the main things that we are tracking here in the Room to Room Weather Center. Right, Gabe?
Exactly, and I think that some of the reports that are coming in from out west, let me swap this over here real quick. I grabbed my water because I felt like today was going to be a long day. This is a look over there. This is Tilatoba, and again, you can see some of those dark gray clouds that are showing up. The thing that I was interested in seeing, though, is if there would be a break in any of this, showing maybe some blue or some of that sunshine, at least trying to mix its way to the surface, but not getting a ton of that right now. This is over in Grenada, and again, I mean, there might be a few breaks off there in the distance, but that looks like a pretty gloomy sight heading into this afternoon. And that sunshine is what kind of allows those that warmer, unstable air to filter into North Mississippi. And the fact that we've not gotten that in areas that had the potential to is a great sign, furthering what Matt was saying just a moment ago. And I do want to make sure I give credit where it's due. That was from Ryan and Ruby. Ryan over there in Grenada submitting this picture, and then Ruby in Tilatoba submitting that one as well. Now we are continuing to see more of those runs come in regards to those latest models, and this is where I'm not completely ruling out the fact that there is still enough instability, and we do get some of those streaks moving through North Mississippi. But I think that it's getting the new data that's being put out, the current data right now, and then putting it into that next model run. So as each run comes out, and currently we're on that 18Z run, we're assessing that more in detail, but there is just some of those limiting factors that have limited us so far, and I think they're still in place heading into this evening. And the fact that we're not getting a ton of sunshine mixing its way all the way to the surface, I think that is another limiting factor. So Matt, that's a good sign. I do want to see where satellite imagery stands as well, to see if that is kind of building in that unstable air out west, and that might just be one camera shot in Grenada, not showing the entire county. So it might be looking a little bit different on the other side of the county. So I'm curious to see where that stands, but more of those pictures being sent in, that's going to show us more of what's taking place there at the surface, whether that's in Sunflower County, Bolivar County, Lafleur County. Yeah, there we go. So looking at the latest, you can definitely see some breaks out there towards Louisville, let me put on that latest scan just so I can kind of assess the current. We're talking Louisville, Macon, those Knoxville, Winston County areas. Getting a little bit, yeah, they're West Grenada, so that's going to allow some of that unstable air to again build in. And yeah, those definitely, along that leading edge, definitely have some higher storm tops, and that's why we're getting those brighter white returns and seeing those bubble up a little bit more as well. But as we just saw a moment ago, those echo tops are not anything impressive as of right now, and let's hope that remains that way. But I mean, they're entering a corridor. Some breaks happening right along Highway 82, this northeast direction that continues to move in place. That's going to allow some of these storms to potentially build, and that's why this threat is not over. And I want to reemphasize that. It's not over for those folks that we just listed that still have a chance. That's the reason why you still have a chance, is because there is still that unstable air there at the surface. But like I said, while there is unstable air, there is still limiting factors that are attached to it. And so we're hopeful that the limiting factors outweigh the unstable energy. And so as of right now, that's been exactly what's happened, and we're hopeful that continues. But Matt, we're continuing to watch this behind the scenes. Grateful that there's not as Caleb said earlier, a polygon in our area, or a box of any warnings. That is definitely a positive sign with what we have. Severe weather risks still in place for our Wednesday. You can see how they're shaving off some of those areas that are past that threat. And I do expect that as we head further into the afternoon, this does get shaved off once again as that colder air, colder and drier air, I should say, moves into North Mississippi. And so we're hopeful that this will continue to look better and better as the night goes on, the afternoon goes on. Still expect that slight risk to be in place for folks right along and south of Highway 82. And again, if we pull up that other outlook with the tornadoes, that is the one that stands out once again. Let me pull that up. That is going to be that day one tornado. Yeah, there we go. Still highlighting a large portion of North Mississippi. It is good to see some of these areas there along the northern half of our viewing area being shaved off once again. Still in a marginal, so it's not impossible, but it would really take a unique setup for these storms to start firing up once again because of that cooler, more stable air that's building into the area. And I do want to take a look at our significant tornado threat, and that is still possible. So that's what we're watching. Again, entering that unstable environment. If these do start to rotate just a little bit, it's going to move right into that unstable air mass and potentially build into what we call the up to EF2 category. That's where that strong tornado risk is in place. So that's what we don't want to happen. But it is still possible to happen. It would take, as Matt was saying, a full court shot or a Hail Mary at the end of the game in order for that game winner to take place. But we are in March Madness. I guess game winners do happen, but it would definitely take a unique setup for this to kind of produce some of those EF2 tornadoes. So, Matt, a lot of limiting factors, and this is not a forecast that we're basically, you said it earlier, that we're knowing what's going to happen. We know the ingredients that are there, but if we knew what was going to happen, then this would be a much more dangerous setup. For example, up north into Illinois, we know they had that the moderate risk, that level 4 risk that was in place, and that was actually where we got some of those strong tornadoes. And they're doing surveys. I'm curious what they end up rating some of those tornadoes, but we do expect that to be up to EF2, if not EF3, if not potentially EF4. But again, survey crews are out there, and we'll see what they have coming up later on this week. But we are not going to get that same environment down here as they had up there. That's one positive with this setup, but it doesn't mean that strong tornadoes are impossible, especially as that continues to build through North Mississippi. Okay, where do we stand? Let's go ahead and put this on a loop, 30-minute loop. And I want to look at this boundary, because we do have these individual cells that are building through Attala and Holmes County, getting closer to Carroll and Montgomery County, and there's your boundary once again. So we have this warm front, but we also have this boundary. Let me go ahead and draw this out. And we're going to use yellow, because yellow is a good medium color. And if we draw right along that boundary, there you go. So you basically have this boundary, but you also have this warm front that's flooding in some of that warm, unstable air. That's going to allow more of those showers and storms to form, getting some of these isolated cells. And since we do have, I think I can still put it on a loop despite drawing. Yes. So since we still have these showers kind of building in, once they meet this boundary, I'm curious, once these come together, how that is going to grow, how that is going to strengthen, and hopeful that doesn't produce anything. But I would say that's where we could see some of the stronger storm potential. But we would definitely need to see that ramp up before that concern does climb. So there's where the boundary stands right now, that line in yellow. But we are watching this batch of cells. I'm going to move it. Oh, I'm still drawing. that batch of cells further towards the south that, of course, catching our attention. And, you know, Jackson might be closer on this. Jackson might get us a better view at some of those echo tops. And so putting it on that latest scan, continue to see those build into Holmes and Atala County. Still not overly blown away on that. I mean, we're not talking about any significant threats. Maybe getting a bit of a core right there as we take a look at our peak impacts. And that's where we could be getting some small hail being produced out of that. But again, not sold on that. I do expect it to remain well below severe limits as of now. But since we do have a little bit of a core that's starting to build, and I'm going to put it on a loop with our peak threats. So let me do that here real quick. About 30-minute loop and kind of watch how that builds in. Yeah, you can see it does maintain a bit of a core, especially moving closer to Durant, Chula, and Kosciuszko right along Highway 12. That will build more towards Winona as it does meet that boundary and potentially produce some of those stronger storms. But let's go ahead and assess the line as we move further up there towards the north and east. And of course, we do need to swap radar sites. The rain didn't go away. It's just the beams are very high up at that point. Let's change it back to Monroe County, and there you're getting a look at some of those latest scans. Still a little bit more impressed with what's happening up there towards Tennessee, and that's one of the ones that we were talking about last night, I believe at 10 o'clock. You know, we were starting to get some of those rotating storms all the way out here towards DeSoto County in northwest Mississippi. But we talked about the fact that it got more impressive once it moved towards central Tennessee. Well, we're getting that verified in our forecast now as we are with those severe thunderstorm warnings in Mount Pleasant and Lawrenceburg, and not going to be shocked at all if there is a tornado possible with that. And so we're hopeful that doesn't happen, but nonetheless, it is verifying what we were talking about on models yesterday, and fortunately has underperformed so far along that main line. And so we're hopeful that that kind of trends south as well, but nonetheless, we are continuing to watch for that potential. So Matt, there's a lot of things that we're watching here behind the scenes. We're hopeful that that continues to remain below severe limits, but again, that boundary is what I'd be watching, that outflow boundary for any of that potential increase in energy for those storms to begin to fire up. So, you know, where things stand right now, we're getting a bit of a break there in Tupelo, at least somewhat of a break. Let's go ahead and take a look there out of the camera in the Tupelo region. And so I'm going to just take a step off here to the side so you can see a little bit better view. Yeah, so there you go. Getting a look at our Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling camera. That's looking northeast, so a few showers out there. But as of right now, I wish it did show the data, but this is data that still matters. 12 miles an hour out of the northwest means that this is that stable air being brought in. So folks there in northern Lee County, at least looking better and better. As we look out there towards Pontotoc, let's see, I forget which cameras Matt has talked about are down. So reporting station down in Pontotoc, but we are still getting, that's a gloomy day for sure. It's a unique looking cloud, that stratus cloud there off in the distance. But now let's go further towards the south, and we're talking down there towards Winona. And this is the area that we're watching for some of those storms to begin to ramp up. And as of right now, you can see some of those dark clouds, not seeing a ton of breaks happening there in the Montgomery County region, but nonetheless, it is still enough of that unstable air that we could see some of these storms start to increase in strength once they get closer to Montgomery County, once they get closer to Choctaw County there in Ackerman. I do still see that sun trying to at least peek through, but that cloud cover is still blocking it a good bit. So fortunately for us, that keeps more of that stable air around, but we are still getting those southerly winds, 15 miles an hour, 68-degree dew points. That is a warm and unstable atmosphere for sure. 82-degree dew points showing that is a very warm environment, and warm air rises. So that's why we get some of that lift that takes place. And so these storms entering into this environment, not going to be shocked at all if that does at least try to strengthen a bit once it enters towards Choctaw County. Let's go south towards Atala County to get a better look at some of these storms. This is going to be right on the outskirts. Will it let me? Is Atala County down? Let's say a prayer and hope. There we go. This should be up to date. Yes, yeah, you can see it updating. So Kosciuszko, 81 degrees, dew points in the mid-60s. You can see some of those thunderstorms kind of scattered about there in Atala County, both on the west and east side of Highway 12. So definitely watching those storms in particular and what they do as they continue to move in that northeast direction, but getting more into that boundary, getting more into that unstable air. And mid-60s is still enough to where it could strengthen these storms just a bit, but that vertical wind is still what's lacking with a lot of these showers and storms. I'm going to take it over to Oktibbeha County to get a better look out there, and I believe this is a live feed. It sure is. There's that blue that I was talking about, and this allows for some better mixing, but again, allows that sunshine to reach towards the surface, and that destabilizes the atmosphere once again. And we can see it with our dew points at 68 degrees, the winds about 15 miles an hour out of the south, but also those blue skies at least trying to peek through. So Golden Triangle was an area that definitely stood out on models the past couple of days. I would say it's not impossible to get some of those storms once they move in to look a little bit better. So paying attention to that. Matt, I don't know if you're behind the scenes and want to offer some insight on this, but that's definitely an area that stands out whenever we're talking about potential for storms, potential for strong storms, and potential for severe storms as well. So getting that break, getting that mixing a little bit better. So we'll see how that translates into these storms that are developing from the south and moving northeast.
You know, most of those clouds we're looking at there in the Starkville area, those are fairly small, flat cumulus clouds right now, right? Like those on the west side there, that is about as good a look as I want to see there. I know sometimes it's easy that we jump to the conclusions like, oh, look, there's blue skies there. Blue skies means sunshine, means bad, the whole thing. In this case, I'm looking at the clouds and the fact that they're not super tall and saying, well, that's potentially the positive thing that I'm looking at there. Let's pull up our tools there for our Starkville camera, and we'll kind of pan this camera around just a little bit to get sort of a look at sort of what those clouds are looking like. Yeah, see, this is a mix of kind of mid-level, that's the clouds, that's what this flat sort of alto cumulus layer is there. And then all these are flat, you know, I'm unimpressed, no vertical development sort of clouds. So this is about as happy a shot as I would expect. Now we're looking west, I'm gonna look more southwest, and that's kind of the direction where we expect things to get a little bit more rough looking. And you'll notice the clouds getting darker. Again, dark clouds just mean tall clouds, don't necessarily mean bad, but this is looking kind of back southwest, again, toward that batch of storms kind of more developing down that direction there. So that is the zone. We kind of get these lines of clouds trying to develop and sort of move into the area. And so that's one of those batches there that we could be looking at as well. Let's come back to Mama Justice Doppler radar. Again, not much developing along that at this point. That would be looking back in the direction of these storms here closer to Ackerman, Tolson, and High Point. But as we talked about a few minutes ago there, a large vertical development on these, and that's one of those signs that hopefully these are not as impressive in their overall intensity there, and hopefully won't go a whole lot more intense. But certainly, as you saw that severe thunderstorm warnings up there into Tennessee, we have missed out on that. Not that we've really missed it, but missed out on that to a certain extent to this point here as well. So kind of like right along that line, the spots that we are watching there as well. I see someone saying that something's a made-up place. No, we have every stop sign here in Mississippi is named either by a church in the past, a cemetery in the past, or a place at this point here, whether it's a business or otherwise. You're going to see some weird names on the radar behind me. I would rather that weird name mean nothing to you and me and something to someone who lives nearby. So we turn every single one of those names on there that we possibly can. And we appreciate all of you for, again, joining in on the conversation here behind the scenes. Folks talking about both in suspenders, we're in trouble. Nope. Here's the thing you need to know about suspenders. I hate belts. They just cut off my midsection there. And so, hold on. Does Gabe wear a belt with his? Let's look at this here, if we've got that faux pas going on. I looked for a second there like you might have.
No, so back in the day when I was learning how to wear suspenders, I definitely did attach a belt to it. And at my wedding, one of my groomsmen asked me, he said, Gabe, I want to wear a belt with it. I said, no, the whole point of suspenders is to keep your pants up. If you need a double layer of keeping your pants up, then you need a new pant size.
Well, you need a new workout regime, right?
That's for sure.
So let's answer some all clear questions there. Appreciate that, Gabe, for our commentary. Again, appreciate all of the folks here in the corner that are there, sponsoring us. Whether it's Carl Hogan Toyota that sponsored our SEC forecast, whether it was baseball or basketball or football early in the year, or Casey Lott that sponsors our game of the week. Without Eat With Us, without all these folks, we could not do what we are doing. So support those people, support us here in Mississippi Live Weather. That's what allows us to continue providing this service. The intensity of our storms down south continues to increase somewhat. In saying that, we can, I think, still give some all clears for some folks, as we've done a few times here recently. I would say that we are now past Grenada, everywhere here, Grenada, Coffeyville, Bruce, all of Calhoun County, almost all of Chickasaw County. We can give all clears. Pontotoc County, Lee County, all clear for you for those storms moving that direction there. And depending on where you're at, we do still have some shots here from our folks out in the field of it's a decent amount of sunshine. This is from our Ethan Foster, again, on the live
anything
drive
that you
for
can
us,
think
the
of
Mississippi
that's
Live
new,
Drive.
then
Again, your microphone's on.
oh, I'm sorry.
Just so you know, for one reason or another, I think it's on here from when we do actual sports stuff. But our Ethan Foster there on the live drive, kind of in and out of cell phone service as he is looking there at one of the domes around there. I'm guessing that's probably down there in Monroe County would be my guesstimate. Ethan, where are you at?
Yeah, so Matt, just getting ready for whatever happens later today. Actually, was headed to pick up some groceries. That's actually Hamilton High School that you just saw. So pointing south right now, Collins Lane in Hamilton, and about to be pointing west right here, headed towards the intersection of Highway 45. Yeah, and like, so many times in Monroe County over the years, how many days have we had, it looks like this in the afternoon, early afternoon, and it changes pretty quickly in the evening.
Well, hoping that's not the case. It's still, we're coming up on 3 p.m. there, and we're hoping that you're okay. Again, Ethan is down here. Hamilton, for those folks that may or may not know, is kind of the south portion of Monroe County there. And so we're still ahead of that outflow boundary. If you look to your right, Ethan, there's kind of probably a line of clouds. Maybe you kind of see what's ahead of it there. Probably gets a little bit darker well to your right. Is that something you can see from your perspective there? It's still toward the horizon.
There's less blue for sure. It's a little bit more monotone gray, I would say, out in the distance. Yeah. But definitely off to my left, you point south, it looks a lot more picturesque. But you can kind of, like you're saying, as we point north, it definitely looks less interesting, more blech.
Yeah, well, that blech is I think the boundary that will help produce more of those thunderstorms later on. You are kind of in prime zone, so I would say to you, just like I would say to anybody out on the roads in this situation, kind of know where that safe place is and where you're going to be for this afternoon. Are you? It's a Wednesday. I know a lot of folks have church this week. It is our. Yep. It's our spring break week. I don't know if that you're going to help out at that, or if that's something on your schedule for tonight.
Yeah, so we usually help out with the 5th and 6th grade ministry at our church in Columbus on Wednesday nights, but we actually got the message from our children's minister earlier today, probably 3 or 4 hours ago, that all services tonight have been canceled in advance of the storms. And I reached out to him. He lives alone. I told him that if he wanted to, he could come and hunker down with us, because my grandparents just down the street have a in-ground storm shelter. So he's going to be coming to hang out with us. It's a good PSA for everyone out there. If you can open your doors to someone who doesn't necessarily have the best place to be, or who doesn't have anybody to be with, look inward and consider doing that today if you can, because that's one way you can take care of each other, is just to give somebody to be with. So that's what we're going to do tonight, and we're getting some groceries ahead of that.
Hey, you nailed it there. It's about, taking care of each other, making sure people have a plan, and making sure that everybody's in good shape. Hey, Ethan, appreciate you for doing that. Again, he's in the Hamilton area down there in Monroe County. I think you just crossed over 45, right? And you're kind of heading there west out of Hamilton.
Yep.
So anyway, watching the skies.
Yeah, and I actually pointed that way right now. If you want to you can kind of see a little bit better, probably pointed this way than I was just a second ago. This is pointing north, Highway 45 over to my right, right over there. So you can see it's just a little bit more grayish. Not horrible looking yet, but I'm assuming that will change here in just a few hours.
Well, I'll tell you this, we are in that wait and see zone, and sometimes you wait and see and nothing happens. And I got to tell you right now, Ethan, I'm hoping that's the way it goes. Appreciate that. That's our Ethan Foster there. You see sports on the bottom. We do sports. He helps us out with that, but Ethan's a little bit of everything, and I appreciate you so much for hopping on here. I'll kind of keep an eye on it. Thank you for firing this up. Be safe. We'll talk to you here in a little bit. All right?
Absolutely. And like I said, I'm just a call away. I'll keep an eye, and if you need anything, just give me a holler.
Okay, just fire it up and let you know. We'll talk to you in a bit. Bye. Okay, this is our Ethan Foster there. And again, I'm going to bring in Gabe here for a second, looking at some of these cameras here behind the scenes. And Gabe, getting a little darker on that one there in Starkville, right?
For sure. And also just outside of there in the Mabin area, which this might be the camera, it might be the one next to it. But, there was a little bit more impressive cumulus clouds, a little bit more impressive structure. Oh, man, Matt, that may have been the Maven camera. These are so close together, I get them backwards. But I had it on my screen earlier. Yeah, I mean, it's still pretty flat, but I mean, there's a little bit of a lift there. Like you were mentioning, not overly impressive, but there is still that unstable air mass that can allow for some of that lift in the warm air as well. So it's not impossible as we reach that mid to late afternoon time frame, but definitely paying attention to that for sure. And if you wanted any peace of mind up here in North Mississippi, had a few people just drop in and ask, is Tupelo good? Is Boonville good? Yeah, they're good. It's a very much more stabilized atmosphere. And this is a look over there towards Guntown, and you can see the cloud cover that's still in place. So it's a gloomy sky. It's not exactly showing anything like what's down south. It's definitely not as buoyant of an atmosphere. It's just that blanket of cloud cover. And we're dealing with that as we head into the afternoon hours. I'm going to check and make sure. That was from Lena, close to H.M. Richards. So that was over there in the Guntown area, so things are looking better up here, but down south, still the focal point, and that's, of course, what we're watching as we get further into our broadcast. So, yeah, that was the Maven camera, 13 miles an hour from the south, so it is still pretty unstable. I want to go back over here towards Macon, though. I feel like we've not looked at that here recently, and get a view of what things look like in Noxubee County. It's blue skies. But like you're mentioning, it's not a ton of lift with these clouds, so that's definitely a positive note with the forecast, but I do think it's still enough of that energy, enough of that unstable air to allow some of these to start firing off once we get into the late afternoon. But definitely down south looks a little bit more interesting.
Well, I'll say this about Macon. Looking at Macon, my dew point's 64. That's not super high.
No,
all things considered. I'm kind of looking back and forth at kind of what Jackson's talking about here. That's I don't know. I have thoughts on that. I need to verify that. Would you look at some, for lack of a better way to put it, gross behind the scenes observations that we can kind of blow up and take a look at on that?
For sure.
I want to see what some of those reporting stations are saying. I appreciate that. So give me just a moment here as we'll kind of go back in on bring Mama Justice Doppler radar back on for you, as we're still starting to see more of these thunderstorms getting a little stronger back out here toward Vaden and approaching their Winona. These are a little bit stronger. And one of the things we looked at earlier on was this, which was our echo tops, to see how tall the thunderstorms were. We talked about how tall they are. There's a kind of relationship back to how strong they will be. That's one of the things we've been watching today in the Room to Room Weather Center. And we show where you have the kind of the yellows on there. That's where we're up around 30,000 feet. The ones that have been severe up in Tennessee have been 45,000 feet. So we're about 3 miles shorter with these versus what they have up there. So that's a sign that these are a lot weaker than what is going on up to the north and west as well. Let's go ahead and again clear that information off and bring it back in and check our camera out of Winona. And we're fortunate with our partners at the North Mississippi Storm Chasers to have a lot of cameras here around the region. This is looking back into one of those heavier storms there in the Winona area. And kind of looking on this one back toward, this is still kind of looking northward. So I would say this is looking at the storm that's kind of exiting Winona. Let's instead look back southwest at one that will kind of approach. So we're going to have to flip this around. I don't know that we're not going to hit the tower here. Looking west, and there we are, southwest toward that. So that's the heavier rainfall and everything go along with it. Unfortunately, our reporting station in Winona not working, but this kind of wide thing here, this is not like a tornado or something like that. This is the heavy rainfall coming out of that storm. The storm that, as you'll note here, if I kind of zoom this in, you kind of see behind me, we have this set up to where we have the camera kind of laid over top of it here. So we initially were kind of looking, I need to see that there. I think the position's wrong on where I have that. So I might have to adjust that. My position should be closer to town on that there. So I think we were looking into some of the clouds initially there, and now we're looking back southwestward, closer to that storm that's west of Vaden there. A little bit of heavy rainfall with that as we widen things back out on this shot here. That's largely what we're looking at. Most of this shot is kind of concentrating on all this gray. That is that heavy rainfall that we are seeing with that looking back toward the west and southwest in particular. So kind of bring that back to full screen for a moment here. So that does not look like a severe thunderstorm. It's not a severe thunderstorm. It's not super tall. It's not super strong. But that is one of those that if we look at that versus what we saw earlier on our rotation tracks and all those sort of perspectives, that would have been one of those storms we saw popping up. We're like, uh-oh, Let's watch that for Ackerman. Let's watch that for Eupora. So this, while not severe at this point, is the first one to get a little bit stronger out here ahead, because that sits ahead of this green line you see here. I'll kind of draw onto our radar map here for a moment. We do probably need to reset things here now that we've gone past the 3 o'clock hour, but this green line you see right there, that is our rain-cooled outflow. Everything behind this, we're going to use Gabe's writing skills, and we're going to say all clear behind this. So Gabe is going to write on there, I'm thinking an A, L, L. I'm thinking C-L-E-A-R. It's magic. Or it's Gabe telestrating behind the scenes. But it's magic.
Gotta get it done.
Got to get it done. Appreciate that, Gabe. So this is our all clear zone. Behind this, ahead of this though, where we find those storms, Vaden, Winona, you're pretty much right on the line there, out toward Eupora, West Point, Ackerman, Starkville, Columbus, and down close and south of the Golden Triangle. This is all the zone where we are not all clear, where additional development could happen. So if you're behind this, and I know this is always a very hot topic conversation that people want to know the answer to, if you're behind this, we can come and probably move on with our day. I'm thankful that you're watching us, but you probably have a life. If you have a life, that's okay. No harm, no foul there. You want to move on with your life and do something else with your day, that's perfectly fine as well. And we, again, encourage you to do that. But ahead of this, we're going to continue watching these storms, and certainly that's what we are doing right now. And we appreciate we have about 4,000 folks here watching us here on all of our different platforms at this point, plus Roku. You can see the different ways you can watch us down at the bottom of the screen. Join the conversation, Facebook and YouTube, and support the people that support us here in Mississippi Live Weather. If you think this is important, Mitchell Cunningham and Bowling, North Mississippi Health Services, and so many other folks, again, have stepped forward to support us here in Mississippi Live Weather. We're so thankful for that again here as well. I see a Jared up there in the chat, SPC trimming back the tornado threat. That does match largely kind of what we're talking about here as well. The SPC being the Storm Prediction Center. As you can see, because of the all clear that we just kind of drew on there a moment ago, and similar to that, the folks there at the government going ahead and expanding that eastward. Let me see if I can, there we go, got rid of that. So again, expanding the all clear zone as well. So this isn't just us, this is them as well. Look at that tornado threat, eliminating that for, again, the odds greater down south. And we look at that significant tornado threat, eliminating that more to the south as well. We have not had that unstable air as far north. This system is run a little faster. So when we show you all clear, we're not quite, in my opinion, yet the all clear for Aberdeen or Columbus, but I think we probably get there south of Eupora, south Louisville, Kosciuszko, Macon, kind of all in the zone that we're going to have to watch still some. But if you're north and west of this, as the graphic says, hopefully very clearly, you're in the all clear for significant severe weather. That wind risk, again, something we can't rule out. The tornado risk, again, becoming less and less likely as basically we have shot that long three-pointer, and we're hopeful that we are that we're past the worst of it. I do see someone there mentioning, what about Smithville? Smithville, you're one of those locations that's on the line. I will always take a moment to talk about Smithville because what you guys have gone through in the past. Smithville, I put you all clear as well. Amory, we're all clear on this threat for today. Location south and east, still a possibility to see something there. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. He's, again, tracking this as well. And Gabe, what are we looking at for power outages? We had some earlier. Have those improved?
They have gotten a little bit better, and as I was telling people here, it's like, everyone is out and about looking to restore some of the outages that we are dealing with. And as we look at some of those latest outages for Tom Bigby, we're down to 148, upwards of 200 just about 30 minutes, 45 minutes ago. So you can see how that is still kind of that sporadic development. Alcorn County, like we addressed earlier on, currently with no outages. And hey, this looks way better. Boonville, or the Prentice County area just north of Baldwin, they had 650 outages. As you can see, of the latest, only about 85. So things are definitely trending in the right direction, and we expect that to continue as we head through this afternoon. And with those areas that were affected earlier on today, they are seeing those outages come down. Again, thank you to the hardworking linemen and women that are out there working to get this resolved. Northeast EPA is, again, what Caleb was talking about several hours ago, where those storms were initially going on through. And as you can see, latest scans, we're only at 159 members affected. Still a few of those on the east side of Oxford, and continue to see more of those west of New Albany. That's where the highest numbers are actually coming in there, 126 outages just along Highway 30. So still dealing with a few outages, but definitely not anywhere near the numbers that it was earlier on this evening. So, not this evening, oh my word. You can tell I'm gearing up for a long night, right? Okay, so is there another round, or is that it? Seeing Danny asking that in the chat. I would say it depends on where you're at, but then again, it depends on where you're at if you've even received the round, because as we know, up here in Tupelo and north of Tupelo, that threat has gone south. And so we're not expecting any strong to severe storms for us, just maybe a few more showers. Down south, though, there is still that unstable air, and that's going to allow for some more thunderstorms possible as we get later on into the afternoon and evening. So, and that's the first round still. So it's just that one round moving on through, and that's where, once it's passed, then you're looking much better heading into any of those evening plans. Tornadoes today and snow flurries on Monday, just cray-cray. I don't think we're talking snow flurries. I do want to put that out there for right now. I've kind of done that long-range forecast, and while cold is in the forecast, I have not looked at anything that's telling me winter weather. So just going to be storms today and a few storms this weekend, and a little bit of a drop in those temperatures, that's for sure. So that's what we have right now. And of course, we'll get that forecast coming up later on this evening on top of our live coverage. So lots to talk about in that extended forecast. And you kind of mentioned it there with the cold, but yeah, no winter weather. Is Belmont clear? We just put out that area where it was showing the all clear. Belmont was in the area where things are looking much better. Basically south of Amory, south of, well, now I got to remember the line off the top of my head. But south of Amory, south of that Houston area, south of Calhoun City, that's where we kind of expect those more. Oh, you still have it up. Perfect. So yeah, right there. So South Grenada, south of Calhoun City, south of Houston, south of Amory. That's where we're looking at where that potential storm development is. That one over there towards Carroll County, starting to get a little bit more heft to it, Matt. I think we're still a ways away from it being severe, but it is latching on to that boundary. And this is exactly what we talked about over the past 30 minutes or so. Is as soon as these storms move into that boundary, that's where they could get a little bit of a boost to potentially produce some stronger storms, but still well below that as of right now, and we expect that to continue as it does move north of the line and continues that northeast descent. So that's where we're seeing right now, and even down south. Yes, okay, perfect. I was making sure the drawing wasn't still on. I'm curious about that one. Well, let me actually swap it over to Jackson real quick. Okay, so it's decent, don't get me wrong. And it's starting to get some lightning, very minimal lightning, I'll add that. But as it moves up, basically Highway 25, it is going to enter that that area where we are, of course, looking at some of those latest surface observations. Let's pull that up here real quick. And wait a second while I pull that up behind the scenes. So let's go ahead and get those latest surface observations. And as you can see, I know there's not grids right here. There is, but they put it in white. I don't know why. But nonetheless, you can see Tupelo. You can see over there towards Columbus. You can see the Starkville area and kind of follow suit from there, Greenwood. So right there, right here towards Starkville, you're getting that southern wind at about 66 degree dew points, 64 degree dew points in Columbus. So that's not as impressive as earlier on. I'll tell you that. It is going to be, earlier on, it was about upper 60s, low 70s. So that number has come down a bit. And as you can see over there towards Tupelo, we're starting to get that west-northwest wind showing that change in the environment. And that's, of course, more stable air as well. It's going to be those southerly winds that we are watching for those potential effects. Oh, I thought I was still on the touch screen. I have to manually do it. Apologize there. Down there towards Jackson, we are still getting some of those southerly gusts, but still about 64, 66 degree dew points. So not overly impressive across the board. And hopefully that is a limiting factor. But these cells that are beginning to develop there towards the northeast side of Jackson this is moving through the Greenwood area, and this one right here, I'm curious how that's going to progress, because you can see how that has kind of increased. Even these back here. It does seem like, and Matt, feel free to hop on here real quick and talk latest on these cells. It does feel like these cells down north of Jackson, south of Greenwood, those are the ones to watch for as they move in that northeast direction. It seems like they're starting to build in some strength.
Yeah, no, 100%, 110% agree. Like, I think you're in the right spot. So give me my contrast here for a moment. I'll bring, I guess, the smaller shot there like that for a moment. Okay, so talk to me about my contrast. What do I have dew point there in Columbus?
So
Dew point
Columbus,
temperature in Columbus.
64-degree dew points. It's saying 85 there, surface observation. So it's a toasty
Okay,
one down there.
that's fairly high base. What about the air? Is that both the Air Force Base and the other site?
Looks to be, yes. It's
We've mixed
6684.
way down. That dew point's mixed way down. Okay, tell me about what is it? Is that the Wildlife Refuge? No, that'd be Winston County down there. What's it have in Winston County?
8166.
Okay, what does it have in Winona?
Winona is
Or Greenwood.
7663.
Okay, go south.
Okay.
Okay, what do I have Meridian?
Meridian is 8366.
Okay, and what about Jackson?
8464 there at the airport. It's going to
Well,
be.
this isn't happening. I mean, unless something dramatically changes, you're not pulling it out. Like, you'd have to. Okay, so the only way this was kind of only way before, but this is really the only way that's going to happen at this point. You have to get one to get right on the boundary, and then what it has to do is it has to lower its base. Because if you're talking 82 over 64, that's almost a 20-degree dew point depression there in the Columbus area. That's pretty significant for us here in North Mississippi. Typically, our dew point depressions are closer to 10 degrees or so, and so that's. I think that's a good sign that maybe this doesn't get over the hump.
That's the best no I think I've ever heard.
I don't know about that, but it's like that's going to be hard to overcome. I feel much better just on that, because what's happened is, and it's easy for us to say, well, look out for the all of the, what's the word I look for? Look out for the sun. The sun is going to make more unstable air. But the reality in this case is that the sun has helped to mix out the moisture. So while we did have dew points that were upper 60s, near 70, what has happened is we mix that out, because that's what all those clouds show, is the mixing, right? And so, like, I'll pop that up here for a second, kind of behind on the other graphic there. Give me a moment to get that up. But that's all these clouds. Oh yeah, look at that! Just in the last hour, we missed that. Okay, hold on. Well, oh yeah, you got it behind you. Okay. Look at all the clear showing up down here, Macon, Columbus, everything like that. I do see some kind of a little jet maximum. That's what the. Here, I'll pop back up and pop your mic on behind the scenes here for a moment, if you would, while we're doing this. So the ripples I see here in Kosciuszko, that's kind of, I think, a little disturbance kind of going through as well. At least I would imagine that. Let's look at it in motion, make sure that matches the reality of the situation. Yeah, lots of little gravity waves going with that. So kind of a disturbance that's kind of translating through the overall pattern there. But look at the lack of cloud cover we have back in here. We've mixed all the moisture out. Whereas we had some unstable air close to the surface earlier, we've mixed that out, and so that has made it to where, let's do a longer loop on this. Do a 3-hour loop. You'll go watch where, if the stuff, the white, that's clouds. That's where we have a lot of moisture, and we had some high clouds there. But watch how the gaps of gray get bigger and bigger, especially the last hour or so, if we've mixed out a lot of the moisture with this. So, yeah, I mean that's a great sign. I cannot tell you how excited that makes me. That makes my confidence in tornado potential out of this just completely plummet, because we've mixed out the moisture. I don't necessarily, I think, have that same boundary that we had earlier, where we're showing, okay, if that gets in closer to our outflow, then things get really interesting. I think it's still possible that we might have something more limited there that gets up here kind of closer. And we're going to watch these storms kind of move into Tala County, Montgomery County. Down here, they're going to track up here closer to Eupora, and eventually out here closer to Columbus and maybe Monroe County. We'll track that, but that's kind of the best case scenario what I'm looking at there. So while yes, the all clear zone, you can see up north, we're still keeping that exactly where it is. The fact that our skies have gotten clearer down here, this is a great sign. So hey, I love that. Especially considering, Gabe, that this is still March, right? If this were late April, not early March, okay, maybe the atmosphere can still recover. But at 3:18 p.m., I'm not going to say anything. We'll just say fingers crossed. I feel better than we could about this.
I would agree. Yeah, for sure.
So what, have we got any new pictures in lately?
We've gotten a few more pictures of the clouds up there in, I believe it was Winona and Amory. Let me make sure about which one's which behind the scenes. So it looks like Winona is this picture right here, and that was submitted by Becca. And so you're getting, again, those blue skies. I made it center. There we go. We're getting, again, some of those blue skies there in Montgomery County. This is probably that main storm that's moving through the Greenwood area. That's continuing to progress in that northeast direction. But yeah, and like Matt was saying, it's kind of mixing that moisture out. So it's taking a lot of that unstable air and moving it on out. And this was a look in Amory, a little bit more of that cloud cover showing up. Also did get some pictures in Amory earlier on as well, showing some of those blue skies. So again, mixing out some of that moisture and limiting that tornado potential. So it doesn't mean you can't have a few thunderstorms, but it does mean that the tornado confidence is definitely going down, especially when you look up north. Things do look a little bit better for some stronger storms.
Yeah, much more likely to see. This is you have the gray stuff behind. You have this up there for our friends at Tennessee Valley Weather up there in Tennessee. This is a fairly rough look. That's a strong severe thunderstorm. That is not what we have had. So again, our friends up there at Tennessee Valley Weather, you can follow them. Just search for TN Valley Weather. They're on the same platforms we are. We're all part of the Digital Weather Network. But that's kind of a rough look there. If you can, Gabe, see if you can pull up some of the storm chaser pictures. I don't know if you have the chat there up next to you there, if we can pull that up, but we'll check back in with you on that here in just a minute. Taking a look at that, see if we can pull up some of their pictures of some of the flooding it looks like that they have run into, and it looks like some of that in some spots. So find out exactly where that is as well. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Current time is 3:20 p.m. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're 24/7 in the streaming weather service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. And we've been talking here in the Room to Room Weather Center about storm and tornado chances today. We find ourselves at a point where things look better, and I mean better, less likely to produce tornadoes than maybe a couple of hours ago. We're still watching that potential for some locations. But again, I have the all clear zone on here for Duck Hill, Houston, locations back to the north, where we've really kind of worked over the atmosphere. Southeast of that, there's a little less instability as well lately. So knock on wood that continues for some of those spots there. As we bring it back in here to our standard Mama Justice Doppler radar. Actually, before we go there, we're going to look at a couple of different things here. I'm going to pull up our water vapor satellite. And so water vapor allows us to kind of look for disturbances in the atmosphere, kind of high resolution disturbances. That's what we're looking back here toward Texas. That is what has kind of caused what we have here. And I'm going to leave that all clear on here for a moment, though I'm going to take off our links to the different apps there. So this is our upper level system back there into Texas. This is what's kind of digging up the atmosphere. All these thunderstorms, again, some of those heavier thunderstorms back into Texas, Louisiana with this. We're kind of in this odd position where hopefully we're just far enough north that we don't have the most unstable air. Hopefully we're far enough south that we don't have the strongest winds aloft, and maybe we're in the Goldilocks zone where we have neither of the above. To this point, that's where we have been. We've kind of mixed out some of the moisture. It's kind of the idea like you can have, think about this. This is a terrible example, but I love an example. If you've ever had a blizzard and they have they're like, hey, I want one of those blizzards from Dairy Queen where they put like the core of fudge down the middle, right? That's good stuff. And you get into it, you find the fudge. Well, what happens? You just stir the bejesus out of that, right? And then it just kind of mixes that fudge up to where it's kind of everything's a little fudgy, but nothing's really fudgy, right? When we mix the atmosphere, that's what we've done. We've taken where we had that core of fudge or we had that core of unstable air close to the surface, we've really mixed it up, and now it's really stable, not as humid as it was before. The clouds that we see are the atmosphere mixing that up because of the sunshine that we have had. And so because we've kind of mixed up some of our moisture out there, that has made it to where the thunderstorms are becoming a little more difficult to get going because they don't have that unstable air as close to the surface. In saying that, on the wider shot there, the system's still back to the west of us and we still have plenty of time, but here is our concern. And look what is going on now. And this is why the all clear is always tenuous on this on the west side. And I haven't really moved it back here the last few hours close to Greenwood. Look at this. I'm going to get Gabe's attention behind the scenes as well here. These storms, when we look back toward Greenville, See how north-south these are getting? This could be that next burst that could try to bring us some severe weather chances. And that's on a track. They'll take it Chula, back out here toward Eupora, and up toward Amory. So for the folks behind the scenes, they're kind of grabbing those screenshots. This would be one of those moments where we're going to do that. Give me a moment to get the time here, and I'm going to do an extra long track. When I do, that's what we'll go ahead and grab there as well. So this loop that we're looking at is a 3-hour loop. And I think this storm is just now kind of picking up in speed a little bit. So I'm putting on the latest scan here. We're going to do an extra long track. There are storms running ahead of this, but I just want to kind of get an idea on this batch here because this could have the potential to produce some strong winds when it moves eastward there. So I'm going to go, we will say 40 miles per hour, but if this does what it's capable of and it ends up being strong, then it's possible that it would move considerably faster than that. It's probably moving slower than that at this moment here, but this is one we're watching for the long term. So 120, we'll make that 200 miles if that goes eastward. So just to give some very rough times here, and I'm going to change the size of the city involved so we get, again, a greater number of cities. There we go. And so that gives you some time periods there. Again, we're looking fairly long term on this, and it could speed up considerably more than this. Frankly, it probably will. Let's speed that speed up for a moment here. Let's take that speed up to, let's go at least 45 miles per hour, and that still could be slow. Now let's go 50. Because if that does produce severe weather, it would be closer to 50 miles per hour. Okay, so current time is about 3:25, and this is kind of earliest possible arrival as we look eastward. These storms are starting to strengthen a little bit more near the Mississippi and Arkansas state line. What catches my attention on these is if I make this a 1-hour loop, you'll notice how you kind of see this all sort of congealing. That's a scenario where strong wind potential comes out of this line. And so I'm concerned that this could start producing some damaging wind potential, and it's possible there could be some intermittent chance for this to produce some a brief tornado is a possibility as well. You kind of see our damaging wind risk. This is more that corridor that we're watching here, kind of the north side of that corridor if this develops. And our projections have been pretty straightforward that we're probably going to have some stronger thunderstorms out here that produce that. So if you live east of this, it's kind of your heads up that things are getting more active. I'm also much more interested in that storm there east of Canton. And the other one we have, again, closer to Winona. Those storms are getting healthier. So I know it might seem just about the time we're like, okay, you know, doing our dance saying, well, hopefully we're going to get through this. Unfortunately, now is the time period of the atmosphere is starting to get a little bit more organized and concerns increasing that we could potentially see these storms strengthen a little bit more. So there's some times, if you want to, you can snap this picture, send it ahead to folks, and remind them to download the Mississippi Live Weather app, free and available for those different devices. I'm actually going to put on a different graphic here for a moment that has that same information on it. But a reminder that if you live ahead of this, we need to be making sure that we kind of have multiple ways to find out if we're in the danger zone. There are some times on that track. Let some folks know that there are additional thunderstorms moving towards some of these locations there. You know, I have Houston in that list. I kind of had you in the all clear. I think you're probably a little too far north. I think it's probably just south of Greenville there. Greenwood on this track that maybe stays southern Chickasaw County, but that's why we never really removed Monroe County from this. That's why you see Amory there, close to 6:30, maybe slightly later than that, but I kind of wanted to give you kind of a first time of arrival on this line of thunderstorms moving through some of those spots, and a potential that this could eventually try to produce severe weather, damaging winds, maybe even tornadoes a possibility as this moves toward the northeast. So again, heads up, things getting slightly more organized out of this line. As we come back in here closer to Winona, lightning strikes starting to increase on that storm there. Our camera in Winona, again, one that we share with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, a 501c3 here across the northern part of the state of Mississippi, that's putting cameras up to try to take care of us on days exactly like this. So I'll pull down the camera information there. We'll kind of pan this one a little bit to see if we have a kind of a look at it. So we're looking southwest out of this. We're going to kind of look more southeastward, kind of into the heaviest precipitation on this. And again, it just kind of looks gray. The lightning starting to increase. You see a few flashes there on that camera shot as well as we sort of pan toward the south and now south-southeast. I know we're kind of looking through the tower on this, so that doesn't always give us a great visual. But again, nonetheless, appreciate the good folks at North Mississippi Storm Chasers for pairing up with this on this camera network and working with us. If you would like to sponsor one of these cameras, you can do so. Just reach out to us, info@msliveweather.com. The Storm Chasers also on their site have an ability to sponsor the cameras there as well. And we just appreciate them. They've been excellent partners with us for years, back when I was at the TV station, and now when we're here at Mississippi Live Weather. Another camera shot we're going to look at, we could go back there west to Greenwood, which will eventually kind of be in the path of that next batch of thunderstorms there, looking well back to the west toward the horizon. Out of that shot there, as we show again that mix of cloud cover looking west, so still have some time before it makes it into the Greenwood area there. And appreciate, again, this is another one of those cameras with North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Our Greenville camera, as we go back west to where those storms are right now, again, looking directly back into some of the thunderstorms, moving right toward that camera location on kind of the low-hanging clouds there. No warnings on this, but this thunderstorm is strengthening in intensity and could begin to produce some damaging winds within the next 20 minutes or so, if not a little sooner than that. We're at the airport there in Greenville. As you can see, one of the runways there, one of the old runways at the airport location there on the communications tower there. And again, looking out on what is a cloudy afternoon, a lot of rainfall and some gusty winds coming from that system as that moves in. Back to Mama Justice Doppler radar. So a couple of storms we're looking at. Again, that one right over top of Greenville now. Lightning starting to pick up on that thunderstorm. Looking at wind on what this storm is capable of at this point. Again, nothing that's overly strong, but we're also a ways away from the radar site. So that is not exactly surprising that that's all that we're getting depicted there. Another thunderstorm down here toward Carthage that we're monitoring. Again, this below severe limits at this time, but it has strengthened in the last 20 minutes. This one's still on the upswing. We're watching this for you in Louisville, in Brooksville, Macon, Sugarlock, and Noxapater, and Nanawaya. That's one that could potentially strengthen a bit more for you over the next hour. Let's get kind of a movement. I'm going to make this, instead of a 1 hour loop, I'm going to make it a 30-minute loop. We'll see if we can get the time on the motion a little better from that. I want to make sure we kind of get this just right on how fast it's moving, because this one does have some signs of rotation. So we're moving about 40 miles per hour on this particular storm here. So if I continue to about 40 miles per hour, again, kind of a heads up here. I want to get the time there. It does clip Louisville in case it goes a little more north. If this were to eventually produce a tornado, it'd probably go a little more east of that. But Louisville, we're looking at that for you for 428, Claytown 428, we're Noxapater 421, Plattsburgh at 409, Renfro at 354 there, and Luther, we're looking at about 341. Again, this one is a Doppler radar indicated rotation increasing a little bit on this. By the way, that text message coming from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers let me know that the Greenville camera looks like it just went down with that storm coming into the area. So we'll show you that one more time while it is still somewhat valid on the picture that it is indicating there. But unfortunately, when we have these thunderstorms come in, when there's lightning, something like that, they go down. Looks like Greenville, one of those that has gone down. Again, some of the low clouds. Well, hold on, maybe we're back again. It's kind of in and out at this point here, but that's that line of thunderstorms kind of moving into the Greenville area. So it's up and down. Sometimes that happens. Obviously, we expect during a thunderstorm, we're going to have more disruptions with that. 66, the temperature. In Greenville, winds out of the north and west. It's going to take this getting farther east before it tries to get more organized and maybe try to produce some rotation with it if it can. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, who's been kind of tracking some power outages. He's also going to look at some of the other pictures you guys have been sitting in as we're continuing to assess things here as of 3:30.
Yeah, so here's a pretty heavy downpour close to Vaden, right along I-55. I'm sure it was one of those individual cells that were kind of working their way through the North Mississippi area, and I believe this was by Becca, if I remember correctly. Let me make sure to, yes, Becca over there in the Vaden area. So take a look at the heavy downpour. I mean, definitely some menacing looking dark clouds, but fortunately remaining below severe limits as of right now. But those cells are becoming more impressive, as Matt was talking about just a moment ago. So you take this picture and then you directly apply it to our power outage map, and not seeing a ton of those show up, especially whenever you were mentioning the Greenville camera potentially being down. So, you know, poweroutage.us can have a little bit of a lag. So I went over to Entergy, and it does seem like we have some sporadic outages across the area. You know, those purple showing up, that's just a few communities that are dealing with those outages, and a lot of that actually over there towards Arkansas. But once you bring it back in here to Mississippi, the ones that stand out is further towards the Jackson area. We kind of move closer to Carthage, and And when we're talking about that Carthage storm, we do have power outages showing up behind where that storm is headed. So kind of verifying that this is an impactful storm as it kind of moves in that northeast direction. And as we work our way up I-55, I'm not seeing anything that shows any more power outages. And that's been kind of the trend here recently. Those power outages numbers have came down a good bit. And so continue to monitor this behind the scenes. But as of right now, not seeing anything overly impressive. This was a look in Ackerman earlier on today at Highway 12 and Highway 15, looking towards the south and west, and this was by Blaze, and I think this one was too. Yes, so let me pull both of these up. So both these photos submitted by Blaze, and you can kind of see they're getting a little bit of a vertical component to them, but not anything overly impressive. I do see a lot of those alto cumulus clouds that are starting to show up and kind of blanket the sky a good bit, but those don't really have a ton of lift to them. Those are more horizontally developed rather than going to the vertical component. So I think that's continue to be where things stand. Again, this was over in Ackerman, so one of the areas that was still a chance at some of those stronger storms. But Matt, we're definitely paying attention to Greenville as that line moves on through. We're paying attention to Carthage with some of those individual cells. So a couple of areas that stand out, but still right now, no warnings.
Okay, let's go ahead and reshare the live stream here again for folks kind of behind the screens. Behind the scenes on this for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpond. You're looking here at Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 streaming service out of the Tupelo area. Things are getting more organized on our line of thunderstorms back closer to the Mississippi River, and the potential for damaging thunderstorms increasing over the course of the next hour or so. I did go ahead and send a push alert for my folks behind the scenes here through the app a moment ago. The storms up there closer to Winona getting stronger. The ones down here east of Canton near Philadelphia getting stronger. And in particular, it's this line we have out here for Greenville back toward Hollandale. We still have some time before it gets a little heavier, but this one is going to kind of ratchet up in intensity over the next couple of hours. And this is in that zone. We've talked about where is that rain cool there? Where's that line come back into it? This is in that zone where we could still have one of these, maybe it's all the way east to Chula. Maybe it's by the time it gets to Kosciuszko, that depending on if that cold air from the rain cooled air earlier can outpace this, that we could potentially still see some of these thunderstorms with some rotation, Golden Triangle, back toward Kosciuszko, Winston County, as that moves eastward. We're hoping that maybe the cold air outpaces it, it all undercuts it, but I don't necessarily say I have high confidence in that at this point. Most projections have had rotation in this line and damaging winds as it moves eastward, and so that is the expectation of what this could potentially continue to produce going forward throughout this afternoon. So as we give you a longer track on this here, and there's some other thunderstorms we're going to look at as well. This line we have moving close to around 45 to 50 miles per hour. So I'll track that whole line there toward the east and northeast. We'll say about 45, let's go 50 miles per hour. That might be a little bit fast. And now let's extend that about 200 miles east, assuming that holds together. And then we're going to change the size of the locations there so we have a more palatable number of people that show up on that list. So again, we're looking Rolling Fork about 355 for you. We'll check our camera there here in a moment. Belzona, we're looking at 415. Yazoo City about 435. Chula at 436. Winona close to 505. Kosciuszko at 530. Louisville 6 o'clock. Starkville 612. West Point 621. Aberdeen still a possibility there at 624. Columbus about 640. Macon 646. Aliceville, Guin, Fayette, all in Alabama after the 7 o'clock time period, assuming it doesn't pick up speed, and there will be some damaging winds with this as it moves through. How much damaging wind, that remains a question, but it has strengthened a bit. One of the things that kind of got me looking a little closer at it, you can see how we have multiple lines of storms here congealing in the one, right? See how you have storms back there kind of in advance. There's kind of two batches. I'll let it loop one more time here. Two batches there, right? As that batch pushes ahead, a lot of time in this situation, that's a sign that the big push of wind is about to start hitting with this, and that's where we're more likely to see some strong wind gusts kind of develop from this storm. We haven't seen it yet. That might be an overestimation of its capability, but that is a possibility that we're contending with as this moves toward the east at around 50 miles per hour. Ahead of that, we do have some isolated storms developing, whether it's the one up here closer to Winona, the other ones we have down here north of Walnut Grove along the trace there, moving toward the Philadelphia area. Those are both storms that we're going to have to watch that could have a little bit of rotation. The one near Carthage has slightly more. And one of the ways we've kind of assessed what these storms are capable of, today is using what we call echo tops. It allows us to see how high a thunderstorm is. A higher thunderstorm, more likely to have broken through. A thunderstorm that breaks through is more likely to then cause issues, damage, however you want to put it there. We show that tops are now up to about 40,000 feet, 35 to 40,000 feet in the case of either one of these thunderstorms. I think it's 40. I just couldn't catch the exact pixel up there. The point being, that is the level at which storms up in Tennessee started producing damaging weather. So it's possible that we could be heading that direction with this as well. Again, you can join the conversation with us here as we discuss this. I'm going to, behind the scenes, have to click back into our switcher there as well to get that up. Again, join the conversation. Appreciate all you for doing that. Someone want to know, we are good in Starkville, Mississippi for now, yes. For later, maybe not as this line comes through. You are still in a zone where we expect this could be damaging weather by the time it arrives where you're at. Now, we still have some time before then and now, thankfully, but that's what we are going to watch. In particular, the storm near Carthage, one that has our attention. It's below severe limits. We check out Mama Justice Doppler radar. There is some broad rotation with that storm, but none that is overly strong at this instant, and hopefully will not get stronger going forward. But that one is organized and strengthening. This cluster of storms we have up here closer to Winona, I would say same thing, strengthening. Starkville, strengthening. Let's go to the precipitation mode there. And yeah, still, I'm going to have to sneeze in a second. Excuse me. Still, these are relatively disorganized up here closer to Winona. So this is still going to take some time, but the fact that the tops of it are starting to get up there in excess of 30,000 feet, I know what's happened here. This one's going to get undercut. This one's not going to do it. So this one's not strong enough yet. But if you see this green line right here, Aberdeen eastward, I'm going to step aside here for a moment. From Aberdeen, stretching right there through western Clay County, see it coming down there from the north? That boundary is the thing that is the rain-cooled air. If this were stronger when it crosses that boundary and increased rotation, it could spin up a tornado. But at this angle, that's not going to happen. So that one has spiked up because it's crossing the boundary, and it's going to let everything kind of come back on out of it after there as well. I see people discussing whether or not Casilla there is a town. It absolutely is. There are towns out there that, you know, you and I have never heard of before, and thankfully they show up on radar, and we're appreciative of the software that we use. And we put a lot of time into making sure it's got some cities on there and some other locations to help you track ahead when there is bad and destructive weather like is possible for today. But this thunderstorm we have here, if we check on Mama Justice Doppler radar and we go to kind of the severe threats, not really even showing any hail potential really on this yet. Looking at the wind, again, not a lot of beneficial shear on that. And as you would then imagine, there's not a hail threat that's showing up on our track at this point. Now, maybe a little bit of one down closer to Carthage as that thunderstorm's increasing in intensity, still fairly small, and not much hail threat from what's coming back west. But there is a little more rotation on that line. We're just too far away to get a really good look at it from as far away as that is. And kind of looking at our visible satellite, which has been allowed, one of the things we've looked at from time to time today is we really kind of worked over the atmosphere in the last hour or so. We've kind of allowed it to stabilize some. Just kind of looking at some of the latest data here, this is still kind of the line coming in. And because this atmosphere hasn't been worked over, there still is some unstable air for this to end up utilizing as it moves on through. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, again, monitoring things here behind the scenes back at our broadcast facility. Again, we're a Tupelo-based broadcasting group, and I am in the north part of Tupelo. We have a studio that our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut and Gabe Maynor are in downtown Tupelo. Our meteorologist Maggie McCauley watching behind the scenes here from Senatobia. So we are spread out. So if there's a power outage at one location, an issue at one spot, we can be instantly back on again. By the way, we had an issue with that with the tornado warning earlier this week, and that is taken care of, Gabe. We've got that all figured out, right?
Praise God. Praise God. But yeah, so one of the updates that I do want to show off real quick is the updated SPC outlook. So we're going to look at those latest outlooks here real quick. And as you can see, based off what we just saw, the day one risk is kind of being taken from that northwest sections of Mississippi further towards the south and east, kind of what we talked about just a moment ago, now covering parts of Tupelo, Aberdeen, Columbus, and Kosciuszko. So I'm going to put it on this latest scan. But the thing that I want to talk about the most is a tornado risk, and they have diminished that greatly, primarily for parts of Holmes, Atala, Winston, Noxubee, and Pickens County. That's that level 2 threat. Level 1 still in place for some of these storms that are trying to get a little bit of rotation attached to them, but as you can see, confidence is decreasing. What also is decreasing? That significant or that strong tornado risk. So if we're talking strong tornadoes, that threat has shifted more towards the south where there's more of that, that unstable air, higher dew points, and that's of course showed on this graphic right here. But this is a great sign that we were talking about just a few moments ago. Those severe storms are still possible. You know, we like to see those chances diminishing and the Storm Prediction Center aligning with what we're talking about here on Mississippi Live Weather. So further evidence of exactly that. So grateful for it, hopeful for that to continue, and hopeful for even those 4 counties that we just mentioned, or 5 counties, I should say, for that to go south of you guys as well. We don't want strong tornadoes at all. We don't want them here in North Mississippi as well, and so we're just glad that this seems to be on the downward trend for sure. So as we take a look across the area, we're continuing to assess some more of those reports. And while I work behind the scenes to get that up, we do have some flooding concerns up there towards Tennessee. And we've gotten reports there from Lucy in Tennessee as well. If I have the pictures right here, it's just going to load in. Here we go. Okay, so we're talking right here, and that should be lined up. Yes, okay, pulling that up behind me. This is going to be in parts of Tennessee, and you can definitely see some of those flooded roadways that the cars are driving on, and this is going to be one of the primary concerns, like we talked about. This was our level 3 confidence in the fact that we're dealing with some of those flash flooding issues, and some of these drains just can't keep up. And so, fortunately, North Mississippi have stayed void of that, but honestly, most of the heavy rainfall has stayed void of us as well. You know, you have a few brief moments in it, but then beyond that, a few light to moderate showers, and drains can keep up with that, at least better than what that heavy rainfall could do, especially like what it did on Monday. So far, those reports still remain pretty minimal. And Matt, that graphic behind you is definitely the thing that put 2 hands in the air and say, woo, because it's trending in the right way.
So far.
Yeah,
but let's be clear, there's still some locations involved in that. That's what we have to watch. We can take a brief break here and be back with more coverage as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center next.
Alert! It's a flash sale for 1 week only at Room to Room in 6 p.m. Saturday. Prices slash store-wide. In-store coupons, BOGO accessories, King for a Queen mattress deals, and special financing. These deals will be gone in a flash. Room to Room Tupelo.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
Welcome back to Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. You're watching here our live 24/7 stream. We're looking closely here at northern Oktibbeha County. Some thunderstorms trying to cross a boundary here of rain-cooled air moving into and through Oktibbeha County. We do have a camera there with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. That camera, generally speaking, kind of pointed southwestward. With this here, let's go ahead and swing it back toward the northerly direction to kind of look along this, as we've had some showers in and around the Oktibbeha County area. So I'm going to pan this again back here, kind of looking southwest now. West. And then the problem is you look north and northwest through this, and we're looking right there through the tower. So no good viewpoint based on that at this time. But what you do see, again, some darker blue with some of those clouds, but nothing that's overly intense or impressive based on what we're looking at this time. Again, appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Yeah, maybe not the most beautiful view of a tower there, but there's no way to get it up without putting on one of those. So you're always going to run into a few shots of that. We go up the road there to Maben. We also have a camera there with another shot that we can see. Again, our Maben camera, this kind of looking back toward the northeast somewhat. So we're going to have to switch this one and go back toward the southeast. So again, we'll have to look through another one of those towers. Again, appreciate 4 County Electric Power Association, one of the partners here with us on Mississippi Live Weather, and again on the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, to be able to kind of look through some of these towers, at least be able to have the cameras up high enough to be able to see. But looking there toward one of the showers there, that gray you see kind of the middle part of the screen there, that is the rain, the heavy precipitation, again, falling out of that. That's why it's clearer there. And that's that heavy precipitation. But what you'll notice, and you can kind of even see it on our inset of the graphic in the lower left-hand corner of the screen there, there's where our camera location is. It's a little off. I think the camera location technically right about there. But either way, we're looking into that shower that's a little east of Maben, right on the Clay and Oktibbeha county line. Another way to look at that, again, normal view here. But the fact that we have some rain-cooled air that's undercutting this, that's what this kind of green line is here. That right there, that is our outflow of rain-cooled air kind of sliding south. As these cross it, maybe briefly spike up, maybe a few small hailstones, nothing severe. But this thunderstorm there, as that crosses it, once they go north of that boundary, they're not going to produce additional severe weather or tornadoes or anything like that. I'm going to utilize Gabe's pointing skills once again, as he has proven an excellent pointing being. He's got his pointer finger ready. We are going to now do an all clear here for folks to give some folks kind of a heads up. So again, I'm going to draw on our boundary here. I'm going to give a little bit of a extra easement on the north side there. And I might need to double check this. I need to see whether or not we want to keep Amory in this. So let's leave this on a loop for a second, because it's not as simple as just the closest radar on this. We've got to look back west toward these storms back there toward Greenville, though closer to Hollandale where they're a little stronger. I think because of where that boundary is, I feel better about this. So switch this back over to Monroe County. And so we're going to start off again. I think we can get away with it where that boundary is. And northward, say it's probably not going to migrate back northward. So everything behind this, Gabe, let's do the all clear, shall we? I'm thinking A, L, L, C, L, E, A, R. You think that joke's going to get old? Gabe is again riding back at the studio, so give him credit where he is. For what
I didn't know you were going to come over to me. I was giving you a thumbs up.
Yeah, I want to give you credit on that there. But yeah, I would say, that the northern part there in the all clear. So you want to give some folks names that are in the all clear at this point?
Yeah, so we're talking Oxford, Water Valley, Tupelo. A lot of folks have mentioned that one. Boonville, just told a few folks a moment ago that they're in the all clear. We have Corinth. Amory still might hear a few rumbles of thunder. Same thing with Bruce right there. But this is going to be as those thunderstorms enter the collapsing phase, because again, these are kind of feeding off of that boundary. But once they move north of this blue line, north of that boundary, those will begin to diminish strength as well. Cleveland, Shelby, again, few thunder possible, but overall remaining below severe weather limits. And there is still that chance. We're not going to draw that in there, but down south, that's where that still a chance is due to this round of thunderstorms moving through Eudora, Hollandale, and Greenville. Seeing some stronger wind returns on that one as well, Matt, a little bit of broad rotation. So, of course, all eyes are on that. But for everyone almost north of Highway 82. There are still a few areas right along Highway 82, but north of Highway 82 looking better. If you're along and north of Highway 6, looking better as well. And up there towards the Tennessee state line, Corinth, we're talking Ripley, we're talking Holly Springs, all of those areas. But if we're taking a look down south of that line, this is again areas in the Golden Triangle where it's again possible. Dew point has spiked, Matt. It was 64 degrees earlier on, now 72 degrees. Well, of course, a large part of that looks like some rainfall starting to fall. And so that, of course, adds to the moisture in the atmosphere.
I don't buy it. Yeah, I don't buy that 72.
I think that's a steep incline.
I think we pull that data from over in Starkville. And you know how that Starkville reporting station sometimes goes a little haywire. I think 72 is high on that dew point. There's almost no way it would go that quickly, that much of an increase. So I'm going to say that's
surface ops here behind the scenes.
Okay, go ahead and pull it up behind you on the monitor. We'll take a look.
So it looks like Air Force Base. Hang on, let me pull this up. It looks like the Air Force Base is up to 68. Yeah, so it's showing 72 in Starkville, but again, that's that same Starkville reporting station. So very well could be incorrect, but 68 closer to the Air Force Base definitely stands out. Actually, that would be that'd be Aberdeen. Looks like southern Monroe County at that point.
Let me think. I have a button around here. Let's see if I can find the button. This is always bad when I go searching for what I think is a button that I think might work. Hold on, let's find this. I feel like that's under all the other. No, I don't know where it's gone. Oh well, which is fine. Well, here we go. Ready? Look at that. We've got it. Okay. Starkville, yeah, Starkville 72 dew point there. I don't buy that. 64 in at the Air Force Base. Yep, Monroe County 68. 68. That Monroe County site tends to run a little bit higher. Go south. Greenwood at 63 and mixed way down there. Look at Jackson 64, 66 back there west of Jackson. 64. There's no way that 72 is right. That 66 you have in Louisville is probably closer to it, and even then 66 is not quite enough. Go south. Let's find out how far we have to go to get to 67, 68. So you got to get up there, the Laurel, and south beyond that. So, Gabe, I would say looking at that I'm just really on the tornado threat. It's an uphill battle. Uphill battles are a good thing, though, right?
Exactly, and I think that's why the Storm Prediction Center has kind of sliced off some chunks, is because it is going to be an uphill battle, and an impossible battle actually for some. But that moving some folks into the marginal risk, because it is going to be, things are going to have to change in order for those to, of course, take place. We're 77 degrees though in Mabin, and yeah, probably maybe 66, 67 degrees at most there in Oktibbeha County, and we're still getting these storms that are still getting to take advantage of that boundary. That's why those have picked up in a little bit of intensity with some of those heavier showers you can see right there on the bottom left of your screen, and those will continue to move through Oktibbeha County there in that northeast direction, closer to Starkville and then eventually West Point, and then moving more into Monroe and Lowndes County as well. So we're 10 miles an hour there out of the west, so those winds feel like they're shifting a little bit as well. I do want to jump over towards Ackerman real quick, if I'm able to, and take a look at some of the surface observations out there. Or yeah, Winona. Oh, I just missed Ackerman. Oh, and unfortunately the surface observations are down. So Matt, that was that storm that we were watching. I don't know if this is pointed the right direction on that. We can actually get this adjusted behind the scenes just to make sure that's looking towards that storm. So taking a look at Winona, and we're going to move it closer to so that's looking east, and this would need to be northeast. There we go. Yeah, that's getting a better view on it. So here you're getting a view of some of those darker clouds there. So that's some heavy rainfall for sure just east of Winona and Duck Hill. Of course, our observations are down, but you're at least getting a visual of what's falling there at the surface. And it's a pretty hefty downpour. And Ackerman probably highlighting that as well, more on the northern side of Choctaw County. But you can get a visual of that. And 77 degrees. I'm sure that dew point reporting station is also from that Starkville area, which is wrong in summary, but it usually weighs those numbers a little bit higher and warmer. Down towards Attala County, which we actually have a camera, we can go even more south on that. And I want to look at that here in just a moment. We're talking Kosciuszko, 82 degrees, 66 degree dew points. It's enough, don't get me wrong, but it is still, I would expect that to be a little bit higher for me to be a little bit more concerned. But we're talking about these showers and storms that are moving there on the south side of town. Unfortunately, I cannot move this camera, but you're probably looking, if the camera's looking this way, probably back behind where the camera is pointing. So unfortunately, we can't exactly see what's headed our way, but we do know that there are some storms in a decently unstable.
If you go back to that, Gabe, go back to that last one a second ago. That one I think faces southwest. I think is the direction that Kosciuszko camera faces.
So it'd be to the left.
So I think that the what you're looking at, the right under the logo there is where that storm is. I think if you're looking to the logo, right under the word Kosciuszko. Yeah, right there. I think that's what that is.
Okay. Well, yeah, that would make sense. So, and then is this? Let me see which camera this is. I know we have one a little bit more south. It's not Hattiesburg. We do have a look down there, but no, this is Edinburgh, and that's 82 degrees. Dew point still at 66 degrees. This is not far off. I'm curious. I can't remember if this one can move or not. I'm going to look real quick, and if it can, then we'll go try and find this storm. So if we're looking at our current radar, it would be to the north and west, and so this is looking a little bit that direction. Yeah, so this should be a view on that, looking towards the north and west, and so be getting it right there. Yeah, there's your shower. There's your downpour that's happening there north of Edinburgh, close to the Carthage area. Continuing, that was catching our attention earlier on, but I'm curious to see, once this storm does move into that boundary, what exactly does happen. So watching things behind the scenes, that's where things currently stand. But again, I would say that all eyes continue to be on those storms out there towards, oh wait, hang on, is that an outlook? That is an outlook. Sorry, they put something on the surface observation, so I was making sure that what that was. So yes, we're continuing to see those storms move across Greenville and then continue closer to the Holmes County area, around Carroll County, right along and south of Highway 82. And so that's where we expect some of those impacts. Speaking of, we do have that Greenville camera. I don't know why we don't just utilize that. Out there towards the Mississippi River. And yeah, you're seeing that heavy downpour. This is going to be on the backside of that thunderstorm. But you can see some of the returns there on reflectivity showing that this is a hefty storm and a little bit breezy there as well. Would we get a visual? Is that a little bit north and east of it? This should still be in the storm in Cleveland. Yeah, so just you get an idea of the downpour that's taking place. I think, unfortunately, our best view of it is going to be in Greenwood, probably looking out towards the west, and there you're getting a look at that base of the storm, still with those heavy downpours, and should be seeing a good bit of lightning there as well. This is still one of our more mature storms, but Matt, this is probably where all eyes are heading into the afternoon hours, the late afternoon hours, but that number, 61 degrees, that's nothing for these storms. This is not a ton of fuel at all. And so these storms are going to be more of a, let's hope they stay below severe limits, but that is the storm that we're watching. And if it's entering a 61 degree environment, that is definitely a limiting factor for this setup. All right, we're going to jump there towards Jackson real quick. If you want to do it, I can do it. I won't mess with it. Okay, I'm going to toss over towards Jackson and get that radar site and pull up the preset mode. And yeah, there's your heftiest cells right there. So we're seeing these individual cells set up close to the Edinburgh area, close to Carthage, moving up there towards the north and east, basically, again, following Highway 25 once again, and still moving at about 45 miles an hour. So first, let's assess this cell, as that is catching my attention first off, and we're going to track this all the way up there towards Winston County. Let me make sure I have enough room on this. We're going to put this track from this leading edge all the way up 25, basically. And we're going to go at about 45 miles an hour, and there you're getting a look at a few of these times. Liberty closer to 417, Calvary 425, McMillan 432. Same thing for Louisville. Then we move to the Boone community, 437, 440, Mill Creek, Craig Springs 451, and Winston closer to 453. So that's where we're watching for some of this. Oh, you're adjusting it a little bit more towards the northeast, basically directly northeast. And so updated times, Louisville 432, Mill Creek 440, and Lynn Creek closer to 458. So watching that storm has a little bit of an uptick on those strikes. We're at 26 strikes, so seeing that increase. So this is still a storm to watch, but still a ways away from it being a full-blown severe thunderstorm. And then we jump back over here towards Hollandale, where that storm is moving through, and you're starting to get a bit of an outflow forming once again, that cooler air out ahead, basically causing this boundary to take place, and that is going to be where we watch for more storm development. But actually, hang on. Let's go over to the wind mode real quick. See. Do you want to take over?
No. We're looking at that. I think it's a strengthening storm. I think we'll take a closer look at that here in about 60 seconds. We'll take a brief break. We'll talk about that behind the scenes. We'll be back with more Mississippi Live weather from the Room to Room Weather Center right after this.
Oh, Caleb.
Every legend starts somewhere.
Not with perfection, but with the decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you. It's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
This portion of Mississippi Live Weather is presented by Little's Jewelers. It's now 4 o'clock and you're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We are 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. No severe thunderstorms, no tornado warnings at this time on Mama Justice Doppler radar. We are hoping that's the way things go the remainder of this afternoon, but still some questions. There are a few storms that are strong. Like Gabe was pointing out before the commercial break, we're watching a few of these near Fort Hollandale, back to Antigua there, and the Rolling Fork area at this point in time. We do have a camera down in Rolling Fork, near where that storm on the south side is located. Here's what that camera looks like. We're kind of shooting beneath that. Again, lots of dark clouds. Dark clouds don't always mean bad. They just mean tall enough. And in this case, they're definitely tall enough. Again, appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, our partner here, to be able to bring you this camera network. And certainly, again, jostling around quite a bit because we look toward the southwest out of this. So I'm going to pan this camera a little bit to the right to be able to kind of see this storm as we do. So we're kind of looking now, this is more almost west, and if you can look at the picture where we have that location, we need to look kind of northwest to get a good shot underneath. Some gusty winds possible out of this. Again, Rolling Fork hit by a bad tornado back in 2023. Let's be clear that this is not that kind. So if you were to see storms or severe weather today, we're not talking about high-end severe weather. That's not to say we don't have maybe a briefly strong tornado, but even that threat, something we have a lower confidence level on as of now, is looking kind of west and northwest out of our camera there. This, I honestly think, probably looking a little bit more north. I think my calibration, the top might be just a little bit off on this there, but kind of looking northward into those storms. Again, the heavy rainfall just north of town. As you can see, it's on the water tower there in the distance, and the camera definitely jostling back and forth a little bit. Perhaps some hail on this, but again, that heaviest of that staying just slightly north of the Rolling Fork community. They're at 84 degrees right now in Rolling Fork, 64, that dew point. If that number we're talking about big tornadoes, that number there need to be 70 plus. It is not, and that is why we are not talking about that at this point. If we go up the road, again, back toward Greenwood, where our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, was talking about our camera location there a minute ago. I think this camera might be locked up because that looks like the exact same shot we had a minute ago there. This camera's been kind of up and down today and lately. Let's see, Greenwood. Check behind the scenes here. Yeah, I think this one has stopped updating on us, unfortunately, there. So that is an older image. But if we go over to Winona and look out of our camera in Winona, right now that camera is looking back in an easterly direction. Let's go ahead and send it back to the west. And so it's going to kind of flip around here, pan towards some of the storms we had northeastward. As we kind of look northward into Winona and then kind of pan back toward the west, there are additional thunderstorms that we're watching. Lots of kind of low clouds with those. You see multiple different cloud layers there. One of the prettier shots that we've honestly had today looking at clouds. These are the ones trying to develop in the foreground, but that is the more active and stronger line of thunderstorms back there east of Greenville that we are depicting there closer to the horizon. Again, appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for being our partner here with the camera network to keep you safe. They are a 501c3. If you've never heard of them, trust me, they're spending their hard-earned money to try to keep you safe. We contract with them as well, and there are sponsors that support them. If you'd like to support them or support us here on Mississippi Live Weather, if you're interested in advertising, this is not the reason I popped this up. We haven't said this before, but your logo could be right there. And if you would like to see it there, you can just send us an email to info@msliveweather.com, or I think technically advertise and sales@msliveweather.com. Both kind of go the same spot there. It would look pretty similar to this. And a location up here in Tupelo, appreciate Mitchell for sponsoring our Tupelo Tower Cam. But as this one's kind of bouncing back and forth, notice where we're at with temperature. We're at 70 degrees in that temperature. The dew point, that measure of moisture, in the 50s. Anytime there's a 5 in front on a day like today, you are done, and the severe weather risk is over for the Tupelo area. There is not one going forward. You're in good shape, and if you're watching us going, what about us? The answer is no worries. You're going to be fine. The storm out here toward Hollandale, like we talked about before the commercial break, again, does have some gusty wind with it. You could argue for maybe a little bit of rotation, but honestly, that's partially just because we're so far away from the radar site. In saying that, north of Rolling Fork here, and we'll bring it to the kind of latest scan, you see how north-south this is right here? When these are very north-south on a day like today, what we look for is to see if that's going to start jutting ahead. If it does, that's when in Belzona there, or Silver City, or Chula, or Lexington, we're going to have to watch that. If that time takes more of a north-south look to it, we'll make it a shorter loop, a 30-minute loop, and see how this kind of goes from the, we'll wait for the loop to start again here. So we start like this, right? And see how it's starting to swing more like that. If that pattern continues, then we could concern that this could be one that tries to produce a tornado. In saying that, looking at the latest scans, there's a couple other things that kind of jump out to me on Mama Justice Doppler radar. One is the fact that if you look at kind of the green line here, this is that outflow that we keep talking about, that area of rain-cooled air from all the storms north. And so that could actually be what has started to make this kind of wrap up a little bit more. When a storm like this crosses an outflow boundary, it can enhance the lower level rotation a little bit. But I will say that that is so far behind two outflow boundaries. You have the outflow from these storms, probably somewhere around there. Then the outflow from the other ones kind of acting like a sort of multiple end cold front here, or a triple point. So everything behind here, we don't have any worries. We look toward this, everything out front where you see the reds. This would be what we call the warm sector. So everything in the warm sector has more fuel to work off of, a more correct way in which rotation can possibly occur. So we will see about that, how that all plays out. I know, Gabe, that behind the scenes, the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma put out a mesoscale discussion back at around 3:45 related to this. So I'm interested to see your thoughts on that. We'll talk about that here in a couple of minutes. But in general, kind of based on the latest thinking here, we'll have to watch that one storm there, if that can get attached to the boundary. I think it might have already crossed it, and that would be great. That would then mean that maybe it's not going to produce. And honestly, at this point here, if you said, hey, what do you think the real true likelihood is that we're talking about tornadoes today? I would say it's pretty limited at this point. Strange things happen from time to time, but the odds of us getting all the way to producing a tornado at this point really would be difficult. I think that, again, now that we've reached about 410, we're past the worst of this, meaning most locations here are still in the clear as far as this is concerned for tonight. We'll show again that all clear, those locations coming up here in a couple minutes. But Gabe, if you've had a chance to look at that mesoscale discussion, give me a thumbs up on that, and we'll go ahead and talk to you about what you're looking at there. Bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. And again, you've kind of had a chance to sort of look at that. Anything important that they had to say?
Just saying that the severe threat is anticipated over the next 2 to 3 hours across Mississippi. So kind of furthering what we've been thinking, and I'll pull that over right here. But nonetheless, that's what we're kind of reading behind the scenes, that there is still some areas of concern. Earlier convection now in Middle Tennessee, deepening has occurred with some updrafts across the sagging outflow. So that's going to be some of the storms that are up there. Tennessee, there is a weak mid-level lapse rates, which means that the vertical profiles are not fantastic with these cells, but they are saying that there's a warm, well-mixed boundary layer, and so there is still some deep convection that can take place to produce some marginal severe wind or severe hail, so that it's still possible to get some of those stronger wind gusts. I will say, based off reading this, they're not as concerned about tornadoes, but that potential for a QLCS could definitely produce a brief tornado due to some of those storms jutting out, like what we're talking about there with Hollandale. That stands out, especially with that linear setup that we're potentially going to have. But they're not as impressed, and I think that we would agree based off of where the dew points stand and how things have trended this afternoon.
Yeah, that dew point in particular, I think, is just kind of the key as to why things are not worse, and hopefully that's the trend that continues. More Mississippi Live weather continue here in 60 seconds from the Room to Room Weather Center. Keep it here for the latest.
I have been going to Tupelo Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Tupelo Smiles.
Look at Wanda, ready to rock her big presentation. But first, lunch. Sweet Pepper's Deli. Delicious, celebratory, but is it quick? The Cobb salad. tender oven roasted chicken topped with cheese. Prepared, plated, and served in 6 minutes? Is this for real? Well, of course. Well done, Wanda. Sweet Pepper's Deli. Yes, ma'am. Life is sweet.
Welcome back to Mississippi Live Weather. Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologists Caleb Edelblue and Gabe Maynor continue to track thunderstorms here across North Mississippi. These are all below severe limits as of 4:13 p.m. and hopefully expected to stay that way. You know, we do have a conversation that, again, behind the scenes that you guys can join. I see the second ago there, KS Chap on YouTube saying, what did I miss? So let's kind of bring you up to date on what you've missed so far and what we've been talking about here in the Room to Room Weather Center. First off, we have had some thunderstorms that moved through the northern part of the state, that those have kicked out some rain-cooled air earlier, and that continues to be one of the things that has affected our trend. I'm going to make this a longer loop. I'm going to make this a 6-hour loop here. You'll notice the thunderstorms that we had earlier this afternoon kicked out some rain-cooled air. That rain-cooled air spreading through, stabilizing the atmosphere. We're still going to have some rumbles from it, still could have some thunderstorms, still could have some severe thunderstorms. But the fact that that has spread through has eliminated some folks from contention as far as active and severe weather is concerned. So I'm going to put this into kind of a clear air mode on here, so hopefully you can kind of see our boundary we're talking about. See this kind of green and gray line right there running ahead? That is that rain-cooled air. One of the big questions we had about today was whether or not this would slow down. This outflow boundary would slow down. Would it then behave like kind of a warm front? And if it did, would that then mean that we would have tornadoes? To this point, we have not had tornadoes. To this point, that front, that sort of outflow boundary there has not slowed down. It has not behaved like a warm front, and that has not allowed us to have anything kind of tornado related. So, I mean, that's, dare I say, excellent news. We keep drawing on this blue line. I keep saying, Mr. Maynor, show us your best handwriting here. Write it fairly small, so it's kind of bigger when I zoom it in here, but write it kind of small up there, starting Hernando and then back toward Corinth. So we're going to put on here for folks that are maybe just joining us. Well, that might be really, really small. We might have to bring that in a little closer than that, don't we? I'll bring it in a little bit closer so you can get that. Okay, so you have to make it a lot bigger than that A, though. Yeah, no, hold on. We're gonna have to do it. We're gonna have to do a lot bigger than that. I'm gonna let you do the whole thing here for a moment. So we'll clear that off. Oops, I'm clicking on the wrong screen. There we go. Go for it. Go for it. Go and clear it. And go for it. So Gabe is going to draw on our all clear. So if you are in any of these spots, and I'll pull off even the radar data here in a moment so that you can maybe see it the most clearly. If you are in... Too many cooks in the kitchen. Try one more time, Gabe. Sorry about that. And I will look
promise
for a
I will
thumbs
say
up.
done once it's done.
Okay. I'll let you do that.
Golly,
so Gabe is going to put our all clear on here for folks out there, because I know we again have folks wanting to know in Okolona, I think you're all clear. In Cleveland, I think you're all clear. In Greenwood Springs, probably all clear.
Okay, you're good.
Grenada, I'd say you're all clear. You're done?
I'm done if you want to draw that line.
I'm going to draw the line here, and everything north of this line we can say is all clear. So I'm going to now clear off, while I put on that precipitation, clear off most of it on there for just a moment. So if you are behind this, if you are in the blue, you are in the all clear for today. So again, that would be most of Clay County. That'd be most of Webster County. That would be a large chunk there of Montgomery County. That'd be northern Choctaw County. So again, Eupora, Aberdeen, Amory, northward, Haleyville, Hamilton, Alabama, Hamilton, Mississippi, all clear. Water Valley, Bruce, Oxford, Boonville, Corinth, everything northward, we're all clear, okay? Now I see Holmes County mentioned there. We're watching Holmes County. I would not say that we are all clear for Holmes County yet. Holmes and Carroll County, we're still watching, again, kind of the west part of this boundary, and still a possibility that we could have a strong storm try to move through there. So I see, was that Keont Jackson asking the question, so no possible tornado anymore. If you're in the blue, no. Or I guess yes. Anyway, let's answer this. No tornado threat if you're in the blue. If you're in the blue, you're in the all clear. If you're south of the blue, we still are in the warm sector. We still have potential. We could have some stronger thunderstorms. We still have the potential to maybe see tornadoes. Now, is this line of storms coming around 5 supposed to have tornadoes? Robin wants to know that, as you can see there. Let's say this, it kind of depends on where you're at. I would say that the likelihood of strong tornadoes is decreasing. The possibility of a brief tornado still exists. And that is kind of what we are tracking on this. If we were to see perhaps one of these storms try to produce a brief tornado, that does remain a possibility. We're going to put all of our radar data back on a Mama Justice Doppler here for a moment as we kind of add back in all the heavy precipitation on there. But if you're asking about this one back here west of Charleston, no tornadoes there. Grenada, none of that. These storms have crossed north this boundary up here closer to Aberdeen. No tornadoes with that as well. In fact, I'm going to leave that all clear on this while we zoom around. So if you want to know why are there lines on there, that's from where I put all clear on that. I just want to be simply right on front of that there as well. But an example of what it looks like right here near where the line is, probably best from our Ethan Foster. Ethan is down there in Monroe County. And while this graphic is going to say sports, and you do sports for us, today's a little bit about weather. What do you have down there in the Hamilton area?
Yeah, Matt, glad to be back on with you for just a few seconds here. Checked in maybe an hour or two ago, and it was nice and blue. Actually, if I turn back and point to, I guess this is east, you can kind of see still some blue there. But if I point the camera back behind me, this is going to be pointing north towards you guys in Tupelo. You can kind of see, I'll tilt it up so it doesn't try to auto shade down, but it's a little bit more gray this way. I'm going to kind of just show you the sky there, give you a slow pan. But yeah, it's still very warm out here. It's about 84, 85 degrees here in Hamilton right now. So still, like you said, still pretty warm. I'll come and kind of walk this way. I'll just kind of point the camera here, but you can kind of just see definitely gray as we point north. And then as we pan back and kind of move more, I know it's looking like I'm in an earthquake right here, but if you point more back towards the south, definitely looks a little bit more pleasant. So those gray clouds more to the north, kind of what you're seeing there so far.
Yeah, so we have those, I guess, the showers there kind of moving through Aberdeen. You know, I have a lot of lightning strikes on that, thankfully, it doesn't look like at this point. So, I mean, I show 0 lightning strikes. But, you know, the boundary not quite to you. You know, I show Hamilton, you're still just a little south of this boundary or maybe very, very near it. Has the wind shifted out of the north yet for you?
Yes, and it's actually feeling like it's kind of jumping around a little bit as you're saying that. I'm kind of paying attention. Actually looks like we might have wind coming out of more of the south going north, which as I kind of look at the radar there in the background.
You're right. You're right at the boundary where you're at there in Hamilton. So this green is our rain cool there kind of coming in. Once this gets through you, if you give it another 20 minutes, and you don't have a storm going right overhead, you're in good shape. So you're about at the wind shift.
Awesome. Well, glad to hear that. We'll definitely keep an eye out and make sure that it doesn't change dramatically, but we'll definitely make sure to keep an eye on everything with all you guys. And appreciate you guys doing all you're doing today. I know there's a lot more people than me checking it out, so I appreciate everything you guys are doing.
Well, I appreciate you so much for being willing to come on and talk with us here on Mississippi Live Weather and, you know, being a partner with us when it comes to sports. You know, game of the week coming on Friday. You excited about that?
Absolutely. I haven't had a chance to look at the polls yet. Have you done any looking? Do we know if it's getting close? I know we had 2 softball matchups and 2 baseball matchups this week, a handful of local teams, so we'll have to take a look at that. But obviously some more pertinent issues been going on today than our game of the week. Not that it reduces how important that is, but once we get through this, we'll be all eyes on games of the week for Friday, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate it again, Casey Lott and Langston Ott for partnering with us on the game of the week. We'll talk to Gabe about that with that in a minute. Appreciate that. Ethan, we're going to take a brief break here and be right back with more coverage on Mississippi Live Weather.
Alert! It's a flash sale for 1 week only at Room to Room in 6 p.m. Saturday. Prices slash store-wide, in-store coupons, BOGO accessories, King for a Queen mattress deals, and special financing. These deals will be gone in a flash. Room to Room Tupelo.
When C.K. Little opened his doors in downtown Corinth nearly 80 years ago, his plan was simple: deliver excellent service and exceed expectations. That's why we say a little gift goes a long way.
You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here in the Room to Room Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon, as we are, again, keeping a lot of folks in the all clear category for our storms across North Mississippi. I do want to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, who has been kind of looking at, I mentioned the Game of the Week stuff. Let's talk about that briefly. I'm going to behind the scenes, Gabe, just so you know, try to record an update. So we have a recorded update on some of the web and some of the other places there. So I'm just going to use my phone to do that here real quick. But Gabe, I hope you have that poll. I don't know if you have that poll back behind you on the screen. I'll look for a thumbs up on that here in just a second. So while we wait on that for a moment, look at these two thunderstorms we have here near Durant and western Winston County. A couple ways in which we've sort of looked at these storms over the last little bit. Looking at echo tops gives us an idea how tall they are. Taller thunderstorms more likely to produce severe weather. That one there moving more toward Louisville, as we tracked earlier, is one that's a little stronger for that. Let's get a look at that on, again, the storm track here. We're going to look not just from Monroe County there, but we'll switch it back down to the Jackson area. This one does have maybe some very broad rotation, but looking at kind of the wind mode here on this, that remains, again, still pretty broad, all things considered. But we're going to have to keep watching that. So let's get you a time on that as it moves there closer to Louisville. Again, this is a sub-severe thunderstorm, meaning it's non-severe at this point. We'll say still 40, 45 miles per hour the speed, and that will get that into the Louisville area there in Winston County at 4:44. Current time is 4:24, so still about 20 minutes from now. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, again, looking at the sports end of things here for a moment while I record an update for the website. I know, lots of different things layered here. Here's Gabe.
And keep in mind, we also have Caleb doing the forecast for the week ahead behind the scenes. And, you know, there's a whole other weather story that we haven't even talked about, and it does have to do with our game of the week, and it's the cold temperatures returning to the forecast. Folks, keep in mind, we're not fully into spring for another, let's see, today is the 11th, for another just a shade under 2 weeks. So it is going to be, we're not fully in the spring season just yet. So that's something to note with our forecast over the next few days. You might be shocked at how cool those temperatures do get. So as we head off to our game of the week this Friday night, we are going to be in Booneville, East Union, taking on the Booneville Blue Devils there in Booneville. It's going to be a softball match, so it still should be a good time. And I know this will be kind of a house divided for my wife and her family, as we, of course, are honorary urchins, being that she graduated from East Union and my mom-in-law teaches out there. And then Booneville, that's our new ties, as Annalise is teaching up there. So I need to ask her. I'm sure she'll say Booneville. I think. I don't know. We'll see. But nonetheless, it's going to be a fun time there. Friday night, as we watch East Union and Booneville take each other on in softball, and that will be in Booneville. And so we get to see you folks up there. It should be a great time, and we are excited to get back up there to see some of you. Okay, let's go ahead and bring it back into our Mama Justice Doppler radar. And as we take a look at some of those tracks, we again are tracking this one closer to the Alice area, just south and west of Louisville, but not far away from it. If we look at that latest time frame, we're 4:44. Easy to remember, right? That's moving towards the Louisville area, and that is where we're going to see some heavier rainfall. I do see about 10 strikes there over the past 30 minutes or so. So it's not exactly a heavy lightning producer, but we could hear a few rumbles of thunder as we get further into that time frame. And then if we keep going past there, we're talking Beth Eden 4:57, Winston 5:06, Octok 5:15, Crawford 5:22, and Penn's closer to 5:23. And this is one of the storms we're watching. We're also checking in this one towards Durant and Possum Neck. That is going to be working its way up there towards the north and east. And so I will work to put a storm track on that. Let's go ahead and get it click on. We'll go. There we go. Okay, and I'm going to actually loop this over the past 30 minutes to make sure we have that path exactly right. You know, looking at the trend of this one, I think we're developing a bit of a hail core as that moves right across Highway 12. So let's bring it into that latest scan, and I still think that we're taking it in this northeast direction, might be a little bit more towards the east. I'm going to draw this out and then, of course, reassess that path. Let me do 30 minutes once again. Yeah, that looks like it's about that path. Okay, so we're talking Possum Neck 436, Rocky Point 440. We're Hesterville closer to 443, Shady Grove 453, Huntsville, not Huntsville, Alabama, this is Huntsville, Mississippi 505, French Camp 506, Chester 520, Williams 526, and that latest scan that just came in right there looks way less impressive. So I think that it is collapsing. So, oh, no, that is this one. Oh my word. We've been live for a couple hours, everybody. Okay, bringing it back over here. I'm going to drag this over so we are not confused. There you go. Okay, so reset. Possum Neck 436, Rocky Point 440, Hesterville 443, Huntsville 505, French Camp 506, Chester 520, Grady 524, and Williams by 526. And again, that is this path right here. And that one is still one to be watching as it moves across Highway 12, Highway 51, those two intersections right there, and moving up there in that northeast direction. So folks up there on the northern side of Tala County and moving into Choctaw County, of course, paying attention to that for you as it moves further into the north and east. Okay, I am going to have to clear this out, so I do apologize. It will take away the all clear, unfortunately. But what I want to do is go back out here towards the west where we have been tracking this latest storm. And, you know, I'm curious. I'm curious if there's even a bit of a hail core there, but I'm curious what the winds are as well. So let's put this on this third loop. And it's continuing to work its way east. It does not look like a strong setup. We have that outflow out ahead of it, and I think that's remaining out ahead of it, not allowing it to really increase in intensity. So by the time it moves into Silver City, Lambkin, and Belzona, sure, we're getting a few strikes. We're talking 40 to 50, well, more than a few, but still 40 to 50 strikes. But as that moves across Highway 49, that's where we could, of course, hear those rumbles of thunder, get that heavy rainfall. But I don't think this is going to be a severe storm by any means. I think we remain below that realm as it moves up there. So let's go ahead and do a track on this. I'm gonna have to take a step behind the scenes to track this out. So bear with me right here. Unfortunately, I can't do that point track. I have to do that latest track. And we're gonna go 45 miles an hour once again along that leading edge. Drag this out, and it does need to move in that northeast direction. So there we go. Let's go ahead and time this out. We're talking the Lambkin area, just mentioned to you about 4:30. Well, seems like it just updated. It's going to be 431. We're closer to Nichols, 435. Carter, 437. The Stonewall Community, 440. Refuge, 442. And Choctaw by 443. Coming back here behind the scenes, I will adjust those towns a bit so we can get a look at further out ahead of this setup. So we're going to change this over to that. There we go. Okay, there's a look at a little bit of a cleaned up version. We're talking Morgan City 442, Chula 452, Carrollton 517, and Sidon about 453. And that's going to continue to trend in that northeast direction, working its way towards Holmes County and working its way potentially towards Carroll County and even up there towards Montgomery County if this does continue that northeast trend. Okay, let's expand things out and go back over what we're seeing. The one that stands out almost immediately is continuing to be the one moving right across the Atala County line. Let's go ahead and dissect this a little bit more. We're going to talk about those latest threats. We're going to have to go out of Jackson. And let's go on that latest threat tracker. And I wouldn't be shocked at all. Yeah, there you go, getting some of those hail returns on our peak impacts. And our peak impacts could be upwards of a half-inch hailstone, a 1-inch hailstone, so definitely getting a bit of that. I'm curious if our hail track is showing up. Minimal, but it is getting a little bit of that return right there through our True Shield roofing hail swath. So that's moving through Durant. Could have a few hailstones with it, but yeah, definitely not like what some of the storms that we've had today. As we take a look back here towards the one approaching Louisville, let's look at that preset mode and line this up. So this is moving closer to that Center Ridge, Louisville area, just on the southwest part. And let's go ahead and put that hail swath on there. And yeah, it seems like the hail swath doesn't connect to the storm. So that means this storm has started to dissipate just a bit. So, okay, so we are going to toss to break here in just a moment and kind of reset things here behind the scenes. And I assume that's what was meant by it. I might have gotten that wrong.
Nope, I wanted you to reset. Do you know what a reset is? So a reset is time check, name check, what we're doing because we're at the bottom of the hour.
Gotcha. I didn't know if that was reset, go to commercial, or reset verbally like that. So there we go.
Yeah, no, verbal reset.
Okay. Well, I am meteorologist Gabe Bander alongside Chief Meteorologist Matt Laupon and our meteorologist Caleb Bettelblut, handling some of the behind-the-scenes work and getting us all set up for the 5 o'clock show here in a half of an hour. But we are looking at some strong storms, at least potentially some strong storms that are still in the area and working their way through North Mississippi. So as this continues to build across the area, let's go back on our widespread view real quick and take it back to our preset mode. And I'll actually go out of Columbus for this one. To get a better look at where things stand. And you can definitely see the stronger cells are going to be down south towards Kosciuszko, Louisville, and Macon, but getting a few of those showers, heavy downpours, and potentially a few storms around Bruce, around Amory, around Oxford, around the Tallahatchie area, but those all sub-severe. Where we expect some of the stronger storms still remains down south of Highway 82. So as we take a look down there specifically, that's where I want to focus right now. We are going to have to change radar sites over to our Jackson radar site because it does get a little bit closer. Those beams able to pick up a little bit more and show off a little bit more about what we're trying to see. So that is what we'll look at here in just a moment. I do want to update pictures and see if we have any more of those coming in. But you see these individual cells right here. Watch how they've progressed. And we're going to put this on a loop over the last hour and zoom in specifically on the Attala, Holmes, and Winston County regions. So you see how we have these individual cells that are continuing to build up in that northeast direction. It does look like this one's starting to feed a little bit of a boundary. Curious to see if that does fire off more of these cells back towards Canton, Pickens, and that there's that boundary right there. Not going to be shocked if that's starting to build into some of these individual cells. Those working their way east, and those are expected to get on the stronger side once again, but it's just not been, it's really underperformed today. And that's one thing that we can say with a smile across our face. We're definitely grateful when it does underperform because it means that there's little to no impacts. So behind the scenes, what I'm looking at real quick is going to be those power outages. And it does seem like we have a good bit over there towards Sharkey County, but looking at those specific areas we just mentioned, there's a few outages here and there, but overall not anything too major that we're talking about. So impacts still remain pretty minimal. And speaking of, I was looking to see if we could get any more pictures from out there, and I don't know if we've gotten more coming in. So if you do have any pictures, feel free to submit that through the Mississippi Live Weather app. But yeah, no pictures, no reports. Honestly, a good thing. Hang on. Look at that. Timed the mic off and everything. So we are all good, but I just had to sneeze, so I apologize. So again, we're not tracking any high impact events here in Mississippi as of right now, and that's really been the case throughout the entire day. We were tracking this line once across the Mississippi River by Greenville. It looked way more impressive, but you can see how this boundary is basically going out ahead of it, and that's limiting how much our strengthening factor does come into play. So by Yazoo City, probably getting a few of those breezy winds because of that outflow, but nonetheless, when that's not attached to these storms or attached to any of these storms, then it limits our severe weather potential. Now, what I'm curious about is once the outflow meets a few of these storms, because it looks like we're starting to get a flare up there towards Flora, and it's going to be around the Jackson area. So this is well south of us, but you can see how we're already getting these individual cells starting to develop. Well, this boundary is approaching quicker and quicker, so you're going to get these two boundaries basically coming together, and whenever that happens, I wouldn't be shocked if some of these storms did try to pick up strength just a bit. So, Matt, that's what I would be paying attention to right now, but the good thing is that's way south of us. So hopefully that remains the case as we get into the last couple of hours of this potential threat.
Absolutely. We're going to take a brief break here as we continue to track these storms. Chances for severe weather diminishing. We'll look city by city on that threat coming up here as Mississippi Live Weather continues from the Room to Room Weather Center next.
Every legend starts somewhere.
Not with perfection, but with the decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you. It's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
Current time is 4:37. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Loppon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. You're looking in the Mama Justice Doppler radar over and over again. We've been talking about some of the showers and thunderstorms in and around the area. But looking southward out of our camera here in Winona, you can see an example of one of those. We can kind of see through the rainfall with it. The fact that we can see through that is a sign that, again, it's not super heavy. All of our thunderstorms largely staying below severe limits. We've seen them undercut by some rain-cooled air. And I think that this description coming in from someone behind the scenes just a moment ago there, as I'll bring up kind of our chat that we have going on there. Hooray for underperformance. Southern Summerin 9159 there. Hey, sorry I might not have got your name perfect on that, but I completely agree. Hooray for underperformance, because that is what we have had so far today. We do appreciate everybody for watching us and staying up with us nonetheless, despite this, and hopefully that continues to be the trend. So this is the storm we were looking at there from Winona. Honestly, in person, it looks a little more impressive. My concern with this one is if you look closely, see right there, that is our rain-cooled air, right? Our outflow boundary, that thing that we keep talking about. The concern with this is most of these storms, see how like northward, a lot of them moving a little more north of east, certainly some of these initial thunderstorms have had, but this one here is on the boundary. And we will see if it keeps tracking out here toward Ackerman on the boundary and then eastward from there, because if it does, that could be one that'll have maybe just a little bit lower performance there. And I agree with Rachel there saying, I love that this is a community where we are celebrating underperformance. Absolutely. The last thing myself or Gabe or Caleb or Ethan or Maggie want to see is a bad tornado. If we get through today, the thing I would love to have, okay, not love to have, but you get where I'm coming from on here. I'd much rather get emails of people saying, why'd you make such a big deal out of this? Well, we were tracking it, but as we talked about, this was a low confidence, high potential scenario here. So that's exactly, if this underperforms, that's exactly what we're going for here. That would be the best case scenario. Now, we're going to give you information so you're informed, but sometimes people assume because I'm topping, because I'm wearing suspenders, because of whatever, that it's going to be bad weather. Luckily, most of what we've had today has not been bad weather. We're giving information. Hopefully, it's good information, and hopefully it's something that you find valuable. But as we kind of clear things off there, that one storm that we are watching is on one of those boundaries. You can even kind of see it sort of with the green ahead of that. Watch this. Last couple scans there, right there. The little green you see in northern Itala County is kind of where that rain-cool boundary is. So my concern is that if this is able to kind of hold on to that, it could continue to be somewhat heavy as it kind of heads this direction up there towards Starkville and Columbus. It only takes one on that boundary holding on to maybe get a brief tornado. I'm not saying that's for sure where this is going, but that's why we haven't eliminated the chance. That's why we haven't shut it down and said, no deal, no worry, all done. Because for most locations, that's not the case. For most locations, that is the case, that we're all done, no worries, and all those good things. But in this case, there's still a kind of corridor here where one of these tries to hold on to that boundary. And I'd say for the Golden Triangle, again, that all clear zone, that is one of our concerns, and that could be one of our storms. So we'll bring it in a little bit closer, and let's get kind of a longer track on it. We'll keep the speed about 45 miles per hour. We'll go 45 to 50. Let's make sure our angle is correct and put it right along the boundary. So I might be going a little more east than reality. I also might be going a little faster than reality as well. So you'll see here Hesterville right now. As we look at our track there, we'll kind of bring this back full screen here for a moment. Again, French Camp, we're looking at that for you at 5:04, Ware at 5:11, Fentress 5:16, Chester at 5:17, Ackerman 5:20, Williams at 5:23, Morgantown about 5:32, Sturgis at 5:29, Butte at 5:33, and then getting closer there again to the Starkville area, closer again to about 5:30 to 5:40. Again, Craig Springs, we're getting on kind of southwest side of Starkville when we get kind of closer to that. We check the wind mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Again, maybe some very broad rotation on this. It's below severe limits. and hopefully that is a trend that does continue on here. We're going to go over and look at a bunch of different pictures here. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynard is going to kind of do an overview of some of the pictures that we have seen from this today. You know, most of them are dark cloud pictures. We did have a power line power pole picture earlier that was bent over up in the Baldwin area. But Gabe, I think one of the good things so far is a lot of what we have had has been below severe limits, right?
Exactly. And so, like I said earlier, you know, not getting pictures, not getting reports, honestly, a positive when we're talking about the grand scheme of things. But this has really been the primary impact. It's been heavy rainfall. We've gotten quite a bit of that, but some of that heavy rainfall attached to a power line. This picture, you know, I guess this would have been earlier on in the day when Caleb was here. This is from Nikki. This would have been 4:37 in the morning. So this was actually from Monday, I believe. So that was not today. I might have gone too far back. I thought I did the right time frame. Okay. Anyway, let's get into today's stuff. This was a look at some of the darker clouds that we got across the area, and we have pictures galore of those dark clouds, and you know, folks talking about how menacing they look and how scary they are. Well, they're not scary, but they look scary. So this was submitted by Ruby. Don't have a location on that one. But more pictures did come in, and those were some pretty impressive structures earlier on. This was one of the first batch of storms that moved through the Tiplersville, close to Ripley, and this was about 12:43 from Michelle. So basically letting us know that it looked pretty menacing, and some of it did get a little bit more intense, and that's why we did get a few of those outages. As you'll see in just a moment, it knocked down that power line there in Baldwin, and so that's why power outages started to climb. Tippah County, one of the more active areas when it came to power outages. And yeah, this is the shot of some of the storms, and it did look impressive. I'll give credit where it's due, but fortunately it was not anything severe. As we kept moving through the afternoon, I'll try and find that power line. Should be in the next batch of pictures here shortly. But when that power line did fall over, that was of course catching our attention because that caused about 650 outages. There it is. I was digging for it.
I was going to say, you can look through a bunch of other pictures there as well while I'm setting up the 5 o'clock show.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I didn't get my sticky note ready to write down names and stuff, so we're going to do a lot of back and forth from this page to the actual picture. But this was submitted by Bailey and Baldwin, and this was really one of our few damage reports that we've gotten here at Mississippi Live Weather, really for the entirety of North Mississippi. And this was due to some of those sub-severe gusts knocking down some of those power lines. Curious if any of the saturated ground came into play with this as well, because if you look at the base, it doesn't look like it ever snapped. It looks like it was just pushed over. And so whenever that happens, the ground being a bit softer with how much rainfall we've seen over the past 2 days, especially, or not 2 days, but 2 out of the past 3 days, especially in Baldwin specifically, you know, sub-severe gusts, they can kind of knock over those lines, and that ground is softened enough to where they just kind of lean over on its side. So that was one of the things that stood out, but fortunately, again, one of the few damage reports that we've gotten here in the area so far. An impressive picture out there at Bay Springs Lake. This was submitted, if I remember correctly, by, yes, Crystal. And this was up there towards northeast Mississippi by Tishomingo County. This was one of those storms that started to ramp up in intensity, but fortunately never got to that severe weather threshold, at least not here in North Mississippi. Once it got into northern Alabama, that's where it started to intensify a bit more. They were actually talking about how there was some broad rotation, but fortunately never did produce. But whenever we're talking about the heavy rainfall, the heavy output of rainfall, we did get that here in Tishomingo County. And this is a look at one of those storms. I think we got another look out there from close by, yes, right here. And that's from Crystal as well. I mean, that's a pretty decent, it looks like a decent shelf on that as well. But over the waterway over there at Bay Springs Lake. So I know we're entering into the spring and summer season. They're going to open up the beach up there, but fortunately not the case right now, and probably a good day to not go to the beach or any form of water for that matter. Let's go ahead and take a look at some other areas. And again, the dark clouds just continue to cycle on in. This one was submitted by Jesse in Iuka. And again, this was at northeast, that Tishomingo County storm as it worked through the area. And we were curious if there was any potential hail. Still no confirmation of that, but it definitely had a good core to it that fortunately so far has not produced. Look at this rain shaft that we have on this picture right here. This was submitted looking towards Corinth from Alexis. And I mean, you can't even see, that's almost blinding rainfall there in the distance. And of course, a low, dark cloud base right there attached to it. So that allows for some of those heavier outputs of rainfall. And it does have some vertical development too that, of course, builds some of the size of those raindrops. And we got to enjoy enjoy might not be the word, but experience that as we went about our Wednesday afternoon. More of the pictures coming in. This was towards Grenada. This was kind of that behind that main line, that cold front as it moved through the area. Some of those individual cells out ahead of it. We're actually getting some pictures sent in from Grenada of those. And I'm curious because every time there's a flag, I always wonder, well, what's the wind speed or wind direction? So I'm curious where this picture was taken. I would assume this is taken from the south looking north, and that would make sense why the flag is blowing towards the clouds or in the direction of that the picture was taken. And so that means that there was at this point still a decent amount of unstable air, but that quickly died out. I mean, taking a look at some of the pictures that we got beyond that point, this is just the gloomy conditions that we had over in, this is Tupelo. And this is from Lena submitting this picture. And you can see that there's not a break in the cloud. There's not anything that's going to allow some of that unstable air to produce some strong storms. It was really a limiting factor in all of this in regards to what we had in the sky, those dew points diminishing. So fortunately was on the downtrend beyond that point. And we weren't really worried about Tupelo beyond then. As we take a look at more of the pictures, and I'm just going to load in a couple of them real quick. This was Tilatoba from Ruby, and also we had Amory submitting a picture as well. This was, this was Amory right here. So we have Ruby and Tilatoba submitting this picture with some of the darker returns on the clouds. And again, that's going to be that heavier rainfall attached to it. But this is when that threat started to shift a little bit more towards the south, and Tilatoba was right on the cusp of potentially producing some of those stronger storms. And fortunately never did, but we definitely did have some menacing looking clouds, some SLCs, as one of my favorite terms Matt has ever taught me was SLC, because it sounds so scientific, but in reality it's a scary looking cloud. In summary, and that's what we get a lot of the times whenever we're talking about these cloud pictures. And that was Navia submitting, or Nave, I might be saying that wrong. I definitely am saying that wrong. Nave over there in Amory sending us more of those dark clouds. And that was just, in summary, like we got a lot of those. I'll just keep going back and forth here real quick and putting picture after picture. And you can kind of see that we got so that was Winona and Stewart. Oh, of course it updates. Winona submitted by Becca and Stewart submitted by Pam. You can see those pictures right here. Still with some of those dark clouds. And the interesting thing here is you do see some breaks taking place. And I think that, Matt hit the nail on the head with this. That mixed out a large part of the moisture in the area. So this is when our dew points drop from the upper 60s to the low to mid 60s. And I know it's just a couple of numbers, but that makes a significant difference when we're talking about the amount of unstable air that can produce these storms. And even right here, you can see right there on the leading edge of that cloud, the back edge of that cloud, that's where we did get some of that break as well. And so, of course, got a visual on that. So the breaking, usually, the blue skies are able to destabilize the air. In this case, it was able to mix the moisture out and actually helped us have more stable conditions. The heavy output of rainfall, we just showed this one not too long ago, some of our back end showers. That was Vaden, submitted by Becca. And this was right along Highway 55. And you can see heavy rainfall was definitely a concern with this setup. And rainfall is still expected to be on the heavier side getting into those overnight hours. Let me bring it back here real quick. Heavy rainfall is still expected as some of those showers work their way on through. I think additional totals of a ½ inch, maybe all the way up to an inch if things line up right, is possible. And that's going to result in some potential flash flooding. But I think the heaviest outputs are behind a lot of locations. And that heaviest output is still going to be further south towards the Golden Triangle and right south of Highway 82. As we got more pictures coming in, this is some unique alto stratus clouds almost that we're getting a visual of, and some alto cumulus mixing in there as well. This was taken in Ackerman by Blaze, and I believe this was Blaze again. Yes, these two photos submitted by him are submitted by Blaze, and you can see that we are getting some breakup right there. And again, that blue sky that usually destabilizes the air, not in this case, mixing that moisture out. And even right here, Ackerman showing a little bit of that mixing out once again. So helped stabilize our atmosphere and helped get better conditions here in North Mississippi. Some of the latest pictures that are coming in, and I'll just kind of cycle these on in. Yeah, so there's your sunshine peeking through. And I'm wondering who that's from. That's from Nikki in Peppertown, so that makes sense. It's sunshine after the threat. Let me check my radar behind the scenes as Matt's working to get the show ready for the 5 o'clock hour. You can see that we are seeing much drier conditions. I think a lot of those showers have moved on out. Yeah, and we're getting a break in Peppertown. There's no rainfall in the area right now, and Folks enjoying a little bit of a peaceful afternoon, at least a break in some peaceful hours of the afternoon before more of those storms do move in tonight. Those storms not expecting to be as strong as that threat has pushed to the south, but nonetheless might hear a rumble of thunder or two as we enter into those evening plans. Looking at these latest photos, these are of course the latest on the Mississippi Live Weather app, and if you have any, make sure to send those in as well. And Blaze submitting this once again, and this is going to be closer to the Mathiston area. And again, you're just getting some of that patchy cloud cover, but not anything overly concerning, not anything that stands out or jumps out to me as strong to severe. I think we're remaining below severe limits, and again, checking the radar here behind the scenes, not seeing anything that stands out. That being said, it's got some heft to it in northern Natala County, so that's definitely one to pay attention to as we get into the later hours. A few of those gusty winds, a bit of a hail core developed to it as well. So, you know, once everything's ready for that 5, I think that's one to definitely pay attention to and kind of track that out. One thing I do want to do real quick is get over here to surface observations, because this has been updating throughout the day, and you can see, I wonder if I can just do it on the latest scan and not have this move. Unfortunately, no. So Columbus has mixed down to 61 degrees, Greenwood 61 degrees, Tupelo 59. Yeah, this is not a setup that is exactly conducive for severe weather. Even down there towards Winston County, it's in the mid 60s. You know, that cell, this is the one that we're watching behind the scenes, that one that's just southeast of Greenwood, kind of moving in that northeast direction. This is moving right over the boundary as we speak, and honestly, I don't see it increasing much beyond this point. So that's kind of the one to pay attention to. It's got a little bit of a core to it, some sub-severe gust, but definitely the one that stands out of all that we have on radar so far.
Absolutely, and we'll look more closely at that coming up here in a couple minutes. We're going to take a brief break here for just a second and be back with more Mississippi Live weather right after this.
When C.K. Little opened his doors in downtown Corinth nearly 80 years ago, his plan was simple: deliver excellent service and exceed expectations. That's why we say a little gift goes a long way.
Even though Gabe grew up in Alabama, Mississippi has now become his home and his family. And one thing about Gabe is he keeps his family safe.
Okay, welcome back here to the Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologists Gabe Maynor, Caleb Edelblut, as we're continuing on storms. One in particular that we're looking at here, still some lightning on it, still fairly heavy in the southern part of Montgomery County that is kind of moving toward the north and east. We're going to have a complete wrap up of everything to do with all the thunderstorms we have out there coming up here in a few minutes as we're still watching it. But this is the one thunderstorm, if there's one that we're still tracking that we think could produce severe weather, this is one that we're most looking at. Now, the hail threat is not high on it, but if we check in particular our True Shield hail track, we do have some hail showing up there near Carmack, approaching Huntsville, Mississippi, and moving toward Bywye. I saw Bywye in the comments a minute ago. Somebody was asking, what about this? What about Columbus and Ackerman, some other spots? This one probably a little north of Ackerman, the track that it will take. So let's get a storm track on that. And while I think it had maybe a little bit of rotation earlier on, and we're looking an awfully long distance away from the radar site, so I can't say with 100% assurance there. Any rotation we have is pretty broad on that storm. And I think the storm that, again, that's kind of north of Ackerman, somewhat heavy as well. But there's a boundary here, an area of rain-cooled air, and this is pretty close to that. And that's things that's kind of helped to produce more, could potentially help it to produce more active weather going forward. So let's give you an hour track here that does kind of include locations there around the Starkville area. And so as you'll note here, we get it through a lot of those subdivisions in Starkville. We show around 547 or so there. 8 on the west side of town there. That's actually where our camera is located that we show in Starkville on the west side there at 540. But in the shorter term here, Bywye 516, Williams at 520 there. We're looking 522 closer there toward the Sherwood area by, again, around 526. Mabin, again, another camera that we have located there at about that time. Speaking of the cameras, we do pair up with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers to utilize these cameras across North Mississippi. This is shot here from the Ackerman area, and our camera there looking back into some of the heavy rainfall. Again, kind of dark, low-hanging. Looking at this point here, this shot looking toward the north with this. And unfortunately, I don't have the inset of the radar on that. Gabe, add that to the list of things we're going to have to worry about on this as well. But kind of this would be, again, one of those heavier showers, again, moving from left to right across this screen. So organized, yes. Severe, not quite at this point. I think it's heavy enough that looking behind the scenes, the National Weather Service going ahead and putting out what's called a special weather statement regarding this, saying, hey, it's possible this could be a stronger storm that we're looking at, and certainly a possibility that we see that out of this as well. So not impossible to get from time to time some stronger wind gusts out of the heaviest of these storms, and this would be one that might produce a few hailstones as well if it can continue at the pace that it's at. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard. He was kind of doing some assessment behind the scenes, and then he's going to look at this briefly for about a minute or two, and then we're going to launch our 5 o'clock newscast here. So, Gabe, what are you seeing as of 4:58?
There we go. Yeah, so just continue to look at those surface observations remaining well below what the environment needs to produce those severe storms. I mean, there's a couple of boundaries that are acting as that lifting mechanism, but nothing stands out as of this point as getting close to it. Just maybe some of that hail that develops closer to the Greenwood area. As you can see, kind of, that's one of our intensifying storms, but it's just underperformed so far. And again, like someone said earlier on, love that we're in a community where we can talk about underperforming and it be a good thing. So grateful for that. I do want to say latest development out of Holmes County, and this is something that we'll look at here real quick, is going to be some of those outages that have taken place. And you can see close to the Durant area, that is where we had one of our stronger storms move through, the one that we were just tracking a moment ago, and we're tracking 340 outages just east of I-55, closer to the Durant area, right along South Jackson Street, Highway 51, is it Highway 12? Yes. And Bowling Green Road. So that's kind of the area we're kind of focused on, as there's multiple outages. And of course, we'll do a deeper dive on this coming up at 5 o'clock of where that storm moved through and probably the likely cause for these outages. And I have a gut feeling it's lightning or a strong gust knocked down a power pole.
Look at Wanda, ready to rock her big presentation. But first, lunch. Sweet Pepper's Deli. Delicious, celebratory, but is it quick? The Cobb salad. Tender oven roasted chicken, topped with cheese. Prepared, plated, and served in 6 minutes? Is this for real? Well, of course. Well done, Wanda. Sweet Pepper's Deli. Yes, ma'am. Life is sweet.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 5.
Well, welcome into the Room to Room Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpond. As you've been watching us pretty much all day long alongside meteorologist Caleb Edelblut, our Maggie McCauley, our Ethan Foster, and Gabe Maynard, tracking thunderstorms that largely have underperformed, and God willing, will continue to do that as we go into the evening. One of the things we've talked about last couple days here at the Room to Room Weather Center is that this was a threat conditional upon a few things, and a threat that had potential for high impact while being low confidence. We are at the point now where we are all clear for most. And hopefully that most includes you. We'll look city by city at that here in a moment. But some strong storms are still possible for the Golden Triangle region area. Of course, this would be Starkville, for Columbus, for West Point, locations south and west of there. If we're going to see something severe, those are the spots we're most concentrating on at this point here. And we do have much, much cooler weather ahead over the course of the next few days. And that will then spell an end to any storm and severe threat. But as we look over the course of the first 12 hours here, you'll see that, again, we're peak coverage of storms really now. Last couple of hours, we'll still have more move in. And again, there's a narrow corridor where it's still possible a couple could be strong to severe. From 74 at 6 to 62 by 9, coverage of storms decreasing by then. Most of the strong thunderstorms by 8, 9 o'clock, there's going to be central Mississippi, south Mississippi, where storms continue all night long. I know we have some folks in the chat asking about that. There's a damaging wind threat in particular there, but even a limited tornado threat down in central and south Mississippi. We're 54 by midnight, 47 by 3 o'clock in the morning. And that's right, 42 to begin tomorrow morning. You take that north wind at 14 miles per hour, and it's going to feel like it's in the mid-30s. That is a huge switch from the warm conditions we've had through all the storms, basically over the course of the last week or so. Looking at Mama Justice Doppler radar, here are the players. And again, we have a front moving in from the north and west. This cold front, as this moves in, has much drier, much cooler air behind it, obviously, hence the name cold front. One of the things that we have questioned from the get-go with this has been how all of the other things related to this worked in particular, whether or not we would have a warm front, an area of warmer air trying to move in. Here's the loop over the last 6 hours. The oranges that you see here, that is that warmer, more unstable air. That has been buffeted by this front trying to kind of push in, and while the front is still northwest of here, the reason we have the oranges, the cooler air running ahead, is because of what we call an outflow boundary. Rain-cooled air running ahead of that front. That has worked to stabilize things somewhat and keep conditions from getting as bad as they could. If you're looking to thank somebody, that's the way in which God helped us out in this case here. Now, we mixed out a lot of the moisture and looking at dew points, a measure of moisture based on the same scale of the temperatures. Typically, when we're talking about tornadoes, we're going to be looking for those purples there. That would be dew points that are up in the 70s, or at least pretty close to that value. We mixed down our moisture today. That limited the intensity, and God willing, we'll continue to keep it limited as we go into and through this evening as well. Now, there have been some severe weather reports elsewhere, tornado warnings back there into Texas over the last hour or so. But again, as we bring things in a little closer, that is not the case at this instant here. As we come back over to Mama Justice Doppler radar, one storm that we are watching still fairly closely showing up here heading toward Bywai, locations around Sherwood, eventually toward the Starkville area. Now, this is below severe limits, but this is on that different interchange there, the difference between the slightly cooler air moving in, that outflow of colder air. That is where we're looking at the potential that this could be trying to maybe strengthen just a little bit. If it attaches that boundary, that's the possibility that maybe we have something that becomes somewhat stronger. The way in which we'll interrogate this storm, again, as you can see the locations there on the right-hand part of your screen, is we're going to look at a couple of different cameras. Our camera in Ackerman, again, looking in a northerly direction at this moment here, again, showing up with what, again, lots of dark clouds. That was looking north. That actually, we swung that around to the west. So this is looking at that approaching thunderstorm there, looking at some of the low-hanging clouds with that. Again, no tornadoes coming out of this cloud at this point here. One of the things that has helped us from time to time has been that measure of moisture, the dew point. Now, this particular reporting station says that's around 70. It's not impossible we have some higher pockets of moisture out there. I think that is aggressive on this projection versus maybe what reality is, but not impossible to get this to kick out some stronger wind gusts as this approaches the Ackerman area. But as we said specifically a moment ago, I don't know that it's necessarily on a target directly toward Ackerman. I think it's a little northward where this is headed. So as I pop that down again, we're looking at most of these names there. We start getting the subdivisions on the outsides there of the Starkville area, somewhere around 547 or so. Phoebe, though, we're at 542 there, probably kind of on the north side if that's where that would hold together. Mabin, 532. So over the next half hour, continuing to watch this try to produce some strong gusty winds. And there is a little rotation, if we're honest, kind of looking at this. On Mama Justice Doppler radar, we're going to look at the wind mode here. And as we bring kind of the latest couple of scans, maybe some very broad rotation. Nothing that's saying, hey, this is going to be a tornado anytime soon. It would take a lot of strengthening. But I think also evident on this shot, if I put this into motion, you can kind of see here this red extending southward. That is that rain-cooled air. Another way in which we kind of show this here for a moment. So I'll kind of, I guess, step back to this side here for a moment. You can see the edge of that rain-cooled air. If this storm can kind of hang close to this boundary, and I think it's probably already crossed it, that will limit its intensity. If it hangs right on the boundary, perhaps there's a little extra rotation there. But I think at this point, it's probably riding just maybe a little bit north of it. Let's look at that latest scan. That's close call. Still maybe a little bit of hail with it. Our hail swath brought to you by True Shield Roofing does show that we have had a few spots in the past where this might be producing a little bit of hail in southern Montgomery County. So not impossible maybe near the Huntsville community to have some of that. But I think the weaker portion is up here a little closer to US 82. Let's look three-dimensionally on this thunderstorm, get an assessment of what that's capable of. This is actually producing that hail. And obviously, in comparison to what we had the other night where we had some just gigantic hail in some locations there around the Golden Triangle, that is not the case with this. We get this up as high as it would have been the other night. We show some, maybe some hail, but this is not a whole lot there. So largely a little bit below severe limits, and that's going to make nobody upset. I think that's the way we'd like to see things there. As we look eastward along this line, another one of those storms kind of pop up there close to Maben. If we look beneath that camera there, using our camera in the Maben area in eastern Webster County, kind of assessing what that storm is capable of. As you can see, just some dark clouds, just some moderate rainfall, maybe a little bit of gusty wind, but I don't see any of the cords there along that tower or anything else that are really moving around much. Again, appreciate North Mississippi Storm Chasers, our partners here as we look at these cameras. 8 to 10 on the west side of the Starkville area. Again, looking back into the gray, 81 degrees the temperature. And that Starkville reporting station sometimes is a little off on that dew point. That's why I don't trust that 70. If I were sure it was 70, we'd be a lot more amped up on the tornado potential. As it is, I think most of us are probably not. And so I see someone down there asking in the comments about all clear for the day. We'll talk more about that coming up here after the commercial break, because as we look on the wide shot here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, look at the whole viewing area as a whole. For many of us, we find ourselves in that all clear zone. Pretty much everything here, Amory, Tupelo, Boonville, Corinth. We love y'all up here in Hernando or Shelby or Cleveland or Grenada or Water Valley or Bruce or Houston or New Albany or Pontotoc. But if I just said your name, you're done. No more severe weather for you as we go into and through the remainder of this evening. A quick look here again at where our front is on Mama Justice Doppler. As we look at Futurecast here, you'll see that we continue to have those thunderstorms again shifting through over the next few hours. We're going to look more in detail at this in a moment and walk kind of hour by hour through this using our rotation tracks. But the severe weather threat by 10 p.m., it is all south, it is all east, and it is all gone, and it's probably all gone before that as well. We have to make a forward adjustment on the timing of some of those showers and thunderstorms on there here in a minute. And behind this, we are much cooler. We expect, as you can see up there in Tennessee, that's right, a little bit of snowfall. That's not what we're seeing. But low temperatures in the 30s, that is something that we are going to see as we look into the next couple of days. Not tomorrow morning, but by Friday morning, I think you can already imagine. We'll look at that. Well, that'll be city by city at some of those low temperatures here in a minute. Hour by hour forecast over the next 24, 59. That's all we manage for a high tomorrow. We'll look at that in more detail and break down everything related to the remainder of this threat this evening. Thank you so much for supporting us here in the Room to Room Weather Center. Mississippi Live Weather at 5 continues in 60 seconds.
After a storm, the damage is not always obvious. And if it's not documented correctly, it can cost you. With a decade of experience, we know exactly what to look for. We handle the inspection, claim support, and the roof. Storm season is coming. Make sure you have absolute restoration on your side.
Game day brings its ups and downs. Celebration and disappointment. Anxiety and relief. Friends and enemies. You can always argue over who should have won, but everyone can agree on great food. Appetizers, entrees, drinks, party platters, or even the taste of sweet victory. There's something for every season at Eat With Us restaurants.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lovehine.
I absolutely did not miss my calling as an artist here, because that's the best I could ride on there for all clear. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Thank you so much for supporting us here on Mississippi Live Weather, a 24/7 weather streaming service based out of the Tupelo area. Myself, our meteorologist Cabe Maynor, our Caleb Edelblut, as well as our Maggie McCauley, all tracking these storms, our Ethan Foster today as well. But the majority of us north of this blue line, we are in the all clear, whether it's fall clear or all clear. Mean all clear is what we're trying to show on there. And most of us fall in that category at this point here. Honestly, these storms that we have down here closer to Eupora, Kosciuszko, the only ones we really have concerned with at this point. And if you said on a scale of 1 to 10, how concerned are you, Matt? I'd say maybe a half. So this is unlikely to be damaging and severe weather going forward for most locations. But there's a narrow corridor where maybe just something goes a little weird, and that's what we're watching that potential for as well. So for most of us, we are in the all clear. If you want something to snap and send your friends, maybe you paste a better looking A over it than that. But most of us are in the all clear, with the exception of locations, US 82 south in particular, from Ackerman back eastward toward the Golden Triangle and eastward into Alabama as well. So hopefully that makes you guys feel a little bit better. Let's look closer on Mama Justice Doppler radar. And again, really there is that one storm here approaching Eupora. That's kind of the most intense one for French Camp as well. Lightning, we're looking at 41 cloud-to-ground strikes. There are more strikes within the thunderstorm itself, but 41 strikes over the course of the last hour out of this thunderstorm, and it has strengthened a little bit more. Pelez back toward, again, French Camp, where it is the strongest. So we'll move that northeastward. Speed on this, we'll say about 40 to maybe 45 miles per hour or so. Again, that takes it toward the Starkville area. We're looking in and around Sturgis, again, southwest of Starkville by about 543. May have been 534, again, same time we had a minute ago. I know Bywise showed up on the chat there in the comments below on Mama Justice Doppler radar. We're showing that for you at about 523, 520 for where? Eupora at 517 Grady. Right now, this is lightning, this is heavy rainfall. From time to time, we have seen a little bit of rotation on this, but kind of our instantaneous look on rotation is not impressive. And no matter kind of how we prod it, not super strong, but maybe just the broadest of broad rotation. As this is tracking along a boundary, sometimes that enhances our lower level kind of shear a little bit. But at this point here, thankfully, there's a lot of questions, a lot more than we have answers, which is exactly what we would like to have out of this. When we have a lot of answers in this scenario, usually that means bad things are happening. In this case, that is not the case. So a couple ways in which we'll look at this and kind of show you the contrast here. Again, if we come to our camera site in the Caledonia area, Caledonia, right at our boundary. Again, I'm east there in Lowndes County with this, right at the boundary. We show 76 degrees. Looks like we've just shifted the winds around to the north. A little bit of that cooler air starting to move into Caledonia. Not fully there, but our measure of moisture, our dew point, has dropped. As that slides in Caledonia, we can add you to the list of locations where it's less likely that you would see, it's probably pretty likely you won't see tornadoes as far as tonight is concerned. Certainly severe weather as well, also probably out of the mix for you as well. Now up here in the Tupelo area, we have some showers. You, if I step to this side here, can see the rainfall, all fairly light, not very heavy on any of the scale there that we're looking at. Our Mitchell Cunningham and Bowling camera, that dew point again cooler there, and the temperature down to around 68 degrees. And then compare that to what's going on again back out there north and west. I think we go out, this would be in the Crenshaw area. We show 64, a little cooler there as well. Again, you are in the clear. You are past any significant storm or severe weather threat there. So as we kind of compare across North Mississippi here and then wheel back around to Montgomery County, you're closer to the boundary there. But I think just past some of those storms, looks like that reporting station not showing that mix of dark clouds. Not a good likelihood that many of these will produce severe weather going forward. But as you can see, we do still have a few thunderstorms west of Winona. So I understand some lightning, some heavy rainfall from time to time still possible. So we're not completely done. We're just past the severe weather threat for you. One other storm that I am watching there closely, but it's pretty small, is this one we have here near Lynn Creek, kind of east of the Louisville area. We track this one toward, say, Crawford and Ethelsville. Again, we'll say about 43 miles per hour. This remains, again, pretty weak on our scale. Togo at 548 for you. We're tracking that again. Crawford about 531, so still 15 minutes from now. New Hope about 6 o'clock. We know you had some big hail earlier this week. This one's really small and would take a major uptick in intensity before it got to you if it was going to try to produce something like that. Still kind of looking at the broad rotation back here toward our storm near McCool. Let's go ahead and look at it from the Jackson radar site. Get an idea. Again, broad rotation there, close to where with this. This is on our boundary. And I would say, just kind of looking at the wider shot here as we clear off that storm track, the single storm that I am at all even a little bit concerned with in the whole state of Mississippi at this point is this one here close to Eupora. Well, actually moving closer to Ackerman, if we're honest there. That's going to track here towards Starkville and out northeastward. That's one we'll watch. It's not going to produce a tornado in the next few minutes, so we'll look closer to that going forward. And I am going to track the storms just a little south of that as well, just in case one of these ends up picking up an intensity. Again, moving that northeastward, about 40, 45 miles per hour. So that getting towards Zama by about 7:34 there, Louisville, just before our 6 o'clock broadcast, if it kind of holds at that pace. Okay, let's look at a few ways that we can kind of assess things here. The first of those is Storm Finder, something you'll see only here on Mississippi Live. What you'll notice on Storm Finder is, again, pretty close on its positioning of where it has everything right now. We expect those thunderstorms continue to kind of flare up, stronger down, closer to Jackson as we head to tonight, and you don't see a whole lot of the yellow showing up in the northern part of the state. We have been limited on our instability. We mixed out a lot of the moisture, and that has limited the overall intensity of thunderstorms. And as these continue to move south and eastward and out of here, our threat moves out, not just for tonight, but for the next few days, whereas we kind of retained a limited threat for today. After the storms we had earlier this week, this threat is gone after this. And what then happens is we bring in some slightly cooler temperatures. Maybe slightly is understating that a little bit. From 80 on today for the high temperature on your Wednesday to 60 the high on your Thursday. We're back up as we head towards Sunday. More storms possible then, but a more dramatic drop in temperatures behind that front as we just scoot all that moisture right on out of here and eliminate some storm threat for a while. So we've been running well above normal. I mean, come on, even tomorrow we're only 5 degrees below where we should be for this time of the year. But then that drop more substantial, and it takes a little while longer to get back up close to what we expect for this time of the year. So your no school day forecast for your Thursday as spring break continues to move on, slip away, drag on, depending on your parental opinion of things. We're going to be 41 at wake-up temperature for your Thursday. So I know my kids have been out there playing outside, playing in the woods, doing their whole thing the last few days with maybe less supervision than they deserve. It's going to be a lot cooler for tomorrow with 50 by noon, snack o'clock there. And by the end of the day, when spouses or other people come to help us, our IMPC no school day forecast has us in the upper 50s. And yes, our countdown to sanity for when the kids go back, still only 4 days, 18 hours left. So that is slipping away. So hopefully you have found opportunities to enjoy that with the family. Here's storm rotation. And again, you can see how as we progress over the next few hours, there are some spots where that storm rotation does maintain itself. So let's walk hour by hour through it. This is our HRRR model. What you'll instantly note on here is we don't have a lot of these where we have some of that storm rotation. I think this one it has toward Houston too far north. And when I look for those bright stripes, I'm looking for the brighter reds, whites, and those sorts of colors there. I don't have a lot of those being depicted on there at this point in time. So I think that means that, again, while this tries to get another flare up down here closer to Macon by, say, 8, 9, 10 o'clock, I'm not going to say that's wish casting where the model has a wish and it wants to forecast that, but I am saying that I have a fairly low confidence level that that is how this is going to play out for those locations there. And after that, it's all out of here. So our HRRR model, one of the two main projections that we will rely on here on Mississippi Live Weather, underwhelmed by the rest of this evening. Let's see if our strike model does the same thing. And I'm going to take, and I've had to adjust some things on this, so you give me a moment while I adjust this eastward by 1 degree of latitude. That should hopefully get all of this aligned because its positioning is just a little bit slow, which happens when we get into an event like this. So I think one more of these to adjust. There we are. I think we're all aligned where everything needs to go on this. So this is our strike model. And again, it was obviously more aggressive on some previous areas of rotation. Clearly, that did not materialize very well. And when we looked at strike last night, it was not this aggressive either. Even this morning wasn't that aggressive. So it kind of picked up and said, based on where storms are, let's go with it. So I'm looking more what's ahead on this. And what I don't see is a whole lot of rotation tracks ahead either. So it is unconvinced on what we're looking at largely for what's going forward tonight. So I would say that while we have still some thunderstorms ahead, some rumble, and that one storm we're watching that's close to 82 moving into Webster County, we'll watch that. But most indications there on our two primary projections that these storms are going to remain primarily below severe limits. So temperatures tomorrow morning, these are right, 30s, low 40s. Normalist time of year is 43. We've talked about all week long. We've been 20, 25 degrees above our normal. We're back. It is still early March after all. So it should not at all be a shock that yes, 30s are possible, maybe some frost tomorrow morning, and wait till I show you early morning on Friday, because that is more likely that we could be talking not just frost, but perhaps a freeze for some locations then. I had to expand and change our graphic to get it all on here, but we go from 70-ish for the low temperature this morning to 40 by Thursday morning, 37 for Friday, and look into next week, even colder. So I'm telling you right now, Mrs. Lawpon, I've had to tell her, don't do the planting yet. This is what I'm telling you. Don't do the planting yet because we have another freeze on the way. And if you've lived here for any period of time, you know that's how March goes here in Mississippi. Tomorrow morning, all out of here. This storm's still probably causing some active, maybe even severe weather down overnight and into tomorrow down toward the Florida area. Some snowfall on the backside of it, but the north winds behind this much cooler area. It will be kind of a breezy day as well to go along with those cool northerly winds, but we're done. We're out of here. No severe weather threat, and we are dry for your Thursday. Thursday's high temperatures, we typically should be 65. Will be 59 in Tupelo, and for New Albany, 58 degrees there in the Oxford area, 56 Clarksdale, 55 degrees back in Cleveland, but at most lower 60s, and everybody below our 30-year average for this time of the year. Futurecast keeping it dry into tomorrow night and into early morning Friday, again with no cloud cover out there, or at least limited cloud cover. That's like not wearing a blanket at night. You can probably get a little bit cool. When the clouds come in, they try to insulate us just a little bit. And that's one of the things that'll probably keep us more middle to upper 30s as opposed to, say, lower 30s there. We at least have some of that cloud cover for at least part of the overnight period early Friday morning. I think there could still be a couple patches of fog out there maybe for the first part of the day. Just not sure if we're going to get winds quite calm enough for that. Low temperatures, 37 Water Valley, 39 degrees Oxford. We're going 38 New Albany, 37 Tupelo and Amory. And again, 43 is our average. No, this is not a record low. Record on the books is low 20s. Not going to be there this time around. So Friday expected again to be dry, that dry air solidly in place. We do have this next kind of frontal system getting a little closer to us for Friday. No real impact there as far as any sort of precipitation is concerned. It comes through dry more than anything. Just another push of drier air settling in here. And I think but behind that, really, there's not a ton of colder air. So it just is ensuring a longer period of time before our next rain chances come back by the latter part of the weekend. So highs on your Friday. Again, where it's a little cooler with that weak front up here, Tunica at 67, South Haven 67, but 71 degrees in Houston, 73 Eupora, 72 Starkville, again above that 66 we typically would expect. We have our Friday night game of the week, again, presented by the folks there at Langston Lott and Casey Lott. Hold on. It looked like I need to double check that. I think I changed it to Friday, but I might not have changed it to the right Friday on this. Nope, sure didn't. Hold on a second here. Now we've got some data for you. I tried to do this behind the scenes while Gabe was doing all his pictures, so that one fell through the cracks. Ooh, hopefully I don't fall through the cracks on the Ole Miss and Mississippi State ones as well. We'll have those for you at 6 o'clock. We'll have a chance to clean those up a little bit. But first pitch temperature, 55 there on Friday in Booneville. That's not right. It's 6:45. I think that's the time change that got me. Hold on, because I had it set for 6:45 and then I moved it forward a week. So let's fix that. Man, Lawpon, what are we doing here? There we go. 6:45. Save. There's our accurate numbers. Everything's golden. Okay, so first pitch again, our game of the week, East Union in Booneville there, presented by Casey Lott and Langston Lott. We're 60-degree first pitch, 54 by the fourth inning, and 51 at the end. We all know if Gabe Maynor were out there, even the low 50s, he'd still be in shorts. I'll probably be in long pants. Myself, our meteorologist, our Ethan Foster will be there looking for highlights. We'd love to see you. Come say hi. Again, voting on the fan section of the week, as we often do. And also the most valuable non-player. We'd love your suggestions. We'd love to feature someone for that as well. So again, you can find us there on Facebook where we're doing that. So here's the forecast next couple days. We're 60 for that high temperature. That's it for Thursday. 69 for Friday. 76 as we look towards Saturday. We're dry Saturday before our next rain chances come, and a few thunderstorms possible on Sunday. But you can tell, without me even telling you whether or not there's anything strong there, when your lows are low 50s, that means still the air is pretty dry, all things considered. So we're not talking about significant severe weather, at least not based on what we're looking at now. And then 30s behind this for Monday, maybe even some 20s by next Tuesday morning. So it will be much, much cooler than behind this storm system, and probably talking about frost. Before we go any further, now's the time before we head back over to Mama Justice Doppler Radar to talk about your personalized tornado warning system, and that is Weather Call. It lets you know if bad weather is moving toward your location. In particular, if we're talking about severe weather like tornadoes, it will give you a phone call. if the National Weather Service puts out a tornado warning, they say confirmed tornado in it, it will call you back to make sure you know. And why do phone calls matter? Because this thing right here, if my wife wants to call, it's going to bust right through. But I have this in personal mode. And if it's not my wife or Mr. Gabe Maynor or one of the people on my team here, it's not ringing right now unless it's weather call. And I have that in my favorites. So you can sign up for more on that. But again, I recommend this for all parents and kids and parents of kids because this is an alert that will bust through and make people know, hey, pay attention. You can find more information. It costs $15 a year because making phone calls has a cost. And you can turn on the apps alerts. Certainly you should. But I think weather call makes a big difference there. Okay, let's bring it back in here. And you have some questions. A lot of folks are talking about there. I see KB mentioning I missed Matt. Hey, you know what? Look below me there. In particular, right there, where it says Roku, where it says Apple TV. If you liked watching us on the TV station, thank you so much. But we're here 5, 6, and 10 p.m. each day here in the Room to Room Weather Center. Our live broadcast every single day, 5, 6, and 10 p.m. Monday through Friday. I was at the TV station for 14 years doing it, and I'm still doing it here as well. Gabe, by the way, your microphone is on behind the scenes, just in case. I'll go ahead and mute that back there. But yeah, 5, 6, and 10, we're still on here just like we were at the TV station. We do a morning show every day as well here in the Room to Room Weather Center. We thank all of you for supporting us here in Mississippi Live Weather. So let's kind of bring that chat back on here for a moment for everybody. Yeah, if you've missed what we did before, we're still right here and we're still doing it every single day. And you can find us on YouTube, Facebook, and all the different places as well. I even have the TikTok going over here behind the scenes. Remember the way we'd like point the camera at the TV screen at the TV station? Doing TikTok same way today. So if you missed the good old days on that, that's a way to kind of check in with it as well. But here in Ackerman, this is our one thunderstorm that's a little bit more interesting as well. I see some folks picking it, cackling behind the scenes. He'll have to tell me afterward what do you think was so funny? Boy, I sound like a crotchety old guy saying that. What's so funny? But anyway, here's our track of our strongest storm. Again, I kind of whittled down here to the biggest locations for a moment. As you can see, 617 in the West Point area, 605 in the Starkville, and 534 within the next few minutes into the Ackerman area. If we kind of shrink the size of the locations involved there, we'll get a few other spots that kind of populate into there. A lot of other spots that start showing up, like the Cairo community at 551, Adenton on the west side there, Starkville at 554. In the short term here, Fentress, Mathiston, Sherwood, all kind of in the path in the next couple of minutes. This is heavy rainfall. This is lightning. Let's check for hail. And if I check the hail swath, we've had a little hail on this from time to time, but not a lot. We'll check our camera there in Ackerman, which I've been watching behind the scenes here. You haven't been able to see it, but I've been kind of watching it behind the scenes as the storm has approached. Not quite to Ackerman, but obviously the dark clouds, the gray look, the murkiness, that's all showing up there as we have our camera in AI mode, looking for storms, looking west into this. I'm going to disable that here for just a moment as I kind of pan kind of west and northwest, again, looking into this storm. A lot of low-hanging clouds there, a lot of stuff to still watch, but this is all heavy rainfall, and that gray you see there, that is the maybe hail, but primarily heavy rainfall that this storm is looking and producing as it kind of works its way toward the east there. So again, this is that line of storms moving into Ackerman. I'll look down toward town. There's a much better shot, I think, as we look back toward town. Look at that shot there. Again, kind of what's going ahead here. And then there's the heavy precipitation. So we can kind of correlate that here with what it looks like on a Mama Justice Doppler radar for a moment. And we'll go back again to the regular rainfall mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar here. And so that's what's approaching Chester, going through Chester right now, moving into Ackerman in the next couple of moments, pretty much in Ackerman as we speak. As you see my positioning there, need to probably adjust that a little bit. So I put it right now into Ackerman, about to cross there in the Highway 15, kind of a beautiful shot. As I'll go back to that camera there as well. And then I'm going to look at some of your questions, and we've been going strong since, I don't know, o'clock today. So we'll kind of answer on the wide shot here, because I see someone in the comments saying, hey, is Tupelo going to get bad? As we said over and over again, you are in the all clear, thankfully, in Tupelo, all done there. Vaden, you're closer to this, but I think still probably a little farther west. But this big gray that you're looking at here, This is the heavy rainfall. If it's some hail, that's what's going to move into Ackerman. Still have a lot of folks out there on the roads about to get blitzed by some very, very heavy rainfalls that kind of moves in. The strongest this is a little north of town as we're looking kind of back toward the south and west at the leading edge of this kind of moving into the Ackerman area. And we appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, our partners on this camera network. The thing more than anything else I wanted at the TV station for all 14 years there were cameras, and man, got to get Stan and the entire crew at North Mississippi Storm Chasers credit. It's great to have these cameras. They're going to be invaluable when we have tornado days and days where we don't. Like today, where we can look at these storms and say, it's rotating. What's it got? Well, you're looking at the same time I'm looking at what it's got. And any rotation I see on this, that's not tornado-producing rotation. Whoop, I made that go a little too fast. So at some point here, I'll get used to kind of making it go a little slower. But looking northward through that, just sheets of precipitation. There we go, kind of looking north out of that there toward the heavier parts. This is moving left to right across your screen. That might be a little bit of hail there in the distance there falling where I see those sheets of kind of heavier stuff. Let's zoom it in, see if we got a shot of that there. Look at that. Man, I always wanted the cameras. Glad we've got them. Yeah, but that's at least a pretty hefty band of rain there, kind of falling. But you can see that advancing as that storm moves in. It's a lot of heavy rainfall. Not a ton of lightning on this, certainly not like some of the thunderstorms we've had lately, but that's probably some 40 to maybe 50 mile per hour winds as that moves into the Ackerman area and moves through Choctaw County. Appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Again, they're a 501c3. If you'd like to donate to what they're doing there, we'd appreciate it. I never went to the catfish place there in Ackerman. I'm telling you, one of the great sadnesses of my life here in North Mississippi. Wish we'd done it. Oh, well. We try to make it to all the other places when we can. Okay, so that storm we're watching, I saw someone asking a moment ago about Durant. The storm in Durant is a little heavier at this point, has got a little heavier over the last few days. Check out the severe threats on it here. Possibility maybe at peak of some hail. This says 1-inch hail at peak. That tends to be overdone just a little bit, but not impossible to get some 1-inch hailstones out of that as it moves towards Salis and Springdale locations eastward there. As we look at the hail track, in the possible category there in Durant with the hail track from the folks at True Shield Roofing. And so we'll kind of track that whole batch there eastward. Speed on that still about 40 to 45 miles per hour. And so while we have like Ware in this at 611, obviously we have a storm closer to you right now. Looking at West Community now, Salis at about 536. Carmack at 543, Kosciuszko 550, and looking toward around Ethel by about 559. French Camp 603. Of course, you have one over top of you at this point in time. And if you're not in this zone we're talking about here, if you're everyone else up north, we're in the all clear. All right. So we're going to go ahead and take a brief break here. We've been going nonstop for a few hours. Our next broadcast is going to be coming up here at 6 o'clock here in the Room to Room Weather Center. Myself, our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, and our Gabe Maynard, again, tracking the latest on this as we'll look through some of your pictures that you have sent in of the storms today. If you do have severe weather or pictures to share with us, just send those in using the Mississippi Live Weather app, and we'll see you at 6 o'clock.
March 24th, 2023, normal Friday. We knew the weather was not good, but we needed to take shelter, and we didn't have shelter. My husband and almost 2-year-old daughter, Ethan and Riley, they did lose their lives in the storm. We're still recovering from it. We'll always be recovering from it. Matt Lawpon cares about the community. He's not just there to collect a paycheck. I feel like Matt Lawpon has proven himself trustworthy